Chapter 2475. That's all the missions. Of course. The difficulty of the mission is different, so the merit points will definitely be different. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wasn't this the same as the bulletin board of Nine Heaven Palace? The only difference was, completing the mission of Nine Heaven Palace was to obtain soul stones. Completing the mission of Dragon God Palace was to obtain merit points. The big black wolf ran up. Captured a divine-level raging flame lion, obtained 10 merit points. Captured a 9-heaven realm black cloud beast, obtained 50 merit points. One nirvana divine fruit, obtained 2 merit points. Killed Li Da, obtained 30 merit points. Killed Zhao Qi, obtained 40 merit points. The big black wolf was stunned. Capturing beasts, looking for herbs, killing others. Why were there all kinds of missions? Those who are to be killed are basically those who have betrayed us dragons. As for the others, for example, the higher the level of beasts and herbs, the more merit points you will get. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang stepped forward to take a closer look, and asked suspiciously, then why isn't there anyone from the Dragon Slayer Palace? For example, Qin Badian? The black-clothed man was stunned and said, Are you kidding? Can you kill Qin Badian? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what are you talking about? The black-clothed man sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head, then dragged the big black wolf, and walked towards the divine art treasury. The big black wolf broke free, looked at the black-clothed man and said, How many merit points do I need to enter the divine art treasury and divine weapon pavilion? 1,000. The black-clothed man said. So much? The big black wolf was speechless. One nirvana divine fruit was only worth 2 merit points. In other words, it required 500 nirvana divine fruits to enter the divine art treasury or divine weapon pavilion. How valuable was 500 nirvana divine fruits? Of course. If he could get a supreme level divine artifact and divine art, it would definitely be worth it. Because no matter how valuable the nirvana divine fruit was, it was far from the supreme level divine artifact and divine art. Let's take a step back. Even if he could only obtain a peak-grade deity art or a deity artifact, it would not be a loss. But the key is, he might not necessarily be able to obtain these high-level divine weapons and divine arts. It could only be a low-grade divine artifact or a low-grade divine art. That would be a huge loss. In other words, the deity arts treasury and the divine weapon pavilion were like casinos that were only suitable for gamblers. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, How many contribution points do we need to enter the second island? 10,000, and so on. The black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Forget it then. The first island is actually not bad. And so on. If the second island was 10,000, then the third island would be 20,000. And the fourth island would be 30,000. How many missions would he have to complete in order to accumulate enough merit points? Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at the big black wolf and said. The big black wolf nodded, looked at the mission on the bulletin board, and then thoughtfully followed Qin Feiyang towards the deity arts treasury. On the door of the deity arts treasury, there is a small groove. Put the token in and the door will automatically open. Remember, you only have half an hour. Also, don't touch the jade box inside, because once you touch the jade box, the hall will automatically determine that you have chosen it and send you out. The black-clothed man said and turned to enter the assignment hall. Just as he turned around, a cold smile flashed past his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the big black wolf and said, From the looks of it, you seem to be very interested in the contribution points? I'm not interested in the contribution points, I'm interested in the divine weapon pavilion and the deity arts treasury. If you don't give me the divine artifact, then I can only think of a way myself. The big black wolf pouted. Qin Feiyang laughed. I haven't met a suitable one yet. Come on. The big black wolf looked at him with disdain and asked, Don't tell me you're not interested? Not interested. Isn't it a waste of time to complete these trivial missions? I'm here now purely to try my luck. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Thinking back to what happened in the martial arts treasury of the Nine Heaven Palace, he couldn't help but be excited. At that time, Under the reminder of the shadowless man, he obtained 2 legendary divine artifacts at once. It was truly a heaven-defying fortune. Walking in front of the door, Qin Feiyong scanned the door and quickly saw a groove in the middle of the door. The shape was exactly the same as the token. Qin Feiyong grabbed the token and pressed it into the groove. Boom! The door immediately opened. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious and brightly lit. On the rows of iron shelves, there were countless jade boxes. Damn, how many deity arts are there? The big black wolf's eyes were wide open. No matter how many there are, there's only one supreme deity art. Unless it's really dogshit luck, otherwise, the chances are slim. Qin Feiyong shook his head and stepped into the hall. The big black wolf quickly followed, but a light screen suddenly appeared on the door, blocking it outside. And the door also closed. Do I really have to use the token? The big black wolf was stunned. When the door was completely closed, it pressed the token into the groove. The door opened again. This time, the big black wolf entered the hall without any resistance. Just as the door closed again, 3 figures descended on the square outside. An old man in his 70s. A middle-aged man. A thin young man. Their cultivation levels were different. The old man was half a step into the 9th heaven realm. The middle-aged man was a consummate supreme god. The thin young man was a consummate supreme god. The 3 of them landed on the square, glanced at the duty hall, and went straight to the deity art treasury. At the same time, inside the treasury, the big black wolf stared at the jade boxes, wanting to open them, but not daring to. He looked very conflicted and had a headache. Qin Feiyong looked indifferent. The deity art treasury didn't only have 1 floor. There were 2 floors above. In other words, the deity art treasury had a total of 3 floors. Boom! Suddenly, the door opened again. Qin Feiyong and the big black wolf turned around and saw the old man in his 70s, the middle-aged man, and the thin young man enter the deity art treasury one after another. The man and the wolf didn't take it to heart. They continued to look at the jade boxes on the iron shelf. Isn't this Li Boer, brotherly? The old man and the other 2 also saw Qin Feiyong and the big black wolf. The old man immediately smiled and greeted them. Hello. Qin Feiyong nodded politely. I've heard of Brother Li's name. You're really young and promising. The 3 of them walked over and smiled. You're too kind. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and smiled. Did you find a deity art that you like? The old man in his 70s asked with a smile. Qin Feiyong said, it depends on luck. I definitely won't find it. The 3 of us have come to this deity art treasury a dozen times. But except for one time when we were lucky and found a perfect deity art, the others were all low-tier deity arts. I really regret it. I should have taken these merits and gone to the 2nd island to cultivate. The 3 of them sighed. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, a perfect deity art is not bad. Not bad. If we can find a supreme-level deity art here, then it's truly perfect. The old man in his 70s shook his head. Qin Feiyong asked curiously, has anyone ever found a supreme-level deity art here? Gu Fan found a supreme-level deity art here more than 1,000 years ago. The old man in his 70s said. Gu Fan? Qin Feiyong was confused. This Gu Fan is really lucky. His cultivation isn't that high. He was only a perfected immortal back then. But just like you, he found a supreme-level deity art the first time he entered the deity art treasury. Comparisons are odious. The old man in his 70s sighed. Qin Feiyong was slightly startled, before he said with a smile, his luck is indeed unbelievable. Isn't that so? Because of this supreme-level deity art, he was able to achieve great success. The island master even made an exception and sent him to the 2nd island without using any merits. Brotherly, I believe that you might have the same luck too. The old man said with a smile. Ha! Qin Feiyong let out a hollow laugh and said in a doubtful tone, if Gu Fan has already taken the supreme-level deity art, what else are we looking for? Brotherly, since it's your first time here, you might not know this, but if someone finds a supreme-level deity art here, the dragons will immediately let another one in. Which means, either way, There must be a supreme-level deity art here. The old man said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and brought his fists together with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. I'll take a look upstairs and wish you all the best. Sure. The three nodded. Qin Feiyang turned around and led the Black Wolf to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first floor. Qin Feiyang scanned the place while transmitting his voice. Big wolf dog, be careful. The Black Wolf was startled. It turned around and mumbled to Qin Feiyang, What do you mean? Those three are here for something. Qin Feiyang said. Something? The Black Wolf was startled. How did you know? They seem normal. Normal? If they were normal, why would they come and greet us? Qin Feiyang shook his head. They're just greeting us. How can you tell that they have a purpose? Big brother, your paranoia isn't ordinary at all. The Black Wolf was speechless. We've killed the island master and offended the dragons. Anyone else would stay away from us. But not only did they not stay away, they were even so friendly. Do you think that's reasonable? The most important point. Ever since we entered the Dragon God Palace, we've either been cultivating in the castle or outside. We've never really appeared in front of anyone. But how did they know that it was our first time here? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice with a smile. That's right. The Black Wolf slapped its head and mumbled, Then what's their purpose? I don't know. But this matter must have something to do with the island master. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. What do you mean? The Black Wolf was stunned. Because in the entire first island, only the island master knows that it's our first time in the treasury. I was wondering why he would be so kind as to remind me about the divine art treasury. Now I finally understand that he's going to make a big fuss here. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Chapter 2476. The Big Black Wolf secretly said, Then should we make the first move to gain the upper hand? No need. Let's see what tricks they can play. Qin Feiyang said, then stopped and muttered, You haven't appeared yet? Who hasn't appeared? Hearing Qin Feiyang's murmur, the Big Black Wolf couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang in surprise. A nobleman. Qin Feiyang smiled. After walking around the second floor, he took the Big Black Wolf to the third floor. The third floor was a little smaller, but there were at least tens of thousands of jade boxes. With so many jade boxes, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to choose the supreme-level divine art. Qin Feiyang stopped on the stairs, lowered his head and pondered. Where would it be placed? Where was the most likely place? Logically speaking, it was usually in an inconspicuous corner or a relatively hidden place. The possibility was the highest. There was no way to find it, because there was only one chance. Can't be anxious. Think about it from another perspective. If it was him, where would he put such an important treasure like the supreme-level divine art? If it was him who put it, the safest place was the most dangerous place. And the most dangerous place might be the safest place. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang took the Big Black Wolf and quickly returned to the first floor. Standing in front of the door, he glanced at the two iron frames beside the door. These two iron frames were on both sides of the door and could be seen as soon as he came in. In a sense, this was undoubtedly the most dangerous place. However, he didn't know who put the divine art there. What if the other party had a different idea from him? Furthermore, even if it was as he expected, the supreme-level divine art was on these two iron frames, it was difficult to judge. Because, on each iron frame, there were hundreds of jade boxes. There's only one chance. Qin Feiyang muttered. This was a difficult choice. What are you thinking about? The Big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Why is he standing there? The three old men also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Don't think about it. Because no matter how you think about it, it's impossible to find what you want so quickly. After all, there are too many boxes here. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Shadowless. Qin Feiyang's spirit was shaken. He asked telepathically, Then how do you think I should find him? The Shadowless said, No matter how you look, it's useless unless you open them one by one. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. How many contribution points would it take to open them one by one? The shadowless man was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Actually, you already have a lot of divine arts. Why do you still want more?" Qin Feiyang said, "Leaving it here will only benefit the dragons. Since that's the case, why don't I take it and benefit myself?" "You brat." The shadowless laughed and scolded. Qin Feiyang chuckled. "However, it's also quite interesting. All right, I'll help you. Walk along here, the fourth row of iron shelves, the third floor, counting from the left, the second jade box, there's what you want. There's another one on the second floor. Go upstairs and turn left, the fifth iron shelf, the second floor, counting from the right, the seventh jade box. The divine arts in that jade box are very suitable for a creature like a wolf to cultivate." The shadowless man said. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was extremely grateful and immediately told the big black wolf in secret. "What's going on?" The big black wolf was shocked. "Don't ask yet, go quickly. Remember, don't take the wrong one," Qin Feiyang secretly said. "All right." The big black wolf nodded and immediately ran to the second floor. Qin Feiyang also immediately took action. He walked to the fourth row of iron shelves and looked at the third floor. His gaze quickly locked onto the second jade box on the left. What is he doing? He was still hesitating before. Why did he suddenly become so decisive? The old man was surprised. The middle-aged man said, "These are not the main points. Act according to the original plan." "I'll go right away," the thin young man said in a low voice. Then he suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and grabbed the second jade box. At that moment, an invisible force enveloped them. Seeing that they were about to disappear, the thin young man flew over and also grabbed the jade box. The two of them disappeared at the same time. "Let's go." The old man in his 70s and the middle-aged man also casually took a jade box and quickly disappeared. At the same time, the big black wolf also found the jade box mentioned by the shadowless man and disappeared from the second floor. Outside, 4 people and 1 wolf appeared outside the door almost at the same time. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang glared at the thin young man. This was the jade box designated by the shadowless man. There must be a supreme-level divine art inside. This person actually wanted to snatch it? I should be the one asking you what you want to do. The thin young man also stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. What's going on? The big black wolf looked at the two of them suspiciously. Why did the two of them start fighting when they were just going up the stairs? Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy and he said, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, let go immediately." "You're the one who should let go," the thin young man shouted. Qin Feiyang's entire body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. Although he didn't know what this person wanted to do, if he dared to touch this jade box, then he must die. "What are you doing?" At this time, the black-clothed man walked out of the duty hall, looked at the murderous Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Do you want to kill people in the Dragon God Palace again? Let me tell you, there is Lord Chief Palace Master personally overseeing the Dragon God Palace." Exactly. Lord Chief Palace Master is personally overseeing the Dragon God Palace. How can you do as you please? The thin young man snorted. Qin Feiyang looked at the thin young man, then looked at the black-clothed man and said, "I just want to ask you one thing, is it interesting?" "What do you mean?" "As if I'm his accomplice." The black-clothed man's face suddenly showed a trace of displeasure. He walked in front of the two of them, looked at the jade box and frowned. "What's going on? Speak clearly." "Island Master, this Li Bu is such a bastard, he actually stole the jade box I picked," the thin young man immediately said. The black-clothed man raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Why did you steal the jade box he picked?" Qin Feiyang suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said, "I picked this jade box." He suddenly ran over to snatch it. The black-clothed man was stunned, then looked at the thin young man and said, "So, you're a thief crying thief." "I'm innocent, Lord, they can all testify." The thin young man pointed at the 70-year-old man and the middle-aged man behind him. We can testify that it was indeed Li Bu who stole it. The 70-year-old man and the middle-aged man nodded. The big black wolf ran to Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "You're his accomplices, of course you'll help him to testify." Testify? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Although we entered the divine technique treasury together, we're not familiar with him at all, let alone his accomplices. We're just seeing injustice on the road. The 70-year-old man and the middle-aged man said righteously, "Damn you! You're full of lies. Believe it or not, I'll kill you all." The big black wolf roared. Previously in the divine technique treasury, they were like brothers, but in the blink of an eye, they were no longer familiar with each other. Each of them was a pile of old bones, but they were still so shameless. "You said you picked it." "He said he picked it." "How do you want me to judge?" The black-clothed man looked at them with a troubled expression. The thin young man snorted, "Since Island Master can't judge, then let us solve it in our own way." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. The black-clothed man looked at the thin young man suspiciously. The thin young man said, "One-on-one, the jade box will belong to whoever wins." "One-on-one?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Where did this person get the courage to challenge him to a one-on-one? The black-clothed man was also stunned. He frowned and said, "Just for a jade box, is it necessary? This is no longer about the jade box, it's about dignity. Li Bu, do you dare to accept my challenge?" The thin young man looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. The black-clothed man said, "Li Bu, think carefully. This is just a small matter, there's no need to make it seem like we're mortal enemies." Before the black-clothed man finished, Qin Feiyang looked at the thin young man and said, "I accept." The thin young man said, "Regardless of life or death." "Whatever." Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Regardless of life or death." It seemed like he came prepared. This should be the black-clothed man's trick. He made use of the thin young man and the other two to have a conflict with him, and then the thin young man challenged him. The black-clothed man tried to persuade him hypocritically. In fact, he was echoing the three of them. "Since you guys agree, fine. But let's make it clear first. Since it's a duel between two people, no one else can interfere. Li Bu, do you agree?" The black-clothed man looked at Qin Feiyang and said, obviously, the person he was referring to was Huo Lian. If he wanted to get rid of Qin Feiyang, he had to think of a way to stop Fire Lotus from interfering. Because in the black-clothed man's opinion, as long as Fire Lotus did not interfere, killing Qin Feiyang would be a piece of cake. When Qin Feiyang heard the black-clothed man's words, he could not help but laugh. After all this time, they were just trying to set a trap for him? Did they think that the three of them could kill him without Fire Lotus? Ignorance was scary. He had thought that this person would come up with a great conspiracy, but it turned out that it was just a child's play, a joke. He was tired of this kind of small trick. "Li Bu?" The black-clothed man looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, "If you have any objections, just say it." "Whatever." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "I'll take care of your jade box first. I'll give it to the winner later." The black-clothed man said, "No need to go through so much trouble." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and then slapped at the thin young man. The speed of the attack was beyond the thin young man's ability to react. "Ah!" The thin young man immediately screamed as his entire body flew out. His chest that was hit caved in on the spot. "What?" The black-clothed man and the old man in his 70s stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Instantly injuring the thin young man? Wasn't he just a low-tier war god? How could his attack be so fast? Chapter 2477. That's all you've got. And here I was thinking how strong you were. Trash like you dares to clamor with Big Brother? Are you having a high fever? The big black wolf looked at the skinny young man with contempt. The skinny young man crawled up in a sorry state. His face was filled with anger as he roared, "You're so despicable. You didn't even say anything before attacking." Qin Feiyang was amused. The big black wolf was also amused. Qin Feiyang directly put away the jade box and looked at the young man. "It seems that not only is there a problem with your IQ, there's also a problem with your brain." Cuff cuff. "Big brother, correct me." A problem with your IQ and a problem with your brain are actually the same problem. The big black wolf coughed dryly and looked at Qin Feiyang. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The big black wolf chuckled and looked at the skinny young man. When you go to find trouble with others, don't you have to tell them in advance that I'm coming to find trouble with you? Prepare yourself? Hearing this, the skinny young man's face immediately turned green and red. The big black wolf shook his head and said, "The brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. Cut the crap, let's fight." The skinny young man roared as his divine power surged and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Just as the skinny young man pounced over, he raised his arm and grabbed the young man's neck. At this moment, the skinny young man hung in the air. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Even if I give you 10 or 100 years to prepare, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Qin Feiyang exerted force with his 5 fingers and the skinny young man's neck shattered on the spot. His head fell to the ground with a bang. How can he be so strong? The skinny young man was terrified as his divine soul immediately escaped from his sea of consciousness. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang stomped down, and the skinny young man's head and divine soul were immediately shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, the black-clothed man, the 70-year-old man, and the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. How cruel! The most shocking thing. He was just a low-level war god. How could he instantly kill a perfect-level war god? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the man in black and asked, "Is it okay now?" The black-clothed man nodded instinctively. However, he suddenly came to his senses. He had thought of this brilliant plan with great difficulty, so how could it end just like that? If Qin Feiyang knew what he was thinking, he would definitely make fun of him. A peerless plan? These kinds of tricks were all left over from him. The black-robed man glanced at the middle-aged man and transmitted his voice. "You go and kill him. Double the reward. I guarantee that I'll insta-kill him." The middle-aged man secretly sneered. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who turned around and left, he shouted, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pointed at the skinny young man's corpse and said, "Just like him, no one is allowed to help you regardless of whether you are dead or alive." Big Black Wolf glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Big brother, there's no need to pay attention to trash like this. You'd better shut your dog mouth. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold as he stared at Big Black Wolf. "Fuck you, are you addicted to being arrogant?" Big Black Wolf immediately became angry and roared, "Big brother, kill him." Qin Feiyang rushed into the sky and stood in the sky. He looked down at the middle-aged man and said, "Come up." Arrogant. The middle-aged man snorted and his aura exploded. He turned into a stream of light and charged toward Qin Feiyang. "Look. Someone is fighting in the sky above the Deacon Hall. That person seems to be Li Buka. He's causing trouble again. He's lawless. His opponent seems to be Wang Darren. I know Wang Darren. He's a perfect-level paragon god. It seems that they are going to fight one-on-one. No way, he's just a low-level war god. How can he fight a perfect-level paragon god? Isn't that stupid?" The people in the nearby caves heard the commotion and ran out. When they saw this scene, they immediately began to talk. "Kid, you'll pay the price for being arrogant." Wang Darren's expression was full of coldness. A low-level war god. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of the paragon god behind him, he would have been squashed to death like an ant. What's there to be arrogant about? Rushing in front of Qin Feiyang, Wang Darren immediately punched at Qin Feiyang, shattering the void. "Yes. You'll pay the price for being arrogant," Qin Feiyang whispered and suddenly retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand and a wave of flames rolled out. Immediately after, the flames turned into divine lightning, shattering the sky and drowning Wang Darren in an instant. Legendary divine technique, Fire Thunder divine technique. A miserable scream immediately resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang didn't give him any chance to counterattack. The divine lightning directly tore open Wang Darren's skull and attacked his soul. No. Accompanied by a terrified cry, Wang Daren's soul was annihilated on the spot. The divine lightning tore Wang Daren's body into pieces, leaving not even a drop of blood. So powerful? I must be dreaming. A low-level war god actually killed a perfected paragon god? The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. Below, the black-clothed man and the elder in his 70s were so shocked that they couldn't speak. A moment ago, the middle-aged man swore that he could kill this person, but the next moment, the middle-aged man was killed. What was going on? The elder in his 70s suddenly trembled and said, "Island Lord, he must be hiding his cultivation." Hiding his cultivation? The black-clothed man was stunned and a trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge of the middle-aged man and the skinny young man. You go. He used a divine technique to kill Wang Daren. I guess his cultivation is at most a perfected paragon god. With your half-step 9th heaven realm cultivation, it's easy to kill him. As long as you kill him, I'll give you 100,000 merit points. The black-clothed man said. 100,000 merit points. The elder in his 70s suddenly became excited. To the disciples of the Dragon God Temple, 100,000 merit points was a huge sum of wealth. For example, one could enter the divine technique treasury 100 times. Some people wouldn't be able to gather so many merit points even after thousands of years. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the old man and said, "You come up as well." Since it was a problem, he would solve it once and for all. The elder in his 70s was stunned. He actually took the initiative to challenge him? Island Lord should have promised you a lot of benefits. If you don't kill me, how will you get these benefits? So I'll give you a chance to kill me. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Li Bu, what nonsense are you talking about? The black-clothed man immediately shouted. Do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? If you want to deal with me, you can do it yourself. There's no need to find trash to help you. Qin Feiyang sneered. The black-clothed man's eyes darkened. This old man is trash? The elder in his 70s clenched his fists and flew into the sky. His aura surged and surged toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You're already spitting blood? This old man hasn't even made a move yet, and you dare to call this old man trash? The elder in his 70s laughed in disdain. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed into the clouds. Aren't you arrogant? Why are you running? The elder in his 70s sneered and chased after him. The two quickly rushed into the clouds. The elder in his 70s didn't say anything and slapped toward Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang used the travel word art and narrowly avoided it. After all, the opponent was a half-step 9 heavens realm cultivator. The legendary divine art was useless, so he had to use it. The elder in his 70s was stunned. He didn't expect to be able to dodge it. Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to retreat far away and quietly took out an image crystal. He hid it in his sleeve and said, "What did the island master give you to make you work so hard for him? 100,000 merits. Your life is really valuable." The elder in his 70s said. Qin Feiyang said, "So that's how it is. Then all of this was planned by him?" "Of course. You have the protection of a supreme expert. It's very difficult to kill you, so we have to set a trap for you first." The elder in his 70s sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The elder in his 70s frowned and said, "Why are you shaking your head?" "I'm very disappointed, you know." Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, "The four of you only came up with such a childish plan." Childish? The elder in his 70s froze. What are they doing up there? The black-clothed man raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and his companion. However, the clouds were blocking his view, so he couldn't see clearly. "How dare you say such a perfect plan is childish? Brat, you're really shameless. Go to hell." The elder in his 70s yelled. A wave of black divine power appeared and surged towards Qin Feiyang like a tide. The terrifying aura shook the sky. The clouds were also scattered. Damn. Looks like this old man isn't going to give Li Bu any chance. The onlookers below immediately started to discuss. The man in black was also relieved. As long as a half-step 9 heavens realm cultivator was serious, this person wouldn't be able to survive no matter how powerful he was. However, Qin Fei Yang's expression didn't change. He didn't fight back. He didn't run away either. Everyone thought he had lost his mind. The elder in his 70s also thought so, and a bright smile appeared on his face. 100,000 merits were in his hands. Clang. However, when the divine power surged in front of Qin Fei Yang's body suddenly emitted a bright golden light. In an instant, his skin, hair, and even the bones in his body had turned golden. At this moment, he looked like a bronze man made of gold, and there seemed to be a faint golden Buddha statue behind him. The legendary divine art, Wisdom King Golden Body. After activating the Wisdom King Golden Body, Qin Fei Yang took a step forward and passed through the divine power in an instant. Clang. The divine power hit his body and made an ear-piercing metallic sound. No way! Is his body made of iron? Everyone was dumbfounded. The elder in his 70s was also dumbfounded. What the hell? He was a half-step 9 heavens realm cultivator. Even if his opponent was hiding his cultivation level, he should be a perfected or perfected paragon god at most. How could a mere paragon god pass through the divine power of a half-step 9 heavens realm cultivator? One had to know that there was an insurmountable barrier between the two realms. What was even more unbelievable was that this person wasn't injured at all after passing through. Chapter 2478. But Qin Fei Yang didn't stop at all. He took advantage of the old man's daze to attack him. The bright King Golden Body could block a fatal blow from an expert of a higher realm. Now, his cultivation was half a step to the divine realm. The old man's cultivation was half a step to the 9th heaven realm. It happened to be the same realm. If the old man's cultivation was one small realm higher, then the bright King Golden Body wouldn't be able to block it. Unfortunately, the old man's cultivation was like this. But after coming out of the divine power, the bright King Golden Body also collapsed. Because the bright King Golden Body could only block one attack. But it didn't matter if it collapsed now because the old man couldn't do anything. Qin Fei Yang raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the old man's forehead. What are you doing? Kill him quickly. The black-clothed man below shouted secretly. The old man suddenly came back to his senses, but Qin Fei Yang's fingertip was already on the old man's forehead. Boom! Immediately, a wisp of blood-colored light instantly entered the forehead of the 70-year-old man. With a loud crack, the old man's forehead exploded in the air like a watermelon. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The blood-colored fleeting grace also immediately dissipated, and no one noticed. Instant kill. Instant kill again. Everyone was shocked. Especially the black-clothed man. First, it was the skinny young man, then Wang Darren, and now it was the old man. Could it be that they had underestimated this person's cultivation? He was at the 9th heaven realm? Qin Fei Yang lowered his arm and looked down at the black-clothed man. He said lightly, "Come up too." What? Openly provoking the island lord? Looks like we have always underestimated him. Actually, his cultivation is as strong as the young man's. Everyone couldn't help but look at the black-clothed man. Would the island lord accept this challenge? The black-clothed man's face was dark. A low-level war god had killed a perfected war god, a perfected god, and a half-step to the 9th heaven realm. He really didn't know Qin Fei Yang's true cultivation. Although he was at the 9th heaven realm, he couldn't help but feel guilty at this moment. What if the other party's true cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th heaven realm? Or even an undead stage expert? One had to know. The young man was an imperishable realm expert, but he pretended to be a fake god, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Since this person was acquainted with the young man, their cultivation might really be the same. What is it? As the master of the number 1 island, you don't even dare to accept the challenge of a disciple? Qin Fei Yang said contemptuously. The man in black clenched his fists. Not only did he fail to kill the other party, he was even humiliated in public. How could he be so blind to find these 3 pieces of trash? You're such a coward. What a disgrace to you dragons. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared very aggressive. He usually didn't cause trouble, but he was never afraid of trouble. Those who provoked him were bound to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man appeared. It was Yi Zhong. "Greetings, Grand Hallmaster." Although he was a human, when he saw Yi Zhong, the black-robed man did not dare to show the slightest disrespect and hurriedly bowed. Yi Zhong nodded and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He said with a hoarse smile, "Why are you standing so high? Come down." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and fell on the square at the top of the mountain. The big black wolf also ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Yi Zhong looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and the black-robed man and asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang was about to speak. The black-robed man took a step forward and looked at Yi Zhong. "Grand Hallmaster, Li Bu is simply too arrogant. He killed people in the Dragon God Palace in public. There must be a reason for killing people." At this moment, another lazy voice sounded. He saw a snow python carrying a young man who was dressed in rags across Yi Zhong. "It's him." The surrounding onlookers were shocked. Unexpectedly, not only Yi Zhong was alarmed, but also the young man. Wait, the young man was in the law enforcement hall. How did he get the news so quickly? Could it be he was paying attention to Li Bu? In that case, their relationship was indeed not ordinary. The black-robed man also looked at the young man and said in a deep voice, "The Grand Hallmaster is here. It's not your turn to ask." The young man was lying on the snow python's head with his hands behind his head. He squinted and still had a green foxtail in his mouth. Hearing the black-robed man's words, he did not open his eyes and said lightly, "Shouldn't the law enforcement hall be in charge of this kind of dispute? Although you're right, the Grand Hallmaster is here now. What right do you have to interrupt?" The black-robed man said angrily. "Right?" The young man was stunned and slowly opened his eyes. He got up and sat on the snow python's head with one hand supporting his chin and the other playing with the green foxtail. He looked down at the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man could not help but panic. The young man suddenly smiled and said, "Strength is right. Do you have a problem with that?" "You presumptuous!" the black-robed man shouted, but he did not seem to be confident. "I'm not presumptuous. You're courting death." The young man waved his hand and the green foxtail in his hand, like a streamer, instantly went into the black-robed man's lower abdomen. "Ah!" The black-robed man screamed in pain and his sea of chi was destroyed on the spot. That green foxtail swept out from the black-robed man's back and blood splattered everywhere. The most important thing was, that green foxtail was not damaged at all and there was not a drop of blood on it. It was still as clean as before. Finally, the green foxtail returned to the young man's hand and said with the corner of his mouth, "As the law enforcement hallmaster, not only do I have the power to kill disciples, but I also have the power to kill you island masters. Do you have a problem with that?" "Grand Hallmaster." The black-robed man was seriously in pain and looked at Yi Zhong with a face full of indignation. "What he said is also true. You also have to recognize this point. He is already the law enforcement hallmaster and should be treated as a law enforcement hallmaster. When you see him, you have to salute," Yi Zhong said. The black-robed man's face turned green and red. He did not expect that Yi Zhong would speak for the young man. "Didn't you hear? Do you need me to repeat it?" The young man looked at the black-robed man with ridicule. The black-robed man's pupils shrank and he helplessly lowered his head. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Hallmaster." The young man laughed and returned to his lazy state. He asked, "What's the reason for killing people?" "It's all because of Li Bu. He snatched the jade box that Wang Darren and the other two picked in the treasure house. And he also threatened Wang Darren and the other two that if they didn't give him the jade box, he would kill them. Of course the three of them were not convinced. It's broad daylight and the world is clear. How can he be allowed to seize by force like this? In the end, Li Bu really killed the three of them without saying anything. I rushed out to stop him, but it was too late. Grand Hallmaster, if we don't kill this kind of person, the heavens will not tolerate it." The black-robed man looked at Yi Zhong angrily and roared. "What a thief calling the police! What a load of nonsense! The big black wolf was so angry that his body started to tremble. He had never seen such a shameless person. He wasn't a human at all. He just had the appearance of a human. Was this the virtue of dragons? They were even more disgusting than some despicable humans. Is that so? Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and then at the black-robed man and remained silent. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? This is clearly his scheme. The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously. Qin Feiyang remained silent. However, the black-robed man glared at the big black wolf and scolded, "Don't slander us." "Fuck you." The big black wolf was instantly furious. He schemed behind their backs and now he was accusing them? The black-robed man looked at Yi Zhong and bowed. "Grand Hall Master, silence means tacit agreement. What I said is the truth and he has no way to refute it. Please deal with it impartially, Grand Hall Master." Yi Zhong looked at the young man and asked with a smile, "According to the rules of the enforcement hall, how do you think we should deal with this matter?" "Kill." The young man said. The black-robed man sneered in his heart. If even the young man said to kill, do you think you guys have a way out? What if, right then? Qin Feiyang finally spoke. He looked at Yi Zhong and the young man and asked, "If all of this is a trap set by the island master, how should we deal with it? He deserves to be killed for breaking the law knowingly. Old man Yi, am I right?" The young man glanced at Yi Zhong and asked weakly. Yi Zhong nodded. The black-robed man looked at Qin Feiyang with mockery in his eyes. He set all of this up, but do you have evidence? Do you? If you don't have evidence, who would believe what you said? You're still struggling. You're really ignorant. If it were him, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. There might still be hope for him to live. You deserve to be killed. I like what you said. Qin Feiyang grinned and shook his head at the black-robed man. Do you know? You're the stupidest divine dragon I've ever met. The black-robed man was furious. You think you're very smart, but little do you know that you're just a clown trying to please the crowd. That's all. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took out the image crystal. An image unfolded in the void. It was the conversation with the old man in his 70s. What? The black-robed man was stunned. It was only now that he understood why the other party was so calm. He already had solid evidence in his hands. That's too much. How dare he use his power to set up a disciple? Scum. Don't insult him, okay? He's not a human, he's a divine dragon. The surrounding disciples started discussing. Although the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the old man in his 70s was simple, would anyone who could enter the Dragon God Hall be an idiot? One could easily figure out what was going on. Phew. Yi Zhong took a deep breath and looked at the black-robed man. I asked you to come to the first island to maintain order, not to abuse your power and set up a disciple. The black-robed man shuddered and immediately knelt on the ground. Grand Hall Master, I know my mistake, I'll change. Do you think you can let it go just by saying that you know your mistake and change? What's the use of the tribunal council then? The young man said listlessly. The black-robed man looked at the young man in horror. He then looked at Yi Zhong and exclaimed, Grand Hall Master, I'm a dragon after all. Do you think dragons can do whatever they want? The young man took out the dog's tail grass from the corner of his mouth and waved it casually. The dog's tail grass immediately flew out of his hand and shot towards the black-robed man's glabella like a sharp arrow. Chapter 2479. Seeing this, the black-clothed man collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Big Black Wolf gloated over his misfortune. Qin Feiyang remained expressionless. Because such a person was just a small fry in his eyes. There was no need for that. He took it seriously. However, just when everyone thought that the black-clothed man was dead for sure, Yi Zhong suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of the black-clothed man. He raised his aged arm and slapped the green foxtail grass. Clang. The moment the two collided, there was a deafening sound of metal. Furthermore, a golden glove had unknowingly appeared in Yi Zhong's hand. Sparks flew as the green foxtail was sent flying. Yi Zhong's arm was also a little numb. Big Black Wolf was stunned. What does this old man mean? Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. The young man grabbed the green foxtail and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Zhong looked at the young man and said, "He belongs to the dragons. He made a mistake and should be handed over to the dragons to deal with." "You're clearly protecting him. Who was the one who said that he deserved to be killed?" Big Black Wolf said angrily. Yi Zhong said indifferently, "He does deserve to be killed, but it has to be done by the dragons themselves. We humans have no right to kill the dragons." Big Black Wolf shouted, "If we hand him over to the dragons, will the dragons handle it impartially?" Yi Zhong said, "It's their business whether they want to handle it impartially or not. I can't control it, and I have no right to control it." Qin Feiyang said, "You're protecting him. You really don't hide it at all." "I've never protected anyone." Yi Zhong shook his head. "You're right. You're only protecting the dragons because the dragons are not humans." Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong was not angry. He just smiled faintly and turned to the black-clothed man. "Go back to the dragons and accept your punishment." "Yes." The black-clothed man nodded respectfully. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he opened an altar and jumped onto it without looking back. "Bastard!" The big black wolf was furious. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and said indifferently, "Let him go." But the big black wolf was extremely unwilling. Qin Feiyang looked up at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, "Believe me, you will regret it. This old man has never done anything that he regrets." Yi Zhong laughed hoarsely. "That was in the past. It's hard to say what will happen in the future." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he nodded to the young man, opened the altar, and left with the big black wolf. "Old man Yi, you have to pay the price for doing wrong." The young man glanced at Yi Zhong and said meaningfully. Then he instructed the snow python. The snow python immediately carried him away. "Price," Yi Zhong murmured. Suddenly he smiled and walked away, disappearing step by step. Sigh. This Yi Zhong is indeed the most loyal dog of the dragons. The evidence is irrefutable. Release the island master. In front of the powerful dragons, we humans are really inferior. The nearby disciples could not help but sigh. In the valley, in the cave abode. "Big brother, there must be an explanation for this matter." The big black wolf was so angry that it was stomping its feet in the cave abode. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. "Young lord." Jiang Dafei bowed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the shadow of the black-clothed man appeared. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Tell the divine general immediately that this person must die." "Who is he?" Jiang Dafei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "The island master of the first island is currently on his way back to Divine Dragon Island." "All right. This subordinate will inform Lord Divine General." Jiang Dafei nodded. The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, and suddenly said, "So you already had a plan. Yi Zhong wants to protect him, but I want him to die." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Ha!" The big black wolf laughed out loud, and was no longer angry. He took out the jade box that he had obtained from the divine art treasury and said, "Big brother, I took it according to what you said. Don't let it be a useless inferior divine art. Open it and you'll know." Qin Feiyang smiled. To be honest, he was looking forward to it. What kind of divine art was inside the jade box that the big black wolf had obtained? The big black wolf slowly opened the jade box, and a black jade scroll appeared. However, the big black wolf did not check it immediately. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, feeling a little nervous. "Trust me," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." The big black wolf nodded, took out the jade scroll, and poured his spirit sense into it. At that moment, its expression froze. Immediately after, a look of ecstasy crawled up from its eyes. Even its body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, there was a message in its mind. Serious Devil Book. Legendary level divine art. A total of 4 moves. Each move had the power to pierce through the heavens and earth, destroying mountains and rivers. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was definitely a divine art that was tailor-made for wolves. And what made the big black wolf excited was that it was actually a legendary level divine art. A divine art of this level was something that it had dreamed of obtaining. Now that it had finally fulfilled its wish, how could it not be excited? The big black wolf excitedly looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "Big brother, you must have fiery eyes of truth." Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. This had nothing to do with him at all. It was all thanks to the Shadowless. Unbelievable! How did you know that this jade box contained a legendary level divine artifact? The big black wolf became more and more curious. One had to know. The jade box was completely closed, and divine sense couldn't peek inside. However, Big Brother actually knew that there was a legendary level divine art inside. It was really strange. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and also took out the jade box obtained from the divine art treasure house. The big black wolf's gaze immediately shifted to the jade box. Inside this jade box, could it also be a legendary level divine art? Qin Feiyang gently opened the jade box, and a wave of fire suddenly surged out. The cave also instantly turned into a big furnace. Inside the jade box, there was a fiery red jade slip lying there, as if it was cast from magma. This vision, it must be a legendary level divine art. The big black wolf muttered. Qin Feiyang took out the jade slip, sank his divine sense into it, and a piece of information immediately poured into his mind. Qilin technique. Sovereign level divine art. A total of 4 moves, it's not a lie. It really is a sovereign level divine art. Qin Feiyang whispered. What? Sovereign level divine art. Hearing this, the big black wolf was dumbfounded. He thought it was a legendary level divine art, but didn't expect it to be a sovereign level divine art. It really wasn't a joke? One had to know. In the entire divine art treasure house, there was only one sovereign level divine art. To be able to get this, how heaven-defying was his luck? Let me see. The big black wolf snatched the jade slip, and his divine sense directly poured in. At that moment, its body stiffened. It was indeed a sovereign level divine art. Big brother, you can really see the divine art inside the jade box? After coming back to his senses, the big black wolf raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, shocked to the extreme. Serious demonic book, Qilin tactic, a legendary level divine art, a sovereign level divine art, to say that it was luck, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. Because no matter how good his luck was, it was impossible to obtain 2 shocking divine arts at once. Qin Feiyang laughed. Didn't I say before, I have a benefactor? Benefactor? The big black wolf was stunned. In the divine art treasure house, Qin Feiyang did say something about a benefactor. But who was this benefactor? Big sister? Madman? It was impossible even if one thought about it. Although Hui and Big Sister's cultivation were strong, one was wandering outside while the other was inside the castle. Not to mention Madman, who had only just become a god. White-Eyed Wolf. Then there was no need to say. He was in seclusion without paying attention to the outside world. The big black wolf begged, "Big brother, can you not keep me in suspense? Just tell me directly." This was too shocking. He could actually see the divine art inside the jade box. It's a secret. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The big black wolf couldn't help but go crazy, but there was nothing he could do. Let's go. Go to the castle to cultivate these 2 divine arts. Qin Feiyang laughed. The big black wolf nodded. At the entrance, square. Tell this old man in detail, how did Li Bu kill those 3 people in an instant? Yi Zhong looked at the man in black standing in front of him and said. The black-clothed man replied respectfully. Then, he recounted the process of the battle in detail. Flame divine thunder, golden body of iron. When Yi Zhong heard this, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he looked at the man in black in surprise and asked, could it be the fire thunder divine art and the bright king golden body? Fire thunder divine art? Bright king golden body? The man in black was stunned, his face puzzled. Yi Zhong pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, you shouldn't know about these divine arts, because these 2 divine arts were personally placed by this old man in the 9 heaven realms examination grounds. In that case, he obtained these two divine techniques from the examination grounds? The man in black said. If it's really the bright king golden body and the fire thunder divine art, then they must have been found at the examination grounds. You go back to Divine Dragon Island first. Yizhong waved his hand and said. The man in black nodded, turned around and left the Dragon God Palace, and rushed down the stone stairs. Yizhong lowered his head and muttered. Boom! Suddenly, at the bottom of the stone stairs, a deafening sound rang out. Following closely. A miserable cry sounded. Yizhong was stunned, then immediately turned into a stream of light, flew out of the stone door, and flew down. When he reached the bottom of the corpse, he saw a black divine dragon lying on the broken ground. Its head and divine soul had already been shattered. Dragon blood spewed out, dyeing the ground red. This was the true body of the man in black, but he was already dead. Yizhong looked at the corpse, then suddenly raised his head and scanned the void. At the same time, his spirit sense surged out, covering the sky and earth. Those dark eyes were suffused with a strong cold light. But in the void he couldn't find anything. There was also no aura of the murderer left behind. It was obvious that it had been deliberately erased. Good method. Yizhong muttered, retracted his spirit sense, buried the corpse on the spot, and turned to return to the Dragon God Palace. Boom! Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang stood in the hall, comprehending the Qilin method. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended above the valley. This is, Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed to be Yizhong's aura? This anger, could it be that the man in black had already been killed? At that moment, he got up and appeared in the cave abode. Boom! It was also at this moment that a spirit sense surged over. Swish! The next moment, a white-haired old man appeared in the cave abode. Who else could it be but Yizhong? Chapter 2480. Chief Palace Master Yi? Why do you miss me so soon? Qin Feiyang looked at Yizhong in surprise. Don't play dumb. Did you kill him? Yizhong said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yizhong said, the island master of the first island. What? The island master is dead. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yizhong looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes shining. No. Didn't the island master return to the Divine Dragon Island? How could he be dead? Chief Palace Master Yi, don't joke. Qin Feiyang said. However, he was secretly laughing in his heart. This divine general was really efficient in his work. Yizhong said, just a while ago he was assassinated at the bottom of the stone stairs. It can't be. Who dares to kill the people of the dragons? Don't they want to live? Chief Palace Master Yi, you're not suspecting me, are you? I just came back from the Divine Technique Treasury. It's impossible to suspect me. Qin Feiyang said. The murderer is definitely not you, but it must be related to you. Yizhong frowned and said, I can't bear this accusation. Please let me go. As for the island master's death, what's the saying? Yes. Good will be rewarded, evil will be punished. Heaven is fair. Those who deserve to die can't escape. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yizhong frowned and said, let's not talk about this for now. When you killed Wang Darren and the other two, did you use the Fire Thunder Divine Technique and Wisdom King Golden Body? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, you're so resourceful. You can definitely find out. Yizhong said helplessly, it's chaotic outside recently. Don't run around. After saying that, he turned around and left. This kid was so young, but how could he be like an old fox, watertight? Thank you for your concern. Take care. Qin Feiyang smiled as he looked at Yizhong's back. After Yizhong left, a cold smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Did he really think that he could return to Divine Dragon Island alive? Naive and laughable. However, this matter was not over yet. The best part was yet to come. Just wait and see. If I say I'll make you regret it, I'll definitely make you regret it. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle again and continued to cultivate the Qilin art. In the square, Yizhong sat on the ground and frowned. He dared to conclude that the death of the black-clothed man was definitely related to this kid, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Suddenly, Yi Zhong took out an image crystal. A short while later, another white-robed old man appeared. He was the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall. "Big brother, is something the matter?" The deputy hall master looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. Yi Zhong said, "Come here first." "All right." The deputy hall master nodded. Very soon, he landed on the square and walked in front of Yi Zhong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, what's the matter?" Yi Zhong asked, "Do you know what happened in the Divine Art Treasury?" "I just heard about it. This Li Bu is indeed quite capable." The deputy hall master nodded. "But do you know? Just a while ago, the island master of the first island was assassinated at the bottom of the stone stairs." Yi Zhong sighed. "What?" The deputy hall master was shocked and asked, "Who is it?" "I don't know. This person's speed was very fast. When I ran down, he had already disappeared and erased the remaining aura. But I suspect that it must be related to Li Bu, but I can't find any evidence." Yi Zhong's expression was filled with helplessness. The deputy hall master asked, "Li Bu went out?" Yi Zhong said, "It's because he didn't go out that I can't do anything to him." The deputy hall master frowned. "Then it might not be related to Li Bu. Isn't it obvious? He was assassinated just after a conflict. Who else could it be but him? And at that time in the Divine Art Treasury, he also said something to me." Yi Zhong frowned. "What?" The deputy hall master was suspicious. Yi Zhong said, "He said that I will definitely regret it." The deputy hall master was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. "He even dares to threaten you. This kid is quite interesting." "You're still laughing? Do you know that I feel extremely embarrassed right now? I was actually fooled by a little brat." Yi Zhong snorted angrily and said, "Go to the Nine Heavens Realms examination place now." "Why are you going there?" The deputy hall master was suspicious. "Don't ask first. Let's see if there are any divine artifacts and divine arts there. As soon as possible," Yi Zhong said. The deputy hall master nodded and turned around to leave the Dragon God Palace. "The two young people recruited this time are not simple," Yi Zhong murmured. Thinking of that listless but ridiculously strong young man, he couldn't help but have a headache. And now, there was another troublesome person. It seemed that he would be busy in the future. 2 days later, the deputy hall master finally came out of the examination place with a face full of disbelief. Without stopping, he returned to the Dragon God Palace. Yi Zhong opened his eyes and asked, "How was it?" "That's strange. I turned the examination place upside down, but I couldn't find a single divine art or divine artifact," the deputy hall master said. Yi Zhong's expression stiffened and then said with a wry smile, "There's no need to think. It must be the work of Li Bu and that young man." The deputy hall master looked at Yi Zhong suspiciously. When Li Bu killed Wang Darren and the other two, he used the Fire Thunder Divine Art and Wisdom King Golden Body. But at that time, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I wasn't sure. That's why I asked you to go to the examination place. Yi Zhong sighed. The deputy hall master nodded and said speechlessly, "They didn't leave a single divine artifact. These two guys are a bit crazy. I'm afraid they did it on purpose." Yi Zhong shook his head and said, "From now on, you'll be stationed on the first island and secretly monitor Li Bu's movements." "What about that young man?" the deputy hall master asked. "Let's not worry about him first. I have a hunch that what he said about making me regret is definitely not just that," Yi Zhong said. The deputy hall master nodded and flew to the first island. In the ancient castle, 2 days outside, 200 years had passed inside. Both Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf had mastered the Qilin skill and the serious demonic book. However, a year had passed in the ancient castle, but the artifact spirits of the 4 divine artifacts still showed no signs of waking up. This made Qin Feiyang suspicious. Were the artifact spirits pretending to be asleep and looking for a chance to escape the ancient castle? But after observing for a while, he found nothing. Qin Feiyang was really impatient. He turned to Fire Lotus and stretched out his hand. "Give me the axe." Fire Lotus took out the axe and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the axe and looked at the 4 divine artifacts. Whether they were pretending or not, he would know with a try. Clang. Immediately, Qin Feiyang then raised his axe and chopped towards the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Clang. In the next moment, the 4 heaven-defying artifacts unleashed a terrifying aura. They are indeed pretending. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Fire Lotus hurriedly rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the 4 divine artifacts vigilantly. If these 4 divine artifacts were to awaken in the ancient castle, not only would it bring them a disaster, even the creatures of the Black Tortoise realm would be affected. Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and the ancient castle's gate closed. Qin Feiyang returned the axe to Fire Lotus, looked at the 4 divine artifacts, and said indifferently, "You are quite cunning." The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts remained silent. "You have all fought with the ancient castle and know its strength. Even if you fight it head-on, you are not its opponent, not to mention now, you are in its internal space. So, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't do anything stupid," Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus suddenly understood. The 4 divine artifacts still didn't know that the ancient castle had been sealed by the small beast, so they would definitely be afraid of the ancient castle. Was Qin Dage not nervous? Perhaps. He was also nervous. But he couldn't show it, because once he showed it, the 4 divine artifacts would be suspicious. On the contrary, as long as he remained calm and collected, he would be able to intimidate the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. "Don't do anything stupid? Qin Feiyang, don't scare us. Do you think we don't know that your ancient castle has been sealed by a small beast?" A voice suddenly sounded, coming from the Sunset Bow. It was obviously the Sunset Bow's spirit. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus also had a look of surprise. How did they know? During this period of time, no one seemed to have mentioned this matter? Oh no. Suddenly, Fire Lotus slapped her head. What? Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. "It seems that one day, when the 3 Black Panther brothers were chatting with me, I told them about the ancient castle being sealed. Could it be that you heard it at that time?" Fire Lotus looked at the 4 divine artifacts and asked. "That's right. At that time, we had already awakened," the Sunset Bow's spirit said. Fire Lotus immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and blamed herself. "Qin Dage, I'm sorry, it's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at the 4 divine artifacts, and asked, "Then why didn't you take the opportunity to make a move?" The Sunset Bow's spirit fell silent. "Then let me guess. On one hand, you should be afraid of my slaughter domain, because you have suffered a great loss under my slaughter domain more than once. But I think that just the slaughter domain alone shouldn't be enough to make you so afraid. Because if you completely unlock the seal, then you have the ability to shatter the Black Tortoise realm and escape before I open the slaughter domain. You can even kill us. But you didn't do that and have been hiding in the ancient castle. Then I'll boldly guess the second reason. After these few battles, you might be wondering whether following the dragons was right or wrong. So you decided to stay in the ancient castle and secretly observe us. Of course, this is only my personal guess. Is that the case? I still need you to answer it for me." Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 divine artifacts and said. After a moment of silence, the Sunset Bow spirit suddenly said, "To be able to guess this, as the ancient castle spirit said, you are indeed an amazing person." "What? The ancient castle spirit? You communicated with it?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Chapter 2481. Fire Lotus was also extremely shocked. The ancient castle's weapon spirit had always been a mysterious existence. According to the time in the ancient castle, she had stayed in the ancient castle for at least hundreds of thousands of years. But in these hundreds of thousands of years, she had never communicated with the ancient castle's weapon spirit even once. Don't talk about her. Even Qin Feiyang had never said a word to the weapon spirit. But the weapon spirit of the Sunset Bow told them that the ancient castle's weapon spirit had communicated with them? How unbelievable was this? Your reactions have exceeded this sovereign's expectations. It seems that the ancient castle's weapon spirit has never communicated with you. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow said. What did it say to you? Where is it now? Qin Feiyang asked. All these years, he had wondered more than once if the ancient castle really had a weapon spirit. But how could such a powerful divine artifact not have a weapon spirit? So, this matter could be considered a knot in his heart. Now that he heard the weapon spirit of the sunset bow say this, he really wanted to know. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow hesitated for a moment before saying, let it tell you itself in the future. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow said, don't blame me, this is what the ancient castle's weapon spirit just told me. Qin Feiyang was startled. Just now, it communicated with you again? The weapon spirit of the sunset bow replied. Qin Feiyang was extremely depressed. He was standing face to face with the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Why didn't they communicate with him? Alright. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and asked, what did he say to you? He said that you are a human worthy of our pursuit, and asked us to consider it carefully. So we pretended to be asleep and secretly observed you. The weapon spirit of the sunset bow said. The ancient castle. Qin Feiyang muttered. No matter where he went, the ancient castle was the one that cared about him the most. When encountering difficulties, the ancient castle would not hesitate to raise its level. Could be said that, in this lifetime, he owed the ancient castle too much, and he couldn't repay it all. Qin Feiyang asked, what have you observed? I have my principles. You're good to people too. You're very calm in handling things. He's also very meticulous. His talent is also 1 in a million. To be honest, it's not bad, but it also has some fatal flaws. Sunset Divine Bow said. What flaw? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. First of all, you place too much importance on relationships. This will become a huge burden. Secondly, you are too young and your cultivation is too weak. Although there are many powerful methods, you must know that on the path of cultivation, one's own cultivation is actually the foundation. The artifact spirit of the sunset divine bow said. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. After pondering for a while, he said with a faint smile, actually, what you said is not a flaw. The artifact spirit was taken aback. Although you are all heaven-defying artifacts and have the instinct to destroy the world, there are many things about humans that you don't understand. It is because you are too strong and have the strength to crush everything that these things are dispensable in your eyes. But humans are different. Humans are just born as babies. They don't know anything and don't have the strength to truss a chicken. It's your parents, your family, who protect you as you grow up. It is also their selfless contribution and hard work that you can gradually understand this world. When you grow up, you will have brothers, friends, and lovers. Everyone gathers together to face the unknown together, to overcome difficulties together, and to move forward together. So, whether it is the love of family, relatives, brothers, friends, or lovers, these are all part of feelings. And these feelings are like a line that connects everyone together. For example, Fire Lotus and I, although we are not related by blood, although she is stronger than me, we are like siblings. Another example is the white-eyed wolf and I. It is not only a beast, but also a wolf. Wolves are feared by everyone because in the world's impression, wolves are a cold-blooded and ferocious creature. But it and I are like brothers. Why is that? This is love, this is loyalty. There is also me, Gu Bao, Chang Shui, Lu Hong, Zhao Tailai, and the others. There are too many, I can't even finish talking. Isn't it because of friendship that we are able to come to this day? Since friendship has connected us and made us the most important thing in each other's lives, why should we give it up? No. This friendship should be cherished more. Because it is the most precious thing in life. No treasure or money can exchange for it. Qin Feiyang said slowly. As he finished speaking, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. He was a lucky man. Because in this life, he had met too many people and beasts who cared about him, and he also cared about them. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow fell silent. Let me put it this way. If it wasn't for friendship, I wouldn't have so many people around me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the fire lotus next to him. If it wasn't for friendship, no one would stand in front of me and block the enemy's attack for me when I was in danger. Qin Feiyang looked at the big black wolf next to him. If it wasn't for friendship, I don't know how many times I would have died. So I, Qin Feiyang, would rather give up all the treasures and resources I have now than give up them and them. Qin Feiyang said. They, of course, referred to the fire lotus, Zhao Tailai, and the mermaid princess. And they, of course, referred to the white-eyed wolf, the big black wolf, Yu Huang, and so on. The artifact spirits of the 4 heaven-defying artifacts were silent. As for the cultivation you mentioned, I admit that my current cultivation is indeed very weak. But in this world, who didn't start weak and gradually become strong? For example, Longzuan. Was she born so strong? If Longzuan can reach this level, why can't I, Qin Feiyang, do the same? It's only a matter of time. I'm not afraid to tell you that Longzuan is no longer my target. Qin Feiyang said confidently. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow asked, Then who is your target? The god of creation, Wu. Qin Feiyang paused after every word, his eyes filled with incomparable determination. The god of creation. Hearing these 3 words, the 4 heaven-defying artifacts couldn't help but tremble as if they were afraid. I believe that in this world, no one would dare to have any thoughts about the god of creation, including you. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm overestimating myself, but if you're not willing to work hard, how will you know if you can do it? After saying so much, I actually just want to express one thing. If you follow Longzuan, you can only struggle in the ancient world forever, and you won't even have the chance to see the sky outside. But if you follow me, perhaps I can bring you out of this cage. Although the chances are slim, there's always hope. Qin Feiyang said. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said, This sovereign is very curious. Where do you get such confidence? Confidence comes from myself. You don't need to ask for it from anyone. As long as you have confidence in yourself, anything is possible. Qin Feiyang smiled. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow fell silent again. As for the artifact spirits of the other 3 heaven-defying artifacts, they didn't say a word from beginning to end. It was as if the artifact spirit of the sunset bow was their representative. Actually, it's not hard to think. Longzuan might be the strongest in the ancient world, but is she the master of the ancient world? She's not. As for the black tortoise world, although it's much weaker than the ancient world, I'm the master of the black tortoise world. The black tortoise world is also an independent world. Just based on this point alone, Longzuan can't compare to me. You don't need to express your stance now. Slowly observe. I believe that one day in the future, you'll choose to stand with me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. If it were any other young man, this sovereign would definitely say that he's conceited. But you, to be honest, this sovereign doesn't dare to say that. Because we've seen too many miracles from you. All right, as you said, we'll stay here and continue to observe you. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow pondered for a while and said, Qin Feiyang smiled, You can stay here as long as you want. The fact that the 4 heaven-defying artifacts chose to stay meant that they were interested in him. After saying so much, it wasn't a waste of time. In the future, when he completely convinced the 4 heaven-defying artifacts to join his side, his strength would instantly skyrocket countless times. And as long as the 4 heaven-defying artifacts stayed, it was basically a done deal. Fire Lotus had a hint of a smile in her eyes as she said, Then, did Longzuan bind you guys with blood? Although these heaven-defying artifacts were in the hands of the ancestral dragons, the true master was definitely Longzuan. Therefore, even if they were to bind, it would be Longzuan and not the ancestral dragons. Bind with blood? You must be joking. For artifacts of our level, who has the right to be our master? Even if it's Longzuan, he has to lower his status in front of us. Let's talk about it later. With our abilities, even if we bind with blood, we can directly erase the blood contract ourselves. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said domineeringly. What? You can erase the blood contract yourselves? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Of course. Therefore, basically, no one can control us. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then, wouldn't it be meaningless to bind with blood on the gray castle back then? The artifact spirit of the sunset bow suddenly said, Since you're staying here, then I'll give you a piece of news. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Looking at the sunset bow, he asked suspiciously, What news? The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said, This news may be a blow to you. Speak. The thing I'm least afraid of is a blow. Qin Feiyang smiled. The 4 ancestral dragons, the dragon princess, the black dragons, the dragon god palace master, including the black dragon's 10th elder that you guys killed in the past, none of them will die. The artifact spirit of the sunset bow said. What? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. His face was immediately filled with bewilderment. Chapter 2482. Not dead. Beside him, Huolian and Big Black Wolf were also stunned. The bodies of the 4 ancestral dragons and the black dragons were still in the castle. How could they not be dead? And the princess of the dragons was also destroyed. Even the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan had his divine soul turned to ashes. Qin Feiyang had seen all this with his own eyes. And now he was telling him that they weren't dead? How was that possible? Was this a joke? The Sunset Divine Bow said, I'm not joking with you. They really aren't dead. That's impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Sunset Divine Bow said, I told you that you couldn't take this blow, but you didn't believe me. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, But what you said is too unbelievable. Do you know why Feng Daji left a wisp of his divine soul before he self-destructed? He learned it from the dragons. Ever since the rise of the Dragon Slayer Palace, any half-step imperishable divine dragon or above would split a wisp of their divine soul and place it in the Dragon Slayer Forbidden Land. This is to prevent them from dying in the process of fighting the Dragon Slayer Palace. The Sunset Divine Bow said. Split a wisp of their divine soul. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. So the 4 ancestral dragons were really not dead? As long as a wisp of their divine soul exists, they won't die. They just need to spend some time to reassemble their divine souls. The Sunset Divine Bow said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Are you sure you're not joking with us? Is there a need to joke with you? The Sunset Divine Bow said. Not dead. After so much effort, none of them died, Qin Feiyang murmured. This result was too hard to accept. Qin Dage, Big Brother, Fire Lotus and Big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Having followed Qin Feiyang every day, they naturally knew Qin Feiyang better than anyone else. In order to kill the 4 ancestor dragons, Qin Feiyang had made too many preparations. He had thought that the matter had been completely resolved, and he had revealed a victorious smile. But suddenly, someone told him that no one had died. He had worked hard for nothing. No one would be able to withstand such a blow. The artifact spirit of the Sunset Divine Bow sighed and fell silent. Qin Dage, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just kill them again in the future. Fire Lotus whispered. That's right, Big Brother. You have to be strong. It's just a small matter. It's not worth taking it to heart. The Big Black Wolf was also trying to persuade him. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the man and the wolf. He smiled and said, Look at how anxious you are. Am I that weak? But just now, Fire Lotus and Big Black Wolf looked at him. It's just too sudden. It's hard to accept. Besides, this isn't a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang said and looked at the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons. Although they didn't die, they still profited greatly because they obtained the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons. Although the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons hadn't made a clear statement yet, they already had that intention. Therefore, no matter what, the dragons were the ones who lost out this time. And he had gained a huge advantage. Fire Lotus and Big Black Wolf looked at the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons and then at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't seem to be affected, they heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang smiled. Seems like in the future, unless it's absolutely necessary, we should avoid fighting with them. Indeed. They can revive after killing them. There's no point in fighting with them. Fire Lotus nodded. Alright, you guys go do what you need to do. I'll go into seclusion first. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled, then turned around and entered the cultivation room. There was no need to keep an eye on the 4 heaven-defying legendary weapons. Bang! At this moment, a powerful aura descended above the valley. Qin Feiyang was startled. Li Bu'er, are you there? A hoarse voice was heard. This voice sounds familiar. Qin Feiyang mumbled and left the ancient castle. When he walked out of the cave, he saw an old man with white hair and a sage-like demeanor standing outside. You are. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man suspiciously. You've forgotten me already? I was the one who sent you to the first island. The old man smiled. You. After being reminded by the old man, Qin Feiyang immediately remembered and said, You're the vice leader of the disciplinary hall. The vice leader nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, Is there anything you need from me? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Cheng, and I'm the acting island master of the first island. I'm here to ask for the jade box that you took from the treasury 2 days ago. Ask for it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. There was a reason for him to ask for it back? Vice leader, that's not right. We chose the divine arts ourselves. We also walked into the deity technique treasury openly. You can't ask us to return the supreme divine arts and legendary divine arts just because you saw us pick them. What's the difference between this and the actions of a villain? Qin Feiyang said. What? Yi Cheng was slightly stunned and said in surprise, You picked the supreme divine arts and legendary divine arts. You don't know? This time, it was Qin Feiyang who was stunned. You picked the divine arts and you didn't open it at that time. No one saw it. How would I know what level it was? Yi Cheng was speechless. Then why are you here to ask for it back? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yi Cheng was startled and said with a wry smile, It seems like you've misunderstood. I'm here to ask for the jade box, not the divine arts, because the jade box is made of special materials. It's very precious. I see. Qin Feiyang came to a realization. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, if I didn't come here, I wouldn't know you found the supreme divine arts and legendary divine arts. It's the first time you and the big black wolf entered the treasury, right? Yi Cheng asked. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. You found the divine arts on your first try. You're as lucky as Gu Fan from 1,000 years ago. Gu Fan also found the supreme divine arts on his first try. It was quite an uproar back then. Yi Cheng said in disbelief. It's just luck. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. It would be exposed sooner or later, so it did not matter if he said it out loud. Yi Cheng asked curiously, What's the name of your divine arts? Qilin Technique, Serious Demonic Book. Qin Feiyang said and secretly sent a message to the big black wolf, asking him to give the jade box to him. Qilin Technique, Serious Demonic Book? I've heard Big Brother mention these 2 divine arts before. Qilin Technique is indeed a supreme divine art. The Serious Demonic Book is tailor-made for wolves. You and the big black wolf are even luckier than Gu Fan to be able to find divine arts that suit you so well. Yi Cheng exclaimed. It's a blessing from the heavens. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the big black wolf's jade box. He also took out his own jade box from his universe ring. After that, he stepped forward and handed the 2 jade boxes to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng put away the jade boxes and smiled. Luck is only part of it. You have to work hard for everything. Thank you for your guidance, Deputy Palace Master. Qin Feiyang bowed. He had a good impression of this old man. Whether it was the last time he sent everyone to the first island or this time, he did not put on any airs and was amiable. All right then. I'll go back to the duty hall first. If you have any difficulties, you can come to the duty hall to find me. Yi Cheng said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Cheng smiled and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang watched Yi Cheng leave and was about to return to his cave residence. But at this moment, Hui flew out from the side of the valley. It was still Chowdin. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "When did you come back?" "Just now. I saw you talking to Yi Qing just now, so I hid behind you," Hui Yi said casually and then warned, "You have to be careful of this Yi Cheng." But Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hui Yi said, "He's Yi Zhong's younger brother." Yi Zhong's younger brother? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really unexpected. One is called Yi Zhong, and the other is called Yi Cheng. It's obvious. Hui Yi pursed his lips. There are people with the same name and surname in the world, let alone just having the same surname. Who would think so much? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Anyway, you just have to be careful. Yi Zhong must have a purpose for letting him come to the first island. But the names of these two brothers are really funny. One is loyal, the other is sincere. But their loyalty is to the dragons. Hui sneered. Everyone has their own ambitions. Since you're back, I have some bad news for you. Qin Feiyang said. What bad news? Hui was stunned. The 4 ancestral dragons were dead, and the dragon's princess was also gone. What bad news could there be? Qin Feiyang said, the dragon's princess and the others are not dead. What? Hui raised his head and said, say it again. They're not dead. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. There's such a thing? Your sister. Isn't this playing with us? Hui was also indignant. But at the same time, there's also good news. Qin Feiyang explained the situation of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Fortunately, it's not too bad. Hui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were left behind, the problem would not be too big. He was just afraid that the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts would also slip away. Then it would really be a waste of effort. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I also got a supreme divine art. I heard it just now. You and that wolf cub are really lucky. Hui Yi's face was full of envy. Qin Feiyang asked, then where have you been fooling around these days? The medicinal field. Originally, I wanted to see if there was a chance to rob them, but the person guarding the medicinal field never left. Hui said angrily. This matter can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly. Let's go. If there's nothing else, let's give the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts more thought. Maybe in a few days, they'll agree to follow us. Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly and then took Hui to the ancient castle. What did you say? They got the Qilin technique and the serious demonic tome. In the square, Yi Zhong suddenly stood up and looked at Yi Cheng's shadow. His eyes almost popped out. Yi Cheng sat in the duty hall and nodded. Back then, Gu Fan also got a supreme divine art. And the two of them, in addition to a supreme divine art, they also got a legendary divine art. Their luck is too heaven-defying. Yi Zhong was speechless. Counting the divine artifacts and divine arts in the examination ground, this kid had taken a big advantage of the Dragon God Palace. Yi Cheng said, then should we ask Li Bu, for it? Ask? Yi Zhong was stunned. If he's loyal to the dragons, like Gu Fan, not only will we give it to him, but we'll also focus on nurturing him. But this Li Bu, big brother, to be honest, this Li Bu, has no respect for the dragons, let alone loyalty. He might even become our enemy in the future. Yi Cheng said. This matter, Yi Zhong pondered for a while and said, asking for it will damage the reputation of the Dragon God Palace. This matter can't be taken lightly. I'll ask Longzun first and see what she thinks. Yi Cheng nodded and the shadow disappeared. Chapter 2483. Yi Zhong stood in the square and pondered for a while before activating the image crystal. Buzz. A blurry figure appeared. Longzun. Yi Zhong bowed. What's the matter? Longzun asked. Yi Zhong briefly explained the situation. Li Bu, Longzun pondered for a while and said, go back and see the young man's reaction. Yi Zhong nodded. After following Longzun for so long, he naturally knew Longzun very well. In fact, the latter sentence was the main point. The most important thing was to see the young man's attitude. Was there a relationship between the two of them? After turning off the image crystal, Yi Zhong sent a message to Yi Cheng and gave him a few instructions. Early the next morning, a young man descended in the sky above the valley. This person was 1.7 meters tall and had a thin body. His hands were behind his back and he was at the 9th heaven greater success stage. He looked extremely arrogant. Glancing at the cave abode in the valley, the young man landed in front of the cave abode. Buzz. A light screen appeared and sealed the door of the cave abode. There's a barrier. The young man was stunned. He raised his head and waved his hand, causing the light screen to disintegrate. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang, who was sitting in the cultivation room, trembled slightly and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Right then, he suddenly opened his eyes and 2 cold lights shot out. Someone had barged into the cave abode. The next moment, he disappeared from the cultivation room. Cave abode. The young man stood in the middle and scanned the surroundings. After being in the Dragon God Palace for so many years, this was the first time he saw such a simple cave abode. He had never seen anyone lazier than this. But where was this person? Why didn't he see him? He was about to release his divine consciousness when Qin Feiyang appeared at this moment. Or you? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. You're Li Bu? The young man asked instead of answering. Qin Feiyang said, "It seems like I'm the one asking you?" Barging into his cave early in the morning with such an arrogant attitude, he must be crazy. The young man said proudly, "Yuda enforcer." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Can law enforcers break into other people's cave residence for no reason? What attitude? Do you know who you are talking to? Not only do the enforcers have the right to enter your cave residence, they also have the right to punish you. What's more, is this a cave abode? I think it's just a dog kennel." Yuda sneered. "Doghouse," Qin Feiyang murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. But then, Qin Feiyang looked at Yuda strangely. Was there really something wrong with this person's brain? Right now, everyone in the Dragon God Palace knew that he had a supreme expert protecting him. Even the island master and Yi Cheng had to be polite to him. However, not only did this person directly barge into the cave, he even displayed an arrogant and despotic attitude. Where did his confidence come from? Yuda frowned and said, "Greetings, law enforcers. Why aren't you bowing?" Bow. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was completely speechless. It seemed that there was really something wrong with this person's brain. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule as he cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, law enforcers. May I ask why you have barged into the cave residence?" "That's more like it." Yuda looked at him proudly and asked, "Where's that big black dog beside you?" "It's cultivating," Qin Feiyang said. "Let it out as well," Yuda said expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "If you have something to say, then say it quickly." "Impudent. If I tell you to call it out, then call it out. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yuda shouted. Good. Please wait a moment." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Hui, change your appearance." "All right. Soon." Hui's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. With a wave of his hand, Hui appeared. But it was still Chao Duan's appearance. Yuda looked at Hui, then looked at Qin Feiyang and immediately said angrily, "I told you to call that beast out. Why did you call a person out?" Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "Shut him up." Hui grinned, stepped forward, grabbed Yuda's neck, and immediately greeted him with a few slaps. Pa! The crisp sound of the slaps echoed in the narrow cave residence for a long time. Yuda was dumbfounded. He actually dared to hit a law enforcer? What shocked him the most was that this person's strength seemed to be stronger than his. Being grabbed by the neck, he couldn't break free. Bang! After a few slaps, Hui threw Yuda to the ground with a smile on his face. Yuda looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui in shock and anger. "What about us?" Qin Feiyang said with a playful smile. Yuda roared, "Hitting a law enforcer is a capital offense." "Capital offense? How do you spell this word? Can you teach us?" Hui said. Yuda looked at the two in a daze. They weren't afraid at all? What was going on? Which person from the Dragon God Palace didn't look at the law enforcers as if they had seen a ghost? Hui looked at Yuda and asked, "Are you sure you're a law enforcer of the Dragon God Palace?" "Nonsense." Yuda got up and angrily glared at the two. Hui said, "So, you should have been in seclusion all this time and only came out today." "How did you know?" Yuda was shocked. He even knew that he had only come out today? Sure enough. Hui shook his head and smiled. If he wasn't in seclusion, how could he not know about Qin Feiyang? If he knew, why would he be so arrogant? Yuda looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui in shock. What the hell is going on? When did the disciples of the Dragon God Palace become so arrogant? Those who don't know won't be blamed. Say it, what do you want? Hui said. Still won't be blamed? Yuda was very depressed. Who was the law enforcer here? Say it. Hui looked at him impatiently. Yuda looked at Hui and a sense of fear emerged in his heart. Under the orders from above, I'm here to take back the Qilin technique and serious demonic book. What? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Take back the Qilin technique and serious demonic book? He never thought that this person would come with such a purpose. Whose order? Hui asked. From above. Yuda said. Hui frowned. There must be someone above. Who is this person? It's... Yuda's face was a little embarrassed. It should be Yi Zhong. If it's Yi Zhong, he wouldn't have let you come. I think this person must be Yi Cheng. He doesn't dare to come himself, so he asked you to sound me out first. Qin Feiyang said. This, Yuda didn't know how to answer. It was indeed Yi Cheng who asked him to come. But he really didn't know what was going on. What was going on? Why would the Deputy Palace Master ask him to sound him out? Could it be that even the Deputy Palace Master was afraid of these people? But the Deputy Palace Master also had a backer. And this backer was Yi Zhong, the Chief Palace Master. With the support of the Chief Palace Master, what was there for the Deputy Palace Master to be afraid of? Yuda vaguely realized that this matter was probably not so simple, and he might really be cannon fodder. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Go back and tell Yi Cheng that I won't return it to him." Are you sure? Yuda was stunned and instinctively asked. Get lost. Qin Feiyang shouted. Yuda's body trembled, and he immediately turned around and ran out as if he was running for his life. Hui retracted his gaze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, frowning. What's going on? You actually want to take back the Qilin incantation and serious demonic book? Does the Dragon God have such a rule that you can take it back whenever you want? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why don't I go out and ask around? If there is such a rule, it's fine. But if there is no such rule, then they are deliberately targeting us. Hui said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui immediately rushed out. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yesterday, when Yi Cheng came, he misunderstood Yi Cheng's words at first, and Yi Cheng personally explained it. Why did he ask for the Qilin incantation and serious demonic book today? Yi Cheng? Yi Zhong? This matter should not only be related to these two brothers, but also to the dragons. You don't like me that much? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Originally, Yi Cheng gave him a good impression, but who would have thought that he was a two-faced villain? It was no wonder. After all, he was Yi Zhong's younger brother. How good could he be? When Qin Feiyang returned to the castle, the big black wolf immediately ran to Qin Feiyang's side and said, Brother, I won't return the serious demonic book to them even if you beat me to death. Don't worry. You want to take back something that is already in our hands? In your dreams. Qin Feiyang sneered. In the duty hall. What's wrong with your face? Yi Cheng sat at the tea table in the hall and looked at Yuda, who was standing opposite him, in shock. I was beaten up by Li Bu and his accomplices. Yuda said aggrievedly. Yi Cheng was stunned. This kid was indeed not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he had been careful and did not run over in person, or he might be the one being slapped now. Deputy Lord, although I am afraid of offending you, I still have to say that you are in the wrong. Yuda said. Yi Cheng looked a little embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, Didn't I tell you to be polite to him? But you didn't say that he has someone protecting him. If you didn't make it clear, why should I be polite to him? After all, I am a law enforcer. Yuta lowered his head and felt wronged. Even if I didn't say it, don't you know to ask around before you go? As a law enforcer, don't you know the principle of collecting information and knowing your enemy? Besides, you have been in seclusion for so long. Shouldn't you ask around about what happened recently as soon as you come out? In the end, you are too careless. Yicheng said with a straight face. Yes, you are right. Yuta nodded repeatedly. He was truly suffering in silence, not daring to voice out his bitterness. Yicheng chuckled and asked, What did Li Bu say? He asked me to tell you that it is impossible. Yuta said, This kid's courage is indeed admirable, but he neglected a fatal weakness. His divine soul is under the control of the divine stone of fate. It's too easy to kill him. Yicheng smiled faintly. Yuta said, Then just kill him. How can we keep such an arrogant person alive for the new year? Some things are not as simple as you think. In the future, you will stay here and help me manage the first island. At the same time, you can also find out about Li Bu's situation. It will surprise you. After you recover from your injuries, you can go again and ask Li Bu to come to see me. Yicheng said. Yuta nodded. He really did not want to go to that place again, but he did not dare to disobey the deputy lord's order. No matter where it was always weak people like him who were injured. Chapter 2484. Half a day later, Hui finally returned. The news he brought back was that such a thing had never happened in the Dragon God Palace before. It was obvious that they were being deliberately targeted. The big black wolf said worriedly, Big brother, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. What should we do? Qin Feiong was silent for a long time, then said, Since they are heartless, then don't blame us for being unjust. Finished. Qin Feiong turned to look at Fire Lotus and said, Give me some medicinal ingredients, like the nirvana fruit, the more the better. Fire Lotus nodded, took out the universe ring, and began to organize it. Big brother, what do you want to do? The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiong suspiciously. Qin Feiong said, Since I said that I would make Yi Zhong regret it, then I must do it. So, Fire Lotus gave Qin Feiong a Qiankuan bag. Inside, there were thousands of nirvana fruit, thousands of nature fruit, and thousands of Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng. Fire Lotus laughed. I still have a lot. You can take whatever you want. Ha! Qin Feiong laughed, then brought the big black wolf, left the ancient castle, opened the teleportation altar, and headed straight for the assignment hall. Assignment hall. Yuta sat outside the door, his eyes filled with shock. Half a day was enough for him to find out everything. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He never thought that the person who entered the Dragon God Palace this time would be so terrifying. A chief palace master whose strength was comparable to Yi Zhong killed Long Chong on the same day and destroyed the body of the Dragon God Palace's hall master. The other one also had the protection of a supreme expert, who even killed the island master and massacred all the examinees. Even the second island master might have died at the hands of this person. Could it be that even the vice palace master was so fearful? Thinking about it, Yuta could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not completely anger the other party at that time, otherwise he might have already become a corpse. I still have to invite him over, my head hurts. Yuta rubbed his forehead, stood up and took out an altar. Why would the deputy palace master keep such a person on the first island? Let him wreak havoc on the second and third islands. However, just as Yuta helplessly activated the altar and prepared to head to the valley, a man and a wolf suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Yuta was stunned. Wasn't this Li Bu? Could it be that they were holding a grudge because of what happened in the morning, and now they were here to look for trouble? Thinking of this, Yuta shuddered. He hurriedly put away the altar and ran back to the conference hall. He looked at Yi Cheng, who was sitting beside the tea table and taking a nap. On the tea table, there was a pot of boiling tea. The entire hall was filled with the aroma of tea. Deputy Palace Master, Li Bu is here. Yuda's low shout immediately woke Yi Cheng up. He sat up and asked, Kill our way to the door? Are you sure? I'm not blind. How could I be wrong? Yuda said. What's the situation? You ran when you saw us? Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf had seen Yuda's previous reaction. They were both a little confused. Who cares? Let's go. Qin Feiyang shook his head and walked straight to the deacon hall with the big black wolf. At the same time, Yicheng walked to the door carefully and stuck his head out to look at Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. There was no murderous intent. What are you talking about? Yicheng glared at Yuda and walked out from behind the door. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I knew that you're a reasonable person. Reasonable? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down at the big black wolf and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? I don't know. The big black wolf shook his head. Yicheng walked up and sighed. Little brother, in fact, I was forced to do this. But now, you've personally delivered the jade slip. So that's what you're talking about. Qin Feiyang could not help but find it funny. Did this old man think that they were here to return the Qilin technique in Serious Fiend Canon? Little brother, please come in. I just brewed a pot of good tea. Let's chat while drinking tea. Yicheng welcomed them warmly. As long as they could return the Qilin technique and Serious Fiend Canon, everything was negotiable. This young man knew how to adapt to circumstances. Qin Feiyang walked into the hall and glanced at Yuda beside him. He did not waste his breath and handed his universe bag to Yicheng. It's just 2 jade slips. There's no need to specially store them in a universe bag. Yicheng chuckled and took the universe bag. His expression froze when he opened it. He originally thought that there were jade slips for the Qilin technique and Serious Fiend Canon inside, but he did not expect that there was a huge pile of herbs inside. What was the meaning of this? Wait a minute. Was he trying to bribe him? Little brother, the Qilin technique and Serious Fiend Canon were ordered to be taken back by the higher-ups. The herbs you gave me are useless. You'd better take them back. After Yicheng finished speaking, he stuffed the universe bag back into Qin Feiyang's hands. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Wait a minute. Did this old man think that he was going to bribe him with these herbs? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Why was this old man's imagination always so rich? It made him a little embarrassed to fall out with him. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, Deputy Hallmaster, I'm using these herbs to exchange for merit points. Exchange for merit points? The Deputy Hallmaster was stunned. This was awkward. He thought that he was here to bribe him. You'd count them. The Deputy Hallmaster laughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Yuda immediately ran up, took the universe ring, squatted at the side, and counted them. The Deputy Hallmaster pointed to the seat next to him and said with a smile, Sit. Qin Feiyang said, I'm just a small disciple. I don't dare to sit on the same level as you, Deputy Hallmaster. I'll just stand. There are no outsiders here. It's fine. The Deputy Hallmaster said with a smile. Then I'll do as you say. Qin Feiyang smiled and sat at the tea table. The big black wolf stared at Yuda counting the herbs, in case he did anything. The Deputy Hallmaster sat opposite Qin Feiyang. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang, saying with a smile, Try it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Deputy Hallmaster, picked up the teacup, put it to the tip of his nose and asked. The fragrance of the tea was quite ordinary. He tasted it again, and the taste was not very good. Of course. This was only for him. He was used to drinking good tea, so this kind of ordinary tea was not very attractive to him. To ordinary people, it was indeed a top-grade tea. How is it? The Deputy Hallmaster looked at him expectantly. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'm glad you like it. The Deputy Hallmaster said with a smile. Qin Feiyang sized up Yicheng and didn't say anything else. He just silently drank his tea. The Deputy Hallmaster was fine at first, but gradually he could not sit still and asked, Little brother, the Qilin incantation and the serious demonic book? You finally can't help it. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and said suspiciously, Didn't I ask you to tell you? Didn't he tell you? Hem. The Deputy Hallmaster coughed and sighed. Actually, I know that it's very unfair for you to hand over the Qilin incantation and the serious demonic book, but this is not something I can decide. Qin Feiyang looked at him quietly. I won't hide it from you. Actually, The person who ordered the withdrawal of these two divine arts was Lord Longzuan. You also know that Lord Longzuan is the strongest person in the divine land. Even Grand Hall Master Yizhong does not dare to disobey her orders. The Deputy Hall Master said. Lord Longzuan. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was actually Lord Longzuan who gave the order personally. Little brother, I also know that you have a half-step invincible realm expert by your side, but I believe that you also know the strength of the dragons. A half-step invincible realm expert is nothing in front of the dragons. The Deputy Hall Master advised earnestly. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since little brother knows this is the truth, why don't you be more straightforward? Grand Hall Master Yizhong also said that our Dragon God Hall can't let you suffer too much. So we are willing to give you 2 pinnacle divine arts as compensation. The Deputy Hall Master said. Qin Feiyang was happy to hear this and asked, can pinnacle divine arts be compared with legendary and supreme divine arts? The Deputy Hall Master said with a smile, of course not, but it's better than losing everything. Losing everything? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, Deputy Hall Master, are you reminding me that if I don't hand over the Qilin art and serious demonic scripture, not only will I lose everything, I might not even be able to keep my life? Little brother is a smart person. I believe you can weigh the pros and cons. The Deputy Hall Master didn't answer directly, but the threat in his words could be heard clearly. Qin Feiyang said, then I would like to ask, does the Dragon God Hall have such a rule? The Deputy Hall Master shook his head. Then isn't that right? Since there is no such rule, why should I return it to you? I didn't steal or rob, I took it out of the treasury openly. No matter how strong the dragons are, you still have to be reasonable. Qin Feiyang said. If there must be a rule before you are willing to take it out, then let this old man tell you, this rule is in place from now on. The Deputy Hall Master said. Ha! In such a big Dragon God Hall, you can change the rules just like that? Deputy Hall Master, you are too childish. Moreover, you don't seem to have the qualifications. Qin Feiyang laughed. You finally revealed your true face. Sure enough, you are a sanctimonious villain. Li Bu, this old man is already very polite to you, don't be too greedy. Although this old man indeed doesn't have the qualifications, as long as this old man says a word, Chief Hall Master Yizhong will immediately set this rule. The Deputy Hall Master snorted. Of course. After all, you are blood brothers. And Yizhong is also the founder of the Dragon God Hall. He has the final say in the rules. But you two brothers, working so hard for the dragons, aren't you afraid of going down in history? Qin Feiyang joked. The Deputy Hall Master's face sank slightly. Yuda, who was counting the medicinal herbs, was also shocked when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. He actually dared to say such disgraceful words in the Dragon God Hall. Was this person really not afraid of death? Hurry up. The big black wolf urged. Yuda glanced at the big black wolf, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and continued to count the medicinal herbs. Chapter 2485. The atmosphere in the hall was a little heavy. Yi Qing stared at Qin Feiyang with an ugly expression. As the Deputy Hall Master of the Tribunal Council, although he did not have much power, he still had status. Coupled with his relationship with Yizhong, no one dared to be impudent in front of him. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Qin Feiyang drank his tea and smiled without saying anything. As for Yi Cheng's gaze, he chose to ignore it. Yizhong was indeed a terrifying existence, but Yi Cheng was only at the peak 9 heavens realm. He was not a threat to him. Phew! Yi Cheng suddenly exhaled and said with a faint smile, one has to consider the consequences when doing things. For example, the Divine Stone of Fate. This threat was even more obvious. The Divine Stone of Fate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he smiled. This old man still did not know that he had already broken the Divine Stone of Fate contract. Ignorance was really scary. Yi Cheng was Yi Zhong's younger brother. In that case, wouldn't Yi Cheng have a lot of value? As his brother, Yi Zhong would definitely not ignore Yi Cheng's life and death. If he captured Yi Cheng in his hands, or made Yi Cheng surrender, and let Yi Cheng persuade Yi Zhong, then would it be possible to make Yi Zhong abandon the dark side and join the light side? The divine stone of fate is in the hands of Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong. If I send him a message now, what do you think the consequences will be? Yi Cheng said with a faint smile as he drank his tea. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then why don't you guess what will happen later?" Yi Cheng was stunned and immediately raised his head, looking at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "I'll kindly remind you that what I hate the most is being threatened. Especially by the dragon's lackeys." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Cheng exerted a little force, and the teacup in his hand immediately shattered. The more he spoke, the more ridiculous and excessive it was. Did he really think that no one in the Dragon God Palace could subdue him? Yi Cheng immediately took out the image crystal. "Looks like I have to make a move." Qin Feiyang chuckled. With a thought, Hui appeared. Bang! As soon as Hui appeared, he waved his hand and the hall's doors immediately closed. Yi Cheng was shocked. Yuda's expression also changed abruptly. The big black wolf shouted, "Don't stop, continue." Yes. Yuda nodded again and again. He looked at Hui, his face full of fear. "Li Buer, are you going to offend me?" Yi Cheng regained his senses and suddenly stood up. He stared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Offending my superiors? That's not right." "You're on?" No. You've always been under my feet. How can you say that you're disobeying me?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Cheng's face sank. Hui sat beside Qin Feiyang. He crossed his arms over his chest as he looked at Yi Cheng. He jokingly said, "Are you going to kneel down and surrender yourself, or should I make you kneel down and beg for mercy?" "Submit." Yi Cheng's heart trembled. The two of them didn't plan to kill him, but to subdue him? Why was that? They even dared to kill the island master in public. It could be seen how bold these people were, so they would never show mercy for his big brother Yi Zhong. What was their purpose? Could it be that their entry into the Dragon God Palace was also a conspiracy? Thinking of this, Yi Cheng's scalp couldn't help but tingle. There weren't many people in the Divine Prefecture who dared to have designs on the Dragon God Palace. Suddenly, Yi Cheng took a big stride and rushed towards the door. But in this regard, Hui Yi's face was full of ridicule. With a wave of his hand, a divine barrier instantly appeared and enveloped the entire hall. Yi Cheng crashed into the barrier. Not only did he not break the barrier, but he was also bounced back. He was dizzy and in a sorry state. Deputy Palace Master. Yuda's pupils shrank as he looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui. Suddenly, he glanced at the big black wolf on the side and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. All of a sudden, he raised his arm and grabbed the big black wolf. Qin Feiyang and Hui turned their heads and looked at Yuda in astonishment. Yuda said in a deep voice, "Immediately disperse the barrier, or I will kill this beast." Seeing this, the Deputy Palace Master was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed to Yuda's side and said, "Well done. It is this little one's honor to be able to help the Deputy Palace Master." Yuda smiled flatteringly. "Honor? I think you are naive." The big black wolf sneered. There was no tension at all, because it knew that with Hui Yi's cultivation, these two people couldn't make any waves at all. "Shut up." Yuda glared at the big black wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui and urged, "Hurry up." The two smiled and didn't speak. Yuda was originally full of confidence, but looking at the two's expressions, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Yi Cheng was also a little nervous, because Qin Feiyang and Hui were too calm. "Why do I feel that you look familiar?" The Deputy Palace Master suddenly stared at Hui. Yuda said, "Sir, I just asked around. His name is Chowdian, and it is said that he is only a supreme god." "Supreme god?" Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback and frowned. "Can a supreme god hurt you?" Yuda said, "So he must be hiding his cultivation." Yi Cheng raised his head to look at the two of them and shouted, "What is your purpose in coming to the Dragon God Palace?" "Quite smart. You actually guessed that we came to the Dragon God Palace with other intentions." Hui chuckled. When Yi Cheng heard this, his heart sank. There was indeed a purpose. "You are from the Dragon Slayer Palace?" "Because only the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace would have the guts." Hui Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded from outside, Yi Cheng. The few of them looked at the tightly shut door. Qin Feiyang said, "It's Yi Zhong's voice." "Big brother." Yi Cheng came back to his senses and immediately turned around to attack the barrier. But at the same time, Hui Yi took a step forward, landed beside Yuda, and picked him up. Yuda couldn't react at all, and just like that, he lost the only bargaining chip in his hand, the big black wolf. Following closely, Hui Yi caught up to Yi Cheng with another step, grabbed Yi Cheng's head, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the group of people immediately disappeared, including the universe bag on the ground. The divine force barrier also quickly dissipated. Following closely, Hui Yi silently appeared and erased the aura that remained in the main hall. Then he disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Yi Zhong walked into the hall suspiciously, scanning his surroundings. "Where is he?" "Big brother, I'm here. Hurry up and search with your spiritual will." In the hall of the ancient castle, Yi Cheng looked at Yi Zhong in the air and roared crazily. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "It's useless, other than me, no one can hear the sounds from inside the castle. As for spiritual will, don't even think about it, because I have the heavenly divine stone." "What? Heavenly divine stone?" Yi Cheng's gaze trembled. Just who was this person? He even had such a treasure? Outside, Yi Zhong quickly left. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image disappeared. He turned to look at Yi Cheng and Yuda, and smiled, "Welcome to my world." "Your world?" The two of them looked at each other in dismay, then looked outside through the gate of the ancient castle. Could it be that there was an independent world outside? Suddenly, Yi Cheng saw the four heaven-defying divine artifact floating in the air behind him. This wasn't the sunset bow. How was this possible? What? The four great ancestral dragons' heaven-defying divine artifact. Why are they here? Weren't the four heaven-defying divine artifacts snatched away by Qin Feiyang? Yuda was also very surprised. Suddenly, their bodies shook, and they looked at each other at the same time. Gradually, a trace of fear crept up in their eyes, and then they slowly looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a thought in their minds that they never wanted to believe. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill, threw it into his mouth, and quickly restored his true appearance. "It's really you?" Yi Cheng's eyes trembled. He never thought that this arrogant Li Bu was actually Qin Feng. Yuda was so scared that he collapsed on the spot. Back then, after asking Qin Feiyang, Jiang Dufei had already secretly spread the news about Qin Feiyang. So now, almost everyone in Divine Land knew about Qin Feiyang's deeds and appearance. This was a young man who gave the dragons a headache. Hui Yi said discontentedly, Hey, I'm a little unhappy that you're ignoring me like this." He also swallowed an illusory form pill and returned to his original appearance. "You're Hui Yi." Yuda looked at Hui Yi and said with a frightened expression. Yes, that's the expression. It's also a kind of pride to be able to make you dragons' lackeys tremble in fear." Hui laughed. Hui Yi, primary immortal. Yuda was desperate to the extreme. Why was he so unlucky to meet these two fierce people? So lively. At this time, accompanied by laughter, Fire Lotus walked in with a mask on, not hiding her cultivation. Half-step immortal. As soon as Yi Cheng saw Fire Lotus, his face turned pale. It turned out that there was a supreme expert beside Qin Feiyang. Fire Lotus looked at Yi Cheng and said with a smile, "Actually, I appeared in the Dragon God Palace, but you didn't see it." "Appeared?" Yi Cheng was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "She was the one who killed the island master." "So it's you." Yi Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank. "Bastard, you dare to take the opportunity to sneak an attack on this emperor and use this emperor to threaten Big Brother? You simply haven't died yet." The big black wolf roared and immediately pounced towards Yuda. At this moment, Yuda's blood-curdling screams resounded. Qin Feiyang also ignored Yuda, looked at Yi Cheng and laughed. "Don't be nervous, follow me." With that, he walked out of the castle. Yi Cheng looked at Yuda, then hurriedly followed Qin Feiyang out. Fire Lotus followed beside Yi Qing, preventing him from killing Qin Feiyang. Hui stayed in the castle and looked at Yu Dao in ridicule. Outside, Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and laughed. Go make me a pot of tea, I want to properly entertain Senior Yi. But Fire Lotus glanced at Yi Qing. Don't worry. Senior Yi is a smart person. He knows what to do and what not to do. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. All right. Fire Lotus nodded and walked towards the courtyard. Yi Qing looked at Fire Lotus's back and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He did have the urge to take the opportunity to attack Qin Feiyang, but he did not have the guts to do so. Suddenly, Yi Qing looked at an empty space not far away, where a golden sea python was lying on the ground. Beside the golden sea python was the divine body of a golden dragon. That aura seemed to be, that's right. That is the body of the golden dragon ancestor. And that golden sea python is a sea beast king that I subdued in the inner sea. Right now, it is fusing with the body of the golden dragon ancestor. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're actually willing to let it fuse? Yi Qing looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. As a peak 9 Heavens realm cultivator and the vice hall master of the law enforcement palace, he naturally knew the benefits of the golden sea python fusing with the golden dragon ancestor. What's there to be reluctant about? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then what about the bodies of the Fire Dragon clan, Silver Dragon clan, and Black Dragon clan's ancestor? Yi Qing asked. I don't know. It's all done by Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked with a smile, how do you feel about my Black Tortoise realm? Chapter 2486. Hearing this, Yi Qing looked at the herb fields around him. Every stalk of medicinal herbs shone brightly, and every divine tree swayed in the wind. The air was filled with extremely rich and pure soul-line energy and crystal vein essence. Could be said that only this herb field was not much inferior to the Dragon God Palace. Suddenly, Yi Qing looked at a green divine tree not far away with surprise in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, That's a tea garden. Tea garden? Yi Qing was stunned. In other words, those were all tea trees? This kid was so young, but he had planted so many tea trees? Generally speaking, only people who were older would like to do such things. Fire Lotus helped me do this. Because I like to drink tea, she went through a lot of trouble to cultivate this tea garden. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yi Qing nodded and looked at Fire Lotus, who was brewing tea in the courtyard with a trace of envy in his eyes. Behind every successful man, there was a virtuous woman. This saying was true. I'll take you to another place. Qin Feiyang smiled and took Yi Qing to the sky above the desert of death. At this time, the divine treasury was opening and countless creatures from the Black Tortoise world poured into the desert of death. These people, Yi Qing was surprised. There were so many creatures in the Black Tortoise world? Although the strongest among them was only a monarch god, this scene had already far exceeded his expectations. This is a forbidden area in the Black Tortoise world, called the Desert of Death. In the deepest part of the Desert of Death, there is a divine treasury that was carefully arranged by Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and brought Yi Qing to the sky above the divine treasury. The divine treasury was a 100-story tall tower. At this time, there were already 2 people outside the divine treasury. The 2 were Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. Because their cultivation was the strongest, they were the first to arrive here. The 2 stood outside the divine treasury and looked at the closed stone door, their eyes full of desire. There are countless treasures in the divine treasury. They even have legendary divine artifacts. Furthermore, the divine dragon bodies of the Dragon God Palace Master and the Black Dragon Clan Patriarch are also inside. All kinds of divine pills and pill recipes are inexhaustible. There are even pill recipes that can open the door to potential and increase the cultivation of the war god. This place, to the beings of the Black Tortoise world, is a place filled with temptation and miraculous. And the person who gave them all of this is me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. When Yi Qing heard these words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A pill recipe to unlock the door of potential? This was too shocking. Pai Lupi, Theta Wang. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Below. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were stunned and looked up at the sky. Their expressions immediately changed and they hurriedly leaped into the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, their expressions extremely respectful. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, "How's your harvest over the years?" "Last time, we were lucky enough to obtain the pill recipe for the potential pill and also a few divine pills." Pai Lupi smiled flatteringly. "Last time, we also obtained a pinnacle divine artifact." Theta Wang also smiled. Divine pills. Yi Cheng's heart trembled as he looked at Pai Lupi and Theta Wang in shock. There were divine pills in this divine treasury. "Not bad, you actually obtained the pill recipe for the potential pill." Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. "It's all thanks to you, Lord." The two smiled respectfully. "What does this have to do with me?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two suspiciously. "Lord, others may not know, but the two of us know that this divine treasury was created by you. You are the ruler of the Black Tortoise world." The two said. "The ruler of the Black Tortoise world." Yi Cheng's heart trembled again. Qin Feiyang laughed and praised, "The two of you are quite smart. You flatter us, Lord." "Lord, can you tell us what the most powerful divine item in this divine treasury is?" The two of them asked carefully. "The most powerful?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and smiled. Potential pill, small creation pill, large creation pill, and various divine pills should be considered the most powerful. Potential pill? Small creation pill? Large creation pill? Pai Lupi and Theta Wang looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "These three pills are used to open the door of potential." When the two of them heard this, a trace of excitement appeared on their faces. In that case, as long as they obtained the pill recipe in the divine treasury, they could open all the doors of potential? Work hard. Although the two of you are currently the strongest people in the Black Tortoise world, the Black Tortoise world is no longer the Black Tortoise world of the past. Everyone is improving. If someone catches up to you, it will be embarrassing. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two of them replied respectfully. In addition, as the two giants of the Black Tortoise world, you should know how to create benefits for others. For example, the pill recipe of the potential pill. For example, some talented youths. In short, don't be too selfish. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's meaning was quite obvious. He wanted them to share the pill recipe of the potential pill with the living beings of the Black Tortoise world and nurture the talented youths of the Black Tortoise world. All right, you may leave. If something big happens, you can go to the Devil's Land to find the Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. This humble one will take his leave. The two of them bowed, turned around and flew down. Black Tortoise world, ruler, could it be? Yi Cheng looked at Pai Lupi and Thea Wang, then at the Shen treasury, and then at the Great Desert. An unbelievable thought gradually emerged in his mind. This Pai Lupi and Theta Wang were originally two guards of the Black Rock City. They were not well known. But now they have become giants. And their cultivation is much stronger than before. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and brought Yi Cheng to the sky above the Netherworld Sea. The Netherworld Sea. At the same time, many people were searching for treasures and taking risks. Although schemes and killing were everywhere, only with these could a world be considered complete. If a world wanted to develop quickly, these were indispensable. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang brought Yi Cheng back to the Devil's Land. In the courtyard, the fragrance of tea assailed their nostrils. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up when he smelled the tea. Obviously, he was a person who loved tea very much. Qin Feiyang walked into the pavilion, pointed to the stone bench opposite him, and said with a smile, "Senior Yi, please take a seat." Yi Cheng glanced at the Fire Lotus beside him and sat on the stone bench. Fire Lotus also sat at the side and poured a cup of tea for Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng picked up the teacup, put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. He couldn't wait to put it to his mouth and took a small sip. Goody. Immediately, he couldn't help but exclaim. After living for so many years, he had never drunk tea with such a pure taste. This tea should only exist in the heavens. Qin Feiyang laughed. How is it compared to the tea you drank when you entertained me in the duty hall? It's not on the same level at all. Yi Qing shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, You should have more or less understood the Black Tortoise realm. Now tell me your thoughts. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. After drinking the tea in the teacup, he put down the teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang. The Black Tortoise realm is indeed very good, but compared to the divine continent, it's far from being comparable, let alone the entire ancient realm. That's true. But do you know? The Black Tortoise realm is the same as the ancient realm, they are both independent worlds. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng's gaze trembled. He had already thought of this. But at this moment, when it came from Qin Feiyang's mouth, he was still shocked. Independent world. In other words, Qin Feiyang was equivalent to a god of creation. There was a huge difference between the creator of a world and the strongest person in a world. The god of creation controlled everything and created everything. And the strongest person, such as Long Zun, only dominated the ancient realm. If she was asked to do anything else, she couldn't do it at all. I don't like to lie. I'm not the god of creation of the Black Tortoise realm yet. But everything in the Black Tortoise realm is under my control. This is indeed true. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Cheng was stunned and said in surprise, Then where did you get this Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang said, I got it by chance. Isn't this luck too heaven-defying? Yi Cheng was speechless. He actually got an independent small world. He said, Why are you telling me this? To tell you the truth. My goal in entering the Dragon God Palace is Yi Zhong. Qin Feiyang said. My big brother? Yi Cheng was stunned. The ancestors gave me a mission to persuade Yi Zhong to join the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. Yi Cheng suddenly understood and frowned. So you attacked me and used me to threaten my big brother? Wrong. If I wanted to use you to threaten Yi Zhong, do you think I would need to sit here and drink tea with you? Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng nodded. That was indeed the case. Not only did he receive him with such good tea, but he also took him to understand the Black Tortoise realm. If it was really as he thought, there was no need at all. After pondering for a while, Yi Cheng said suspiciously, Are you trying to bribe me to persuade my big brother? That's what I mean. I believe that if you, the younger brother, speak, it will be more useful than me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Impossible. Let's not talk about my big brother first. Even I won't submit to you. Yi Cheng shook his head. I don't need you to submit. We can be friends peacefully. When the time comes, you can enter my Black Tortoise realm at any time. I'm quite friendly to my friends. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Black Tortoise realm? Yi Cheng smiled and shook his head. Although the Black Tortoise realm is an independent realm, whether it's the cultivation environment or other aspects, it doesn't seem to have any temptation. The current Black Tortoise realm can't compare to the ancient castle, but the future is hard to say. I believe that in less than 10,000 years, the Black Tortoise realm will surpass the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Yi Cheng sneered. This old man is really curious. Where do you get such confidence? Qin Feiyang said, My confidence comes from the time array. Time array? Yi Cheng was stunned. The time array of the Black Tortoise realm. A day outside is 100 years here. How many years are in the Black Tortoise realm if you calculate 10,000 years outside? Qin Feiyang smiled. What? 100 years in a day. Yi Cheng was dumbfounded. Chapter 2487. 1 year, 365 days. 10,000 years was 3,650,000 days. According to the Black Tortoise realm's 100 years, 10,000 years in the ancient realm was 365 million years in the Black Tortoise realm. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Do you think that after 365 million years of development, the Black Tortoise realm still can't catch up to the ancient realm? Maybe it doesn't even need 10,000 years. 1,000 years is enough. Qin Feiyang said. 1,000 years in the ancient realm meant that the Black Tortoise realm had 36,500,000 years. 30 million years was enough for the Black Tortoise realm to rise. At this moment, Yi Cheng was very hesitant. If this child didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a great talent in the future. He might even surpass Qin Badian and surpass Long Zun. Most importantly, he was still so young and already had such achievements. In that case, how shocking would his achievements be in the future? You should have been trapped in the Great Perfection realm for a long time. If I help you open the gate of potential and cultivate in the Black Tortoise realm, I believe that it won't be long before you break through to half-step undying. Moreover, I can give you an endless supply of soul stones. Gate of potential, endless supply of soul stones, and one day 100 years of time array. I believe that even if you are Yi Zhong's brother, you won't be treated so well in the dragons. Qin Feiyang laughed. Yi Cheng was silent. Frankly speaking, he was moved. Not to mention soul stones and time array, just opening the gate of potential was something he had longed for a long time. And now, all of this could be satisfied by Qin Feiyang. Could he refuse? To be honest, as long as he wasn't an idiot, he couldn't refuse. But Big Brother was the dragon's guest. If he betrayed the dragons, wouldn't that be the same as betraying Big Brother? You've been in the Dragon God Palace for so many years, I believe you know in your heart how the dragons treat us humans. In their eyes, we humans are just a group of livestock they raise. Is such a dragon worth us risking our lives for? Are they worth our protection? Please remember, you didn't betray us. You abandoned the darkness for the light. You chose the right path for all humans and all the living beings in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said. The right path, Yi Cheng muttered, struggling endlessly in his heart. Humans don't seek glory and wealth, but they seek to leave a mark in history. Now that the opportunity is right before your eyes, what are you hesitating for? Don't tell me that you really want to wait until the future to bear the infamy of a lifetime and go down in infamy? Even being despised and ridiculed by their own descendants. Is it worth it for the sake of dragons? Qin Feiyang enunciated each word clearly and forcefully. Every word was like a stab to the heart. Yi Cheng could not help but clench his fists. For yourself, for your descendants, wake up. A person's life is neither short nor long. I have to do something meaningful. You have to do something that benefits the future generations, and not help the evildoer do evil. Qin Feiyang sighed. Boom. These words were like a bolt of lightning that ruthlessly struck Yi Cheng's mind, causing his body and mind to tremble. That's right. Living in this world, why not do something meaningful? Why not do something that benefits the future generations? Why help the evildoer do evil? Why help the evildoer do evil? It was time to wake up. He could not let his descendants continue to struggle at death's door under the rule of dragons. In this life, he had lived with enough grievances. He could not let his descendants live with such grievances. Phew. Yi Cheng took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Okay, this old man promises you. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus beside him also laughed. His painstaking efforts were not in vain. Qin Feiyang raised his teacup and said with a smile, "Welcome to the big family." Yi Cheng smiled, picked up his teacup, and clinked it with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang finished drinking, put down the teacup, looked at Fire Lotus, and said with a smile, "Give me 2 portions of the Supreme Nirvana Elixir." Fire Lotus nodded. Supreme Nirvana Elixir? Yi Cheng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Supreme Nirvana Elixir opens the door of potential in the Paragon God realm. And now, I can only help you open the door of potential in the Paragon God realm. Because I haven't mastered the pill formula to open the door of potential in the 9th heaven realm. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's enough. Yi Cheng was overjoyed. In the past, not to mention the door of potential in the Paragon God realm, even the first level of the door of potential was a dream for him. Fire Lotus took out 2 portions of medicinal herbs and handed them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately got up and walked towards the castle with the 2 portions of medicinal herbs. Yi Cheng suddenly got up. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. Yi Cheng pondered for a while, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Control this old man." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus also looked at Yi Qing in surprise. This was the first time she met someone who took the initiative to be controlled. "Although we haven't known each other for long, I've heard rumors about you. You're a very cautious young man. So, in order to get along well with each other in the future, you'd better control this old man directly, so as to avoid distrust and suspicion. So that this old man won't regret it in the future," Yi Qing said. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang instantly had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qing. This decisive personality was a person who could achieve great things. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and evolved the slave seal. But immediately after, he frowned and shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't control you now." But Yi Qing was suspicious. Because of the fate contract. The slave seal can break the fate contract. Once you're controlled by me, the fate contract will automatically be broken. At that time, your big brother will naturally notice. Right now, I don't want to face him head-on," Qin Feiyang said. "It can break the fate contract? Then, doesn't that mean you?" Yi Qing stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. On the day I entered the Dragon God Palace, the fate contract between me and the big black wolf was broken. It's just that at that time, the divine stone of fate was in the hands of the young man, so other than the young man, no one knew," Qin Feiyang said. Yi Qing asked suspiciously, "Then how did you enter and exit the Dragon God Palace?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's simple, I just needed to find someone to help." "Find someone to help? That means you've already bribed someone in the Dragon God Palace?" Yi Qing frowned. "It's not bribed. At first, Chao Dun knew my identity, but he wasn't honest, so I killed him. As for Hong Yi, I gave him some benefits, but he didn't ask and I didn't say anything. He's a smart person." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I see." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Wait, why does the name Hong Yi sound familiar?" "He's someone from the Law Enforcement Hall," Qin Feiyang said. "Someone from the Law Enforcement Hall?" Yi Qing was stunned. After thinking carefully for a while, he said, "There seems to be such a person. In other words, Hong Yi still doesn't know your identity?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Actually, I'm not controlled by the divine stone of fate." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus was also very surprised. "Because of Big Brother, when I entered the Dragon God Hall, I didn't participate in the assessment and came in directly. It's also because of Big Brother that the dragons are also very polite to me," Yi Qing said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then how did you get in and out of the Dragon God Hall? Don't tell me you didn't go out after you came in?" "Of course I did." As Yi Qing said, he took out an identity token from his pocket. This identity token was very different from Qin Feiyang's token. Qin Feiyang's token was golden. But the token in Yi Qing's hand was milky white. "I can enter and leave the Dragon God Hall freely because of this token. There are only 3 tokens in the entire Dragon God Hall. One is in Big Brother's hands, one is in my hands, and the last one is in the hands of the Beast Emperor in the Inner Sea. In other words, only the 3 of us can enter and leave the Dragon God Hall freely without being controlled," Yi Qing explained. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang looked at the token. This token had Long Zun's aura, so it should be from Long Zun. Yi Qing said, "If you need it, I can give it to you." "No need. You keep it, it's convenient for you to enter and exit the Dragon God Hall. As for me, I have plenty of ways." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the enslavement seal turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the top of Yi Qing's head. So, the enslavement seal was completed. Qin Feiyang also followed him into the ancient castle and saw Yuda lying on the ground on his last breath. His entire body was dripping with blood. The big black wolf at the side finally felt comfortable. "How is it?" Hui asked. "Done." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's it?" Hui was slightly taken aback. "Not bad, you're quite capable." He thought that it would take a lot of effort to make Yi Qing surrender. But he didn't expect to be convinced so quickly. I'll go refine pills first. As for this Yuda, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Yuda, and said indifferently, there's no use keeping him, kill him. After saying that, he entered the cultivation room without looking back. But when Yuda heard this, his body suddenly trembled and he hurriedly got up, shouting, don't kill me, I beg you, it's useless to beg. Who asked you to provoke us? The big black wolf shook his head. I was wrong, I don't dare anymore, let me go, I beg you. Yuda cried out in grief. He was really unlucky, encountering these fierce people as soon as he came out of seclusion. It's so noisy. Hua Yi glared at him, and with a wave of his hand, ended Yuda's life. Not long later, Qin Feiyang walked out of the cultivation room, holding 2 supreme nirvana pills in his hands, both of which had a dragon-shaped pill qi. When Yi Qing saw these 2 pills, he was shocked in his heart. When he was in the sky above the divine treasury, he heard Pai Lupi and Hua Yi talking about the divine pills. He was still thinking, where did the divine pills in the divine treasury come from? Now he finally knew that it was refined by Qin Feiyang. He could actually refine a divine pill? This brat was truly a monster. Chapter 2488. Of course, it was to help Yi Qing open the door of potential. With the help of a half-step undying expert like Fire Lotus, it was naturally a simple matter. Qin Feiyang, come here. Hua Yi glanced at Fire Lotus and Yi Qing, then waved to Qin Feiyang. What? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Just come when I tell you to. Hua Yi was unhappy. Qin Feiyang walked over doubtfully. Hua Yi continued to lead Qin Feiyang to the tea garden not far away. Not long after, the 2 entered the tea garden. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, so mysterious, what's the matter? I just have a question that I want to ask you, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. Hua Yi glanced at Fire Lotus and the others in the courtyard and said in a low voice. Okay, I promise you. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hua Yi said, when I returned to the 9 Heavens Palace this time, I saw Lan Shangguan Fenglan? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked puzzledly, what can happen between the 2 of you? What are you talking about? Why can't I have something with her? Hua Yi was dissatisfied. Then what is it? Could it be that Shangguan Fenglan likes another man? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Get lost. Is Lan such a fickle woman? Don't insult her. Hua Yi said angrily. Qin Feiyang's face twitched and asked, then what is it? That's right. When I went back this time, I asked her whether she likes me or not. Hua Yi said. Then what did she say? Qin Feiyang was curious. She said she likes you. Hua Yi said. Isn't that a good thing? What are you still hesitating about? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. A good thing is definitely a good thing. However, the problem is that I did not ask her with the identity of Hua. Instead, I asked her with the identity of Yi Xiaoyao. Hua Yi frowned. What the hell? You haven't confessed to her yet? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Do I dare? If she finds out that Hua Yi is Yi Xiaoyao, the Vice Palace Master of 9 Heavens Palace that she is familiar with, wouldn't she fall out with me on the spot? Hua Yi said in distress. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hua Yi said, so I want to ask you, what should we do about this? I really can't do anything about this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Are we still brothers? Can you bear to see your brother remain single for the rest of his life? Hua Yi angrily glared at him. This has nothing to do with being brothers. As the saying goes, the one who started the trouble should be the one who started it. You'll have to deal with this yourself. Qin Feiyang was helpless. I know I have to deal with it myself, but you have to help me come up with a plan, right? Hua Yi rubbed his forehead. I'm puzzled. Shangguan Fenglan has already entered 9 Heavens Palace. Why didn't you confess to her before? Why did you have to wait until you changed your name to Hua Yi to pursue her? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I didn't pay much attention to her before. Let's talk about it later. I'm rarely in 9 Heavens Palace. I remember the last time I saw her was when she became the law enforcement hall master. At that time, she was just a little girl in my eyes. She didn't have any charm at all. Hua Yi sighed. Qin Feiyang said, then she has charm now? Aren't you talking nonsense? If she doesn't have charm now, would I be so shameless to pursue her? Actually, I'm still worried about another problem. Say, if I really marry her, will people say that I'm an old cow eating young grass behind my back? We asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui touched his chin and said narcissistically, although my appearance is undeniably handsome, I'm still much older than Lan. Get lost. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. There was no doubt that he was quite handsome. How shameless of him. Don't be unconvinced. Compared to you, I'm more than enough. Hui said proudly. Fine, you're handsome and invincible. You can slowly think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang glared at him and turned to leave. You're handsome, you're handsome. Handsome to the point where there's no justice. Quickly tell me, how do we solve this problem? Hui quickly grabbed Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile, actually, this matter is very easy to solve. Say it. Hui urged. You can use the identity of Hui to marry her first. When the rice is cooked, you can confess to her. What can she do when she falls out with me? Qin Feiyang said. Hui patted his head and said, when the rice is cooked, I'm not afraid of her falling out with me. She really listened to me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This guy didn't have a brain. Didn't he realize that he was deliberately messing with him? If he confessed after marriage, with Shangguan Fenglan's character, wouldn't she make a scene? He was afraid that she would kick him off the bed. Good idea, really good idea. The more Hui thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. As long as you think it's good. Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and turned to walk toward the courtyard. He couldn't help but look forward to the scene when Shangguan Fenglan fell out with him. How embarrassing would Hui be at that time? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but want to laugh. A moment later, Yi Cheng's door of supreme god potential was finally completely opened. Throughout the whole process, he didn't rest. After opening the first level, he immediately opened the second level. After all, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven realm, and his endurance was far beyond ordinary people. Of course, this had something to do with his willpower. Without strong willpower, it was impossible to open so many doors of potential at once. This is the potential mark? Yi Cheng entered the attic. After washing the blood off his body, he looked down at the potential mark on his chest, his eyes full of excitement. He didn't even dare to dream of the potential gate before, but he didn't expect to open so many levels at once. He could clearly feel that whether it was his external essence, qi, spirit, or internal potential and comprehension, they had all undergone earth-shaking changes. His whole person seemed to have been reborn. Even his old face was a few years older. The potential gate, the time array of 1 day and 100 years, and the inexhaustible soul stones, maybe I can really step into the half-step invincible realm soon. Once he stepped into the half-step invincible realm, he would really be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring into the sky. Yi Cheng suppressed the excitement in his heart, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the attic. How do you feel? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Very good. Yi Cheng nodded. Opening the potential gate would not only greatly improve his comprehension, but also make it easier and faster to comprehend and upgrade the level of the divine art. Even the speed of refining soul stones would increase several times. He couldn't wait to cultivate in seclusion right now. But he knew that Qin Feiyang must have something to do. Because he came to the Deacon Hall earlier to exchange merit points. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal buzzed. Qin Feiyang instinctively took out the image crystal, but found that it wasn't his image crystal that was buzzed. It's mine, Yi Cheng said. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and appeared in the hall with Yi Cheng and the big black wolf. Then he took a phantom pill and turned into Li Bu-er's appearance. At the same time, the big black wolf also turned into a big black dog. Then the man and the wolf retreated to the side. Yi Cheng activated the image crystal, and a shadow immediately appeared. It was Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong frowned. Where did you go? Yi Cheng said, I went back to the law enforcement hall for something. What's wrong? Yi Zhong said in a deep voice, I'll go home immediately. Go home? Yi Cheng was slightly taken aback. But immediately after, Yi Cheng's face changed, and he looked at Yi Zhong and asked, "Could it be?" Yi Zhong nodded. Yi Cheng's face suddenly turned pale. "Okay, I'll go back now, what about you?" Yi Zhong said, "I'll go find revered dragon to explain the matters of the Dragon God Hall and then go back." Yi Cheng nodded and turned off the image crystal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I have urgent matters to attend to and have to leave the Dragon God Hall. You go back first." "What happened? Tell me, maybe I can help," Qin Feiyang said. "You can't help." Yi Cheng shook his head, opened an altar, and quickly left. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf looked at each other in dismay. "Make a trip home. Could it be that something happened at home?" The big black wolf was bewildered. "Maybe." Qin Feiyang nodded, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Moreover, it might take a long time, otherwise Yi Zhong wouldn't have specially gone to find revered dragon to explain the matters of the Dragon God Hall. The big black wolf asked, "Then what about us now?" "This." Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he wanted to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but now that Yi Cheng had left, no one would help him exchange for contribution points. He couldn't possibly barge in. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang said, "Then let's go back first." The big black wolf said, "Then you go back, I'll take a look around." Qin Feiyang was startled. He looked at the big black wolf and said, "Then don't cause trouble." "Is this emperor the kind of wolf that likes to cause trouble?" The big black wolf rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang, then took a step forward and disappeared into the mountains below. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, then opened an altar and left. After returning to the cave, Qin Feiyang entered the castle to continue cultivating. After breaking through to half-step God realm, he could refine about 1,650 soul stones a day. And from half-step to early-stage God realm, he needed 10 billion soul stones. According to the time outside, with his current speed, refining 10 billion soul stones would take more than 16,600 years. But in terms of the time in the ancient castle, 1 day was 100 years, 10 days was 1,000 years, and 100 days was 10,000 years. In other words, inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang only needed 160 days to refine these 10 billion soul stones. 160 days was only 5 months, and it passed in the blink of an eye. And on that evening, 2 powerful auras descended outside the Dragon God Hall. Soon a white-clothed woman, accompanied by a black-clothed middle-aged man, walked up the stone stairs and entered the Dragon God Hall. "Everyone in the Dragon God Hall, listen up. Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong has returned home due to some matters. From now on, this sovereign will temporarily take over the position of Grand Hall Master." The white-clothed woman scanned the Divine Dragon Island and suddenly spoke. Her tone was very calm, but it was like a clap of thunder that resounded in the sky above the Dragon God Hall. Chapter 2489. The Grand Hall Master has something to do? What's going on? He even sent someone to temporarily replace the Grand Hall Master to handle the affairs of the Dragon God Palace? Is he going to be away for a long time? As soon as the white-clothed woman said that, the entire Dragon God Palace was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this voice. At the same time, inside the castle, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, 2 rays of light bursting out. This voice was so familiar. He heard it a few days ago. It seemed to be, that's right, the ancestral dragon of the White Dragon clan. Back in the Internal Sea, it was because of this woman that Feng Daji self-destructed. She was actually the temporary Grand Hall Master. The ancestral dragon. He had to be careful this time, because this woman had a heaven-defying divine artifact in her hands. "Big brother." So, the big black wolf ran into the cave and called out. Qin Feiyang got up and left the castle, appearing in front of the big black wolf. "It's the ancestral dragon." The big black wolf immediately said, "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "But other than the ancestral dragon, there's another person. According to my sources, it seems to be the 10th elder who died in your hands back then." The big black wolf said again. "10th elder?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, You mean the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan? The big black wolf nodded. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What's more coincidental is that he's the temporary island master of the first island, overseeing the Deacon Palace. The big black wolf said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I guess the dragons sent him to oversee the first island to keep an eye on you. The big black wolf said. How do you know? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at it curiously. Because he's a half-step invincible realm expert, and Big Sister's cultivation is also half-step invincible realm, so it's more than enough to keep an eye on you. But what he doesn't know is that we have Hui, a beginner invincible realm expert. The big black wolf laughed evilly. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Don't be rash. Wait until I become a paragon god, then I'll go and meet him. I have to dare too. I didn't see him. As soon as I heard that he came to the first island, I immediately ran back. Half-step indestructible, we can't afford to offend them. The big black wolf shook its head. It's good that you know. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and brought the big black wolf into the ancient castle, continuing his closed-door cultivation. Early the next morning, a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall with a thin body and a cold face descended in the sky above the valley. This was the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan. The 10th elder lowered his head and looked at the cave abode below, his eyes emitting a fierce light. Beside him was a law enforcer at the 9th heaven realm. The law enforcer shouted arrogantly, Li Bu Er, the 10th elder of the Black Dragons is here. Come out and welcome him. However, after waiting for a while, Qin Feiyang didn't appear, nor did he hear Qin Feiyang's response. The law enforcer looked at the 10th elder and said angrily, Grand Elder, this person is too presumptuous. The 10th elder's eyes flashed coldly and he said, Go and drag him out. The law enforcer stepped in front of the cave abode and a light screen immediately appeared. The law enforcer smiled disdainfully and waved his hand, shattering the light screen immediately. In the ancient castle, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth, then he opened his eyes and 2 rays of cold light burst out of them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an image appeared in the air. The law enforcer swaggered into the cave abode. Now that he had the 10th elder's support, he wasn't afraid. But when he entered the cave abode, the law enforcer couldn't help but be stunned. After all this time, there was no one? The law enforcer released his immortal will again and found nothing, so he turned around and walked out of the cave abode. He looked up at the 10th elder respectfully and said, He's not in the cave abode. Not here? The 10th elder raised his eyebrows. The law enforcer said, He probably went somewhere else, or left the Dragon God Hall for something. Then you stay here and wait for him. When he comes back, immediately take him to the duty hall. The 10th elder said. The law enforcer nodded. The 10th elder immediately turned around and disappeared into the void in front of him. The law enforcer squatted outside the cave abode. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the image disappeared, and he continued to cultivate in seclusion. Guard? Then you can slowly guard. Time flew by. Outside, more than 5 months had passed. But in the ancient castle, more than 10,000 years had passed. Boom. Qin Feiyang's cultivation finally broke through and stepped into the early stage of the immortal realm. It wasn't just him. White-Eyed Wolf, Big Black Wolf, the 3 Black Panther brothers, and Madman all had their cultivations improved by leaps and bounds. Qin Feiyang restrained his aura and walked out of the ancient castle. Looking at the courtyard beside him, he saw Fire Lotus and Hui standing beside the courtyard, looking not far away. Not far away, in an open space. The golden sea python was lying on the ground, and the golden dragon ancestral dragon's body had disappeared. At this moment, the golden sea python was glowing with a bright divine light. What is it? Qin Feiyang walked over in surprise. Fire Lotus was taken aback and turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a smile. You're out of seclusion. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus said, This sea python has reached the final step of fusion. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, Then isn't it about to transform? Huai retracted his gaze and said, "It will probably take a while." The ancestral dragon's body is so difficult to fuse with? Qin Feiyang was speechless. It had been more than 16,000 years in the ancient castle, and it still hadn't succeeded. Otherwise, how can it be called the ancestral dragon? But this little guy shouldn't be able to transform into the ancestral dragon. Because the golden dragon ancestral dragon is not dead. Hui said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's not bad to be able to transform into a golden dragon." "That's true." Hui nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "All right then, I'll go out and meet the 10th elder first." "Then you have to be careful. Because he has seen you before, don't let him see through your identity." Fire Lotus warned. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. Boom. However, at this moment, a powerful aura rushed out from below the medicine field. Qin Feiyang and the other two were taken aback and hurriedly turned their heads to look. Was it Feng Daji's aura? The next moment, an old man with a ruddy complexion and white hair covered in flames rushed out from the ground and stood above the medicine field, looking around in confusion. Where was this? So many medicinal herbs? So many spirit vein and crystal vein? Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and said in astonishment, "Hui, didn't you say that it would take him at least tens of thousands of years to reconstruct his divine soul? Didn't I also say that spirit vein is a great help in condensing the divine soul? Fire Lotus placed him in the spirit vein, so of course the speed will be faster. However, he has only condensed his divine soul and hasn't reconstructed his body yet. It should still take a while." Hui said. "Qin Feiyang? Hui." It was also at this moment. Feng Da saw Qin Feiyang and the other two and was slightly stunned, then hurriedly flew in front of the three. "Welcome back." Qin Feiyang smiled. "How long has it been since I self-destructed?" Feng Daji asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Not long, only half a year." "What? Only half a year has passed? I can reconstruct my divine soul in half a year?" Feng Daji was shocked. "You guys explain to him." Qin Feiyang said to the Fire Lotus duo, then changed his appearance and continued to suppress his cultivation to the level of a beginner war god. Then he drove the ancient castle and left the cave without anyone noticing. Swish. After a while, he landed in a desolate forest outside the valley and then slowly returned to the valley. "Li Bu, you're finally willing to come back." When Qin Feiyang entered the valley, the law enforcer guarding the valley immediately opened his eyes and said angrily. He had actually waited for nearly half a year. He even thought that this person had died outside. "You are?" Qin Feiyang looked at the law enforcer suspiciously. The law enforcer said with a cold face, "I'm the law enforcer of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lin Hua." "Law enforcer?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "I'm waiting for you here. Where have you been these past few months?" The law enforcer said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "I've been cultivating in seclusion beside a pond nearby." "Don't you have a cave residence? Why didn't you cultivate in seclusion in your cave residence? Why did you go somewhere else?" When the law enforcer heard this, he immediately became irritable. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "The scenery there is good." "The scenery is good?" The law enforcer almost went crazy and shouted, "Since the scenery there is good, why didn't you move your cave residence there?" Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Nonsense. Why would I wait for you here for so long? Follow me to the duty hall immediately." Lin Hua waved his hand angrily and opened a teleportation altar. "Why are we going to the duty hall?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lin Hua shouted, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up." Qin Feiyang nodded and followed Lin Hua onto the altar. The next moment, the two landed on the square of the duty hall. "It's Li Bu." A few disciples had just come out of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury. When they saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of panic appeared in their eyes. Back then, the news of Qin Feiyang killing Wang Darren and the other two had spread throughout the first island. Even the second and third islands were talking about it. This guy is actually a low-level war god. Haven't you had enough of the game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? A few of them were speechless. Who didn't know that this person was hiding his cultivation? However, no one knew Qin Feiyang's true cultivation. Let's go. Lin Hua fiercely glared at Qin Feiyang, then walked towards the duty hall. He is a law enforcer? The law enforcer personally came and brought Li Bu to the duty hall. What is he doing? A few disciples didn't leave and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Lin Hua stood in front of the door and looked at the 10th elder sitting inside. He bowed respectfully. Where is he? The 10th elder asked. Lin Hua turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was walking slowly, and shouted, "Hurry up and come here." I'm coming. Qin Feiyang walked over and looked inside the main hall. His heart trembled. He saw a thin middle-aged man sitting beside the tea table in the main hall. He was wearing a black robe and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His dark eyes were as sharp as blades. It was indeed the 10th elder. Chapter 2490. Lin Hua entered the main hall and ran to the great elder's side. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan. Hurry up and greet him." 10th elder? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He cupped his hands and said, "Disciple Li Bu greets the 10th elder." The 10th elder sized up Qin Feiyang with a trace of disdain in his old eyes. He said indifferently, "Come in and talk. You have a noble status. How would I dare to enter? I'll listen to your reprimand outside the door." Qin Feiyang said. The 10th elder looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and nodded. "At least you know the rules. Although I'm young, I still know the rules." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right then. I won't beat around the bush with you. Hand over the supreme grade and legendary grade divine techniques that you obtained." The 10th elder transmitted his voice. "As expected, it's for this matter." Qin Feiyang muttered. However, why hadn't Yi Cheng and Yi Zhong returned yet? It had been almost half a year. Also, why did the 10th elder send a message? Wait a minute. He noticed the disciples not far away and immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that the 10th elder didn't dare to be too arrogant. Because if the disciples below knew that the Dragon God Palace was actually taking back the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book, they would definitely talk behind their backs. In this way, whether it was the Dragon God Palace or the dragons, their reputation would be damaged. Didn't you hear? The 10th elder looked at the indifferent Qin Feiyang and slightly raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself. Qin Feiyang said, "Elder, he didn't send a message." The great elder immediately glared at him with a threatening look. But Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye and said with a frown, "Elder, you're a little too much." "Too much? What's too much? What is he talking about?" Not far away, the disciples were puzzled. Lin Hua was also dumbfounded. The only people who knew that Qin Feiyang had obtained the Supreme Godhead formula were Yi Zhong, Yi Cheng, Yuda, and the dragons. Yuda was dead. Yi Zhong and Yi Zichen weren't in the Dragon God Hall either. Therefore, only the dragons knew about this. At the same time, hearing this, the 10th elder glared at Qin Feiyang, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Supreme Grade Qilin Incantation and the legendary Heavenly Wolf Demonic Tome were both obtained by me and the Big Wolf Dog through luck. Now, you're forcing us to return it to you. How is this reasonable? Qin Feiyang still turned a blind eye and said unhappily, "What? Sovereign tier divine art. Legendary deity technique." As soon as he said that, the disciples nearby all had expressions of disbelief. Lin Hua's face was also filled with shock. This man and dog had actually obtained a supreme grade god incantation? When did this happen? Why is there no news at all? Wait a minute. Could it be that half a year ago, when Li Bu killed Wang Darren and the other two? The 10th elder's face became more and more ugly. As an old antique who had lived for God knows how many years, how could he not see that Qin Feiyang deliberately said it in public? Since he had already said it out loud, there was no need to continue to hide it. Every blade of grass and every tree in the Dragon God Hall belongs to us, the dragons. Do you think we, the dragons, can do whatever we want? Let's talk about it later. Who knows if you really got it by luck? The 10th elder sneered. Then, how do you think I got it? Did you open the jade box and check it one by one? Elder, the rules of the divine art treasury are known by everyone in the Dragon God Hall. You just want to find an excuse to convince the public. But you don't know that if you say this, not only will it not make people think you're smart, but it will make you look stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Damn, is this person borrowing courage from the heavens? Although the 10th elder is really too much, he can't be scolded like this. Stupid. He dares to say these two words. I really admire his courage. The disciples were shocked. They heard that this person was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be arrogant to this extent. He didn't even put the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan in his eyes. Lin Hua was also stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted in a stern voice, Impudent! Who are you to talk to the 10th elder like this? And who are you? I'm talking to the 10th elder. Who are you to interrupt? Do you think you're more powerful than the 10th elder? Qin Feiyang shouted. Lin Hua's expression stiffened. He quickly looked at the 10th elder and said, Sir, I didn't mean that. Shut up. The 10th elder glared at him fiercely, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, What a sharp tongue. But no matter what you say, you have to hand over the Qilin incantation and the serious demonic book today. What if I don't hand it over? Qin Feiyang said. Boom. The 10th elder directly used his actions to prove it. A terrifying pressure rolled toward Qin Feiyang. What happened? As soon as the pressure appeared, it startled everyone. Many people ran out of their cave abodes and looked at the duty hall in surprise. The disciples who were watching the show also turned around and fled the mountain peak in horror. What's going on? Many people gathered around. Last time, when Li Bu killed Wang Darren and the other two, he obtained a supreme-level divine incantation. It seems to be called the Qilin incantation. Now, the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan wants him to hand over the divine incantation. Of course, Li Bu won't do it, so he angered the 10th elder. Several disciples whispered. What? His luck is too good. He actually obtained a supreme-level divine incantation. But isn't this dragon's too much? He didn't steal or rob. He got it openly from the treasury of the divine incantation. Why should he take it back? Voices of discussion immediately rang out. Some people were angry at the dragon's actions. Wasn't he deliberately bullying others? But there were also people who gloated. So what if he was lucky? So what if he got a supreme-level divine incantation? He still had to return it to the dragons. Therefore, one must not be arrogant, let alone go against the dragons. Otherwise, one would suffer retribution sooner or later. In fact, these people were just jealous. Especially those who often entered the treasury of the divine incantation. Every time they entered, they hoped that they could get a supreme-level divine incantation and soar into the sky. But it always ended in disappointment. So when they learned that Qin Feiyang actually got a supreme-level divine incantation, they felt unbalanced. On the mountain peak, in front of the duty hall, Qin Feiyang was imprisoned by the pressure, and his face was a little hazy. If the soft approach didn't work, then the hard approach? Did they think he was easy to bully? Then he would make a big fuss and destroy this Dragon God Hall. Boom. But suddenly, a terrifying aura descended, and a snow python appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. It's him. Everyone looked up and their expressions changed. The young man was lying on the back of the snow python, holding a green foxtail grass in his mouth, yawning as he sat up. He lowered his head to look at the mountain peak below and said angrily, Someone is causing trouble in the duty hall again? Do you really not put this young master, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, in your eyes? It's the hall master. Lin Hua's pupils shrank slightly as he hurriedly ran out and bowed. This lowly one, Lin Hua, greets Lord Hallmaster. What's going on? The young man looked at Lin Hua and asked. This. Lin Hua wanted to say something but hesitated. Speak. The young man said. Although his tone was very calm, it carried a great deterrent force. Lin Hua's body trembled as he said, Lord Hallmaster, it's like this. In a few words, he gave a clear account of what had happened. Take back the Qilin tactic and the Heavenly Wolf Devil book? The young man was slightly startled, and asked suspiciously, how come this young master didn't know that our Dragon God Hall has such a rule? Lin Hua was in a dilemma. But at this moment, the 10th elder took a step forward and landed beside Lin Hua. He looked at the young man and said, it was this seat who set this rule. If this young master remembers correctly, you are only the temporary island master of the first island. Do you have the qualifications to set the rules? The young man was puzzled. The 10th elder proudly said, the entire Dragon God Hall belongs to us dragons, not to mention this trivial rule. So it's like that. All right, then this young master will also set a rule. From now on, those who are not from the Dragon God Hall are not allowed to step into the Dragon God Hall. Dragons are no exception. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. The young man smiled lazily. Those who are not from the Dragon God Hall are not allowed to step into the Dragon God Hall? This rule, isn't it obvious that it's against the 10th elder? People muttered, because the 10th elder was not from the Dragon God Hall. How dare you? The 10th elder roared. He actually dared to ride on the dragons' heads and behave atrociously. Did he really think that he was invincible? The young man smiled indifferently and looked at the 10th elder. You don't seem to be from the Dragon God Hall. The exit is over there. Get lost. Awesome. This is called usurping the host's position. This is called domineering. Everyone's heart trembled. Since the establishment of the Dragon God Hall, there had never been such a powerful figure. It was clear that even if you dragons came to the Dragon God Hall, you have to follow the rules. Looking at the 10th elder again. He was so angry that his body was trembling, full of anger. The dragons ruled the divine land and the entire ancient world. Who in the world did not respect them like gods? But at this moment, someone actually tried to usurp the host's position. How could the dignity of the dragons be offended by such a lowly human? The young man frowned and looked at the 10th elder. Didn't you hear? I told you to get lost. Boom. The first elder could not bear it and his aura rolled out. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. A woman in white came through the air like lightning and landed in front of the young man. It's really her. Qin Feiyang muttered. The ancestral dragon of the White Dragon clan. The 10th elder immediately flew to the side of the woman in white and said angrily, Lord Ancestral Dragon, this person is simply lawless. Speak clearly. The woman in white looked at the young man and frowned. Not only did he openly go against us dragons, but he also usurped the host's position and changed the rules of the Dragon God Hall. He also said that if anyone who is not from the Dragon God Hall wants to enter the Dragon God Hall, they will be killed without mercy. He's clearly talking about us. The first elder said. The woman in white looked up at the young man and asked, Is that so? You get lost too. The young man nodded lazily. What? He actually asked the ancestral dragon to get lost. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person's arrogance and dominance could no longer be described with words. Chapter 2491. The 10th elder also looked at the young man in a daze. It was one thing to be arrogant in front of him, but he actually dared to be arrogant in front of Lord Ancestral Dragon? Lord Ancestral Dragon, did you see that? Did you see that? How is he respectful to us dragons? Coming back to his senses. The 10th elder roared. Ever since the dragons ruled the ancient world, no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of them. Even the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace did not have the guts. The white-clothed woman's expression was naturally quite ugly. She had long heard that this person was very arrogant, but when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that it was even worse. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice, What right do you have to tell me to get lost? Yi Zhong is not here, so I'm the boss. Do you think I'm qualified? The young man said lazily. You're the boss? Don't you know that Yi Zhong is also working for us dragons? No matter what, it's not your turn to be the king of the Dragon God Palace. The white-clothed woman shouted. Yi Zhong working for you is Yi Zhong's private matter. What does it have to do with me? I only care about the Dragon God Palace. Right now, I'm the boss of the Dragon God Palace. Do you have any objections? The young man played with the dog's tail grass at the corner of his mouth. His lazy expression was full of playfulness. Ah! The white-clothed woman raised her head and laughed. Clang! All of a sudden, a snow-white thin sword appeared, as if it was condensed from black ice. The place was suddenly filled with a bone-chilling cold. A heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. When the surrounding onlookers saw this, they fled into the distance without looking back. The young man's expression did not change, and he said, "Looking at your posture, you're ready to fight with me? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what you're capable of." The white-clothed woman grabbed the thin sword and slashed at the young man. The sharpness was earth-shattering. The young man still looked lazy, but the snow python under his feet was panicking to the extreme. "You followed me for so long, yet you're still so timid. Can't you be a little more mature?" The young man hit the snow python's head hard. The snow python felt wronged. "Of course you're not afraid because you're strong. But what about me?" He was only at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. Seeing the ancestral dragon and the heaven-defying divine artifact, who wouldn't be afraid? The young man shook his head and raised his head to look at the white-clothed woman. He slowly removed the dog's tail grass from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, with a flick of his index finger, the green foxtail immediately turned into a stream of light and swept towards the white-clothed woman. Clang! When the green foxtail grass collided with the thin sword, an ear-piercing metallic sound and dazzling sparks were produced. The white-clothed woman was shocked. The collision between the thin sword and the green foxtail grass actually made her arm numb. The next moment, the green foxtail was sent flying back into the young man's hand. However, the white-clothed woman was also forced back a few steps, and the thin sword in her hand almost slipped out of her hand. The white-clothed woman looked at the green foxtail grass in shock. The 10th elder was also in disbelief. The surrounding disciples were even more furious, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. A green foxtail grass could actually fight against a heaven-defying divine weapon? Qin Feiyang was no exception. He was deeply shocked. Although the thin sword in the white-clothed woman's hand was not unsealed, it was still a heaven-defying divine weapon. How could such an ordinary dog's tail grass be so powerful? Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of the fight between the young man and Yi Zhong. When the two were fighting, a golden glove suddenly appeared on Yi Zhong's hand. Although it was like a flash in the pan, this glove was definitely not simple. At that time, the young man also used the green foxtail grass to fight against the glove. Looking at it this way, this green foxtail grass was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. I'll say it again. Those who are not from the Dragon God Palace are not allowed to step into the Dragon God Palace. Get out of here immediately. With the green foxtail grass in his mouth, the young man looked listlessly at the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder and said. The 10th elder clenched his hands and growled, "Lord Ancestral Dragon, release the seal and kill him." What? Release the seal of the heaven-defying divine weapon? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to kill us? Dragons, you've gone too far. The surrounding crowd immediately roared. If the seal was released, not to mention the first island, the entire Dragon God Palace would be turned into ashes in an instant. These beasts, the dragons, did not care about their lives at all. And at the same time, when the young man heard the 10th elder's words, he suddenly disappeared from the back of the snow python. The next moment, he stood behind the 10th elder and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again?" The 10th elder's body and mind tightened, and he quickly ran behind the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman also turned around at the first moment, protecting the 10th elder behind her. "If you're so timid, don't jump out." The young man chuckled and returned to the back of the snow python. Then he lay down with his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. Looking at the young man's posture, the 10th elder was both angry and afraid. The white-clothed woman frowned. "If you don't leave in 3 breaths, then I'll be serious. At that time, don't say that I didn't give you face." With that, the young man closed his eyes and took a leisurely nap. Lord Ancestral Dragon, The 10th elder looked at the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman glanced at the young man and then looked at the dog's tail grass at the corner of his mouth. Her eyes flickered. Suddenly, she lowered her head and looked at Qin Feiyang. An inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. She looked at the young man again and said, "Fine, we won't take back the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book." The ancestral dragon actually gave in? Everyone looked at the white-clothed woman in shock. They thought that the white-clothed woman would definitely make a move, but they did not expect that she would lower her head and compromise with the young man. The 10th elder was also stunned. Lord Dragon Sovereign ordered to take back the Qilin technique and the serious demonic book to confirm whether the young man and Li Bu are related? And the current situation is already obvious. Since the goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need to make a move. The most important thing is that you have already angered everyone when you said that you would release the seal. There is a truth since ancient times. You have to understand that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The white-clothed woman transmitted her voice. The 10th elder said secretly, "But I have my own ideas." The white-clothed woman waved her hand and looked at the young man. "In this way, we don't have to leave the Dragon God Palace? As long as you follow the rules, everything is negotiable." The young man did not open his eyes and smiled faintly. "In the future, we will mind our own business." The white-clothed woman nodded. Looking at the white-clothed woman's attitude, everyone could not calm down for a long time. This was too unbelievable. The ancestral dragon was not just giving in. It was a pleading attitude. Just how strong was this young man? The most important thing was, the young man was so arrogant, but the Dragon Sovereign actually sat by and did nothing? The hidden mystery was worth pondering over. Qin Feiyang was also pondering over a problem. The young man had helped him more than once, but he could not figure out why the young man would help him. One had to know. He and the young man were neither relatives nor friends. They only met on the plains. After getting to know each other, they did not have any deep contact. Qin Feiyang was a very sensitive person. He was used to fighting and scheming. He did not believe that there would be anyone in this world who would selflessly help others. Therefore, the young man's actions inevitably made him suspicious. Forget it. When there is a chance, I will ask him face to face. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He could not guess the young man's thoughts. He had to ask him face to face. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked up at the 10th elder and smiled faintly. "Elder, is there anything else?" "Oh, get lost." The Grand Elder shouted. All of this was caused by this person. However, with the young man around, there was nothing he could do. As an elder of the Black Dragon clan, he had never been so aggrieved. "You don't, but I do." Qin Feiyang took out a Qianquan bag and said with a smile, "Help me exchange for merit points." Exchange for merit points at this time? Can't you see that the 10th elder is angry? You really don't know. What do you know? Li Bu did it on purpose. He did it to anger the 10th elder. The surrounding disciples whispered. As expected, the 10th elder was so angry that he was going crazy. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "Elder, what's with your expression? Do you have to pick an auspicious day to exchange for merit points?" The 10th elder clenched his hands tightly and shouted, "Lin Hua, why are you still standing there?" Lin Hua shuddered and quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side, took the Qianquan bag and began to count the herbs inside. As for the young man, he did not pay any more attention and closed his eyes to take a nap. But he had no intention of leaving. If the young man did not leave, the woman in white did not dare to leave either. Because she was afraid. She was afraid that the 10th elder would be impulsive and anger the young man. At that time, even if the gods descended to the mortal world, they would not be able to save the 10th elder. So, Lin Hua counted the results and looked at the 10th elder. A total of 3,000 Nirvana Divine Fruits, 3,000 Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng, and 4,000 Nature Fruits. So many? And every one of them is a very precious herb. This person's family background is very rich. People muttered. The Great Elder asked, "How many merit points?" Nirvana Divine Fruit, 1 is 2 merit points. Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng is the same. Nature Fruits are slightly inferior, 1 merit point. 3,000 Nirvana Divine Fruits, a total of 6,000 merit points. 3,000 Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng, also 6,000 merit points. 4,000 Nature Fruits, 4,000 merit points. A total of 16,000. Lin Hua said, "I'm so envious." He got 16,000 merit points in one go. The surrounding people murmured. The highest reward for the mission on the bulletin board was 100 merit points. Moreover, a mission like this that could earn 100 merit points was basically very difficult to complete. Therefore, to the disciples of the first island, 10,000 merit points would take a very long time to accumulate. Qin Feiyang also took out his identity token and handed it over to Lin Hua. Lin Hua took the token and immediately flew in front of the 10th elder. The 10th elder waved his hand and a ray of divine light flew into the token. Lin Hua then brought the token and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang received the token, his spirit sense surged in and there was an additional message. Merit points, 16,000 points. 16,000 merit points was enough for him to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury 16 times. 16 times, get ready to watch a good show. Qin Feiyang muttered, then ignored everyone else and turned around to walk towards the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Chapter 2492. Although he was muttering to himself, it was particularly ear-piercing in the silence of the mountain peak. Watching a good show? Enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion? Don't tell me he still wants to get the only supreme artifact in the Divine Weapon Pavilion? His luck is already heaven-defying enough to obtain a supreme artifact. Now he wants a supreme artifact? How greedy! Just watch. When he comes out later, he will definitely have a disappointed and depressed expression. Everyone was discussing. Luck wasn't always that good. The 10th elder also had a trace of ridicule in his eyes. After obtaining a supreme artifact, he began to become arrogant. Did he think he could easily obtain a supreme artifact? He was ridiculously naive. Even the white-clothed woman could not help but want to laugh. This kid, there was nothing wrong with him. Did he think that the Divine Weapon Pavilion was opened by his family? Qin Feiyang grabbed the token and embedded it in the groove of the door. The door of the Divine Weapon Pavilion immediately opened slowly. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang entered the Divine Weapon Pavilion under the gaze of countless people. Interesting. The young man lying on the back of the snow python muttered, but he did not open his eyes from beginning to end. Inside the Divine Weapon Pavilion, there were a total of 3 floors. Rows of iron shelves were neatly arranged, with long iron boxes placed on them. Each iron box was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Just from the appearance, they were all exactly the same. It was hard to tell what kind of artifact was inside. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the door, glanced at the iron boxes on the shelves, and injected his divine sense into the token. Merit points, 15,000 points. Each entry cost 1,000 points. For others, whether it was entering the Divine Weapon Pavilion or the Divine Weapon Pavilion, it was all a gamble of luck. But for Qin Feiyang, as long as he could enter, he would definitely gain something. After putting away the token, Qin Feiyang raised his head and strode forward. He looked to the east and looked to the west. He walked along the rows of iron shelves as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. After a while, he finished the first floor and walked to the second floor. He walked through the second floor as if he was taking a stroll and entered the third floor. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang stopped at the staircase. He seemed to be waiting for something. This place was just like the deity technique treasury. No matter how you tried to figure it out, you would never be able to deduce the location of the supreme deity artifact. Because every iron box was exactly the same. Furthermore, not only could the iron box prevent the prying of divine sense, it could also block the aura of a divine artifact. It was so tight that it was impossible to tell if it was a sword, a saber, a hammer, or a spear, let alone the grade of a divine weapon. Unless he could see through the iron box. However, Qin Feiyang couldn't do that at the moment. You brat, didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? Why are you doing such a high-profile thing now? Suddenly, A familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Keep a low profile and do things in a high-profile manner. Qin Feiyang snickered. Then I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to keep a low profile in the future. The shadowless man laughed. Actually, I've always been very low-key, okay? But if you keep a low profile, there will always be people who want to bully you. There's no other way. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Ever since he entered the Dragon God Palace, he had wanted to keep a low profile and avoid some trouble. But every now and then, someone would come looking for trouble. What could he do? Since keeping a low profile was also troublesome, then he might as well keep a high profile for once, vent the anger in his heart, and also see the wonderful expressions of the dragons. It was not a loss. All right, as you wish. The 5th row of iron shelves on the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th iron box from the right. The shadowless man said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang secretly thanked him, then turned and walked towards the 2nd floor, saying, Speaking of which, I really want to see you. All along, the shadowless man had been helping him selflessly in the dark. There were even several times when he was in despair and helpless. It was the shadowless man who came out to comfort him, encourage him, and make him pull himself together again. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to the shadowless man. He really wanted to say thank you in person. However, the shadowless man was just like his name, without a trace. No one knew where he was, and no one knew who he was? There will be a chance. The shadowless man smiled. You big shots all like to pretend to be mysterious. Qin Feiyang was helpless. You're wrong about that. I'm not a big shot. Just like you, I'm just a speck of dust in this world. The shadowless man said with a faint smile. A speck of dust, Qin Feiyang murmured. There was no way to refute this. Very soon. Qin Feiyang followed the shadowless man's instructions and found the designated iron box. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and directly grabbed the iron box. The next moment, he appeared outside the gate of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He's out. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. To be exact, they were looking at the iron box in Qin Feiyang's hands. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd, put the iron box on the ground, and then slowly opened it. However, as the iron box was opened, there was no powerful aura, nor was there any bright divine light overflowing. It was as if there was just an ordinary divine weapon inside. It was not even comparable to the most ordinary divine weapon. This was because even an ordinary divine artifact possessed divine might. But there was no divine power in this iron box at all. Did you see it? Did you see it? This is luck. Being able to get a supreme divine technique does not mean that you can get a supreme divine weapon. Looking at it, I'm afraid that the thing inside the iron box is trash that can't even be considered a divine weapon. Everyone laughed. Everyone's luck is limited. The 10th elder snorted coldly. Although it was just a simple sentence, it was full of sarcasm. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to these voices. Because he believed that the shadowless man's judgment would not be wrong. Clang. Finally, the iron box was opened. A black bead appeared in the air. The bead was about the size of a pellet. Not only was it simple and unadorned, but it also did not have the aura of a divine weapon. Just this broken bead? At first glance, I can tell that it's a cheap item. Everyone's eyes were full of disdain. It was a waste to get such a thing for 1,000 merit points. However, the woman in white stared at the black bead with a trace of surprise in her eyes. It seemed to be somewhat familiar. Qin Feiyang took out the bead and looked at it curiously for a while. Then he cut his finger and dripped his blood to recognize it as its owner. Buzz. When the blood dripped on the bead, the originally simple and unadorned bead suddenly emitted a bright divine light. What? Everyone who was full of disdain before suddenly had a face full of surprise. This divine light, compared to a pinnacle divine weapon. It was more dazzling than a legendary divine weapon. No way. This was a supreme divine weapon? How could it be? Everyone shook their heads. The 10th elder was also extremely surprised at this moment. Looking at Qin Feiyang at this time, there was a trace of incomparable excitement in his eyes. Because the moment the blood merged with the bead, a message poured into his mind. Supreme Divine Weapon, Soul Calming Divine Bead. The so-called Soul Calming Divine Bead was to protect the divine soul. In other words, this was a supreme divine weapon that specialized in protecting the divine soul. Whether it was humans, dragons, or other creatures, the divine soul was undoubtedly the most important and also the most fragile. Once the divine soul was gone, even if there was a heaven-defying divine pill, there was no way to save it. From this, one could imagine how precious a sovereign-grade divine artifact that could protect the soul was. Could be said that the value of the soul-calming divine bead surpassed all supreme divine weapons of the same level. The woman in white seemed to have thought of something and muttered to herself, her face full of disbelief. How heaven-defying was this kid's tone that he could even get such a divine weapon? Lord Ancestral Dragon. Noticing the woman in white's reaction, the 10th elder looked at her in surprise. Could it be that the bead was really a supreme divine weapon? But even a supreme divine weapon could not make the ancestral dragon lose his composure like this. Because the ancestral dragon even had a heaven-defying divine weapon. That is the soul-calming divine bead. The woman in white looked at the 10th elder and sighed. Soul-calming divine bead? Everyone was suspicious. The soul-calming divine bead is a supreme divine weapon. Its only function is to protect the divine soul. Although it has only this function, although it does not have a powerful killing power, it is still incomparable to other supreme divine weapons. The woman in white explained. What? A supreme divine weapon that protects the divine soul. Everyone's mind buzzed when they heard this. Everyone present was at least a war god, so they all knew the importance of the divine soul. Protecting the divine soul. This was a divine weapon that many people dreamed of. How heaven-defying was this Li Buer's luck? The first time he entered the Divine Technique Treasury, he obtained the Supreme Divine Technique Qilin skill. The first time he entered the Divine Weapon Pavilion, he obtained the Supreme Divine Weapon Soul Calming Divine Bead. Did he step on dog shit when he went out? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After the 10th elder heard this, he also shook his head, his face full of disbelief. No matter how lucky he was, it was impossible to obtain a supreme divine technique and a supreme divine weapon consecutively. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the 10th elder and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The 10th elder clenched his fists and roared, "Lord Ancestral Dragon, there must be a problem." Other than this explanation, he could not find any other reason. Lord, he must have some way to see what's inside the iron box. Lord, you must investigate thoroughly. He's cheating. Everyone roared. Envy, jealousy, hatred. This was human nature. If you can't get it, you don't want others to get it. Cheating? Are you doubting the ability of the dragons? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Someone said angrily, "Cheating is cheating. What does it have to do with the ability of the dragons?" The Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Technique Treasury were both created by the dragons. Now that you say that I'm cheating, isn't that doubting the ability of the dragons? Qin Feiyang laughed. That's not what we mean. Don't talk nonsense. Someone immediately roared in anger out of humiliation. Then what do you mean? Just because you're jealous of me, you're saying that I'm cheating? Jealousy is something that only incompetent people have. Have you all admitted your incompetence? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips into a mocking smile. Everyone glared at Qin Feiyang, gnashing their teeth in hatred. The key point was that there was nothing they could do. Chapter 2493. Jealousy will only make people fall behind. Only by being humble can one improve. All of you must remember this. Qin Feiyang looked at those people and smiled like an old man. Then, with a thought, the soul fixation divine pearl immediately disappeared. Everyone gritted their teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang. He actually dared to preach to them? In his knowledge see. As soon as the soul anchoring pearl appeared, it floated beside Qin Feiyang's soul, emitting rays of divine light, protecting his soul. At this moment, Qin Feiyang felt safer than ever. In the future, other than a heaven-defying divine artifact, what else could pose a threat to his soul? Moreover, this soul-anchoring pearl had a chance to evolve into a heaven-defying divine artifact. What he lacked now was the power of law. At that time, once the power of law was bestowed, when the soul-anchoring pearl evolved into a heaven-defying divine artifact, even if his opponent also had a heaven-defying divine artifact, they wouldn't be able to harm his soul. I've profited. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Shadowless was really a reliable guy. But who was he exactly? Gathering his thoughts, Qin Feiyang looked at the Divine Weapon Pavilion, then at the Divine Technique Treasury. In the end, he decided to enter the treasury. He had already obtained a lot of divine artifacts from the treasury, but there weren't many powerful divine techniques in the Black Tortoise world. It was time to seek blessings for the Black Tortoise world. He went to the treasury again. I really want to follow him and see how he found these divine techniques and divine artifacts. I don't believe that there is someone in this world with such good luck. The people around were ready to make a move. But no one dared to enter the treasury, because in their eyes, Qin Feiyang was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. I'll go take a look. The white-robed woman spoke. In a flash, she appeared in front of the treasury. She didn't use any token or merit points and directly walked in. Qin Feiyang was wandering around. When he saw the white-clothed woman enter, he was speechless. You really suspect that I'm cheating? The woman in white didn't say a word. She just stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and continued to wander around. After a short while, he casually grabbed a jade box and disappeared. So casual? The white-clothed woman was stunned. She grabbed another jade box and left the treasury. The two of them appeared one after another. The white-clothed woman glanced at the jade box in her hand and then looked at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hand. There seemed to be a trace of expectation and also a trace of nervousness in her eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled at the white-clothed woman and opened the jade box. A flame immediately rushed out. This aura, everyone's heart trembled. Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade slip inside and checked it for a bit. He smiled and said, "My luck is really too heaven-defying. Legendary level divine art, White Tiger True Technique." What? Another legendary deity technique? Everyone's eyes trembled. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? The white-clothed woman was also extremely shocked. She opened the jade box that she collected and saw that there was only one inferior deity technique. A legendary level divine artifact and an inferior deity technique. This was a huge difference. If she didn't see it with her own eyes that Qin Feiyang just casually took a jade box, she would really suspect that Qin Feiyang cheated. Qin Feiyang chuckled, put away the jade box, and turned to enter the treasury. The white-clothed woman immediately followed him in. And the 10th elder also ran in. This time, Qin Feiyang still just casually took a jade box. The white-clothed woman and the 10th elder didn't believe it and also took a jade box. The result came out. Inside Qin Feiyang's jade box, there was another legendary level deity technique. And the jade boxes that the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder took out were respectively an inferior deity technique and a middle deity technique. What the hell? Could it be that he is the chosen one? His luck is so heaven-defying. People couldn't believe it. How could there be such a freak? Every time he went in, he would get the best deity technique? He went in again. Under everyone's gazes, Qin Feiyang once again entered the deity technique treasury. The white-clothed woman and the 10th elder were like two little followers, following Qin Feiyang all the time. When Qin Feiyang went up to the second floor and was about to grab a jade box, the 10th elder took a step forward and grabbed the jade box. You still want to grab this? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then, under the white-clothed woman's gaze, he grabbed another jade box. And when he went out, the jade box that the 10th elder grabbed was only a middle deity technique. What Qin Feiyang took out was another legendary grade deity technique. What's going on? The 10th elder looked at the jade slip in his hand in astonishment. This was obviously what Qin Feiyang wanted. Why was it only a middle deity technique? This is luck. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly and entered the treasury again. Finally, everyone couldn't help it. After the white-clothed woman and the 10th elder followed in, They also took out their identity tokens and swarmed in. Although it was a bit of a waste of merits, they really wanted to know how Qin Feiyang chose the jade box. But they were disappointed. Qin Feiyang still took a jade box casually and didn't choose anything. However, he got a legendary level deity technique again. And this time, there were hundreds of people who entered. Before they came out, they also grabbed a jade box casually like Qin Feiyang. But among the hundreds of people, the best deity technique was a perfect deity technique. Isn't this too outrageous? There are so many of us, but we don't even have a peak deity technique. And he is alone. As long as he goes in, he will definitely get a legendary level deity technique. Is he cheating? Everyone was incredulous. Of course, Qin Feiyang wouldn't say that a mysterious expert was helping him. And every time he did it casually, it was done on purpose. Time passed little by little. Qin Feiyang had already entered the treasury 9 times. And all 9 times, it was a legendary level deity technique. Everyone was numb. It was too abnormal. If it was really due to luck, then this person was definitely the chosen one. After entering the treasury 9 times, Qin Feiyang went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Because according to the Shadowless Man, there were no more legendary level deity techniques in the treasury. The highest level was the peak deity technique. The sovereign level deity technique and legendary level deity technique in the treasury were all out of stock. And the peak deity technique naturally didn't have much of a temptation for the current Qin Feiyang. It was better to get a few more legendary level deity techniques. In addition to the Qilin technique and the Serious Demonic Book, Qin Feiyang got a sovereign level deity technique and 10 legendary level deity techniques in the treasury. The only regret was that after taking away the Qilin technique, the Dragon God Palace still hadn't put the sovereign level deity technique in. If he put it in, he could get another sovereign level deity technique. After entering the Divine Weapon Pavilion once and the treasury 9 times, Qin Feiyang still had 6,000 merit points left. He could still enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion 6 times. And these 6 times, he got another 6 legendary level deity techniques. The white-clothed woman kept following him, watching as the legendary level deity techniques fell into Qin Feiyang's pockets one after another. Her heart was bleeding. Cheating? He didn't catch it. Even if the heavens were watching over him, it was impossible to have such luck. Could he see through the jade box? Metal box? That was even more impossible. Because as the ancestral dragon, she couldn't see through the contents of the jade and metal boxes. She couldn't figure it out. How did Qin Feiyang do it? There must be more legendary level deity techniques in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. 10th Elder, come, let me exchange some more merit points. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10th Elder and smiled. The 10th Elder's face turned green. You want to go in? Lord. The 10th Elder looked helplessly at the white-clothed woman. Cough, cough. The white-clothed woman coughed dryly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Stop while you're ahead. Lord Ancestral Dragon, what do you mean by that? Aren't the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury open to us disciples? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-clothed woman's expression was rather awkward as she said, Although you're right, you've already obtained so much. That's because I was lucky that I was able to obtain these deity techniques and deity techniques. It can't be that you guys are so stingy that you won't let me in after seeing that I've obtained the deity techniques and deity techniques, right? Let me go in a few more times while I'm still lucky. Qin Feiyang laughed. The white-clothed woman didn't know what to do for a moment. This was because the existence of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury was indeed for the disciples below. However, if this continued, who knew how many more deity techniques and deity techniques he would lose? To the Dragon God Palace, this was a huge loss. Li Buer, you should be content. There's already so much. Some disciples were dissatisfied. What does it have to do with you? No way, Qin Feiyang said. If you take away all the good deity techniques in one go, what will we do in the future? Someone said angrily. Won't the Dragon God Palace make up for it? What are you afraid of? Besides, isn't there still the second island, the third island, the fourth island? These places also have the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury. Qin Feiyang laughed. The white-clothed woman's heart trembled. This person couldn't be thinking about the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Deity Technique Treasury on the other islands, right? Qin Feiyang looked at the white-clothed woman and laughed. Master, let's exchange for some more merit points. I have the medicinal ingredients. The white-clothed woman shook her head. That's boring. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, Fine, I'll come again when you guys make up for the supreme deity techniques and deity tools, then I won't disturb you guys any longer, goodbye. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned to leave. What the hell? He'll come again when we get the supreme deity techniques and deity tools. Is he trying to squeeze the Dragon God Palace dry? Everyone was speechless. Master, you're letting him go just like that? There's something fishy about this matter. The 10th elder looked at Qin Feiyang's back and said to the white-clothed woman. Everyone knows there's something fishy, but do you have any evidence? You've been following him, did you see him cheat? The white-clothed woman rubbed her forehead. So many deity techniques and deity tools were all gone. The Dragon God Palace had never suffered such a loss in all its years of existence. The 10th elder was unwilling to accept this. Not only was he humiliated in public, but he also took away so many deity techniques and deity tools. Give an order immediately. The white-clothed woman gritted her teeth and looked at the 10th elder. Chapter 2494. What order? The 10th elder was suspicious. The other disciples also looked at the woman in white in confusion. Only the young man was indifferent and snoring. This made everyone speechless. How could he still fall asleep at this time? The woman in white said, Order all the island masters to immediately withdraw the supreme level and legendary level divine weapons and divine arts. What? Withdraw the supreme level and legendary level divine weapons and divine arts. If that's the case, wouldn't the highest grade of divine weapon pavilion and divine art treasury be the pinnacle grade divine art and divine art? Everyone was stunned. For Li Bu, they actually changed the rules of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and Divine Arts Treasury? The woman in white looked at the disciples and sighed, This can't be helped. Please understand. Everyone was silent. Indeed. If they didn't withdraw the supreme level and legendary level divine arts and divine weapons now, they would probably fall into Li Bu's hands. This guy was really ruthless. He even forced the ancestral dragon to this point. The 10th elder looked at the woman in white and asked, What about the first island? Maintain the status quo. The woman in white said. Her meaning was obvious. No more supreme level and legendary level divine arts and divine weapons. This is not a long-term solution. Yet, we still want to try our luck. The disciples around said. When Chief Palace Master Yi Zhong returns, I will look for him to discuss a solution. After all, most of the rules of the Dragon God Palace were set by him. The woman in white said. All right. The disciples nodded. The woman in white rubbed her forehead, looked at the young man, and turned to leave. The snow python looked at the woman in white and returned to the disciplinary hall with the sleeping young man. The disciples also left in 2s and 3s. Little bastard, I will not let you go. The 10th elder looked at the direction of Qin Feiyang's cave residence with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. He then turned and entered the deacon hall. I really didn't expect it to end like this. Lin Hua also shook his head and sighed. The name Li Bu would become a legend. Lin Hua, come in. At this time, 10th elder's voice rang out in the deacon hall. Lin Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly turned around and ran into the duty hall. The 10th elder sat beside the tea table and said sternly, I have a mission for you, back to Qin Feiyang. After returning to the cavern, he entered the ancient castle and handed over the divine arts and divine artifacts to the Fire Lotus. So many? Fire Lotus was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said regretfully, If I had known, I would have exchanged more contribution points. Are you really going to rob them all? Fire Lotus was stunned. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said unhappily, Girl, why have you also learned bad things? How am I bad? Fire Lotus looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I used my merit points to enter openly. How can this be called robbery? Fire Lotus could not help but laugh. But what was the difference between this and robbery? Chindaige, I am also curious. Why do you always get such good divine artifacts and divine arts every time you go in? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't I say that I have a benefactor helping me? Fire Lotus said, But you didn't say who the benefactor is? I can't say. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Fire Lotus was helpless and kept him in suspense. Qin Feiyang said, Leave a legendary divine artifact for the big black wolf. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. He already had enough divine arts and did not need any more. As for divine artifacts, the Azure Phoenix Sword and Coiling Dragon Staff were enough. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang scanned the hall and asked, Where are Feng Daji and Hui? Feng Daji is in seclusion to reconstruct his body. Hui is outside watching the golden sea python. Fire Lotus said. The sea python hasn't fused yet? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although only 2 hours had passed outside, many years had passed in the castle. It should be soon, Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the castle. He saw Hui sitting in the courtyard, drinking wine while looking at the golden sea python not far away. Your wine. Qin Feiyang smelled the fragrance of wine from afar. When he got closer, he found that it was the heavenly immortal wine. Hui laughed and said, It's not easy to return to the northern region. Naturally, I have to go to the eastern tomb's heaven immortal tower. For Hui, wine was indispensable. So when he returned to the northern region, he specially went to the heaven immortal tower. Qin Feiyang said, So, you met the young miss of the heaven immortal tower? Of course. A few hundred jars of heavenly immortal wine. As long as she asks, the heaven immortal tower will dare to sell it to me. Hui said. A few hundred jars. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. A total of 500 jars. But it's still not enough. Hui shook his head. You might as well go and brew wine yourself. Qin Feiyang was speechless. 500 jars of heavenly immortal wine wasn't enough? Did this guy really think that he was an alcoholic? Don't talk about it. I really went to the young miss of the heaven immortal tower to ask for the heavenly immortal wine's brewing formula. In the end, she directly chased me out. Hui had an unhappy look on his face. You are really shameless. Qin Feiyang was speechless to the extreme. Why was the heaven immortal tower so famous? It was because of the heavenly immortal wine. He actually went to ask for the heavenly immortal wine's brewing formula. Wasn't this the same as snatching the lifeblood of others? Being chased out was already considered light. If the young miss of the heaven immortal tower was strong enough, she would most probably kill him with a single slap. Hui even had an unhappy look on his face. He really admired how shameless this guy was. Shameless? Good things should be shared with everyone. Hui pouted. After speaking, a mocking look flashed in his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you know? This young miss of the heaven immortal tower even specially inquired about your situation. Inquired about my situation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. She seems to be very concerned about you. Hui had a playful look on his face. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, What are you trying to say? Don't you know what I want to say? I really don't understand. You are such a dull person. How can you be so popular with women? Hui touched his chin and scrutinized Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and shook his head. Don't play matchmaker. Shangguan Qiu and I were messed up by you guys. Otherwise, how could things have turned out like this? Some things, if they didn't say it out loud, even they wouldn't realize it. For example, Shangguan Qiu. If it wasn't for the people beside him talking nonsense all day long, Shangguan Qiu probably wouldn't even think in this direction. Gossip was a fearful thing. This saying was indeed true. You don't know how lucky you are. Little you, doesn't object to you having multiple wives. Why are you still so pretentious? Hui looked at him with disdain. I'm different from you. I have to be loyal to my feelings. Qin Feiyang said. Hui was slightly stunned and puzzled. Why do you give yourself such restrictions? Because of my family background. My father has many concubines. But other than fighting and scheming against each other all day long, what's the use of them? It's tiring just to look at them. And my mother, although she was the empress and looked glorious on the surface, I don't know how much she suffered behind the scenes. So I don't want my women to be burdened like my mother. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Hui nodded in realization. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Qin Feiyang and Hui immediately looked over and saw that the aura came from the golden sea python. At this moment, the golden sea python slowly rose into the air, its whole body shining with golden light. But its eyes were still closed, as if it was in a deep sleep. However, its aura was rapidly transforming. In its aura, there was a trace of dragon's might. And this dragon's might was getting stronger and stronger. And its body was also changing rapidly. The snake scales all over its body were transforming into dragon scales. The dragon horns on its head were purer, as if cast in gold. There were also 5 bulges under its abdomen, getting bigger and bigger. As if something was about to emerge from its flesh and blood. All of a sudden, the golden sea python roared towards the sky, and it actually let out a loud dragon roar. Its face also became distorted, as if it was in pain. About 10 breaths passed. The snake scales under its abdomen suddenly shattered, its flesh and blood were torn, and 2 claws emerged. These were dragon claws. As soon as the dragon claws appeared, the snake scales on its body also turned into dragon scales one after another. Its body shape was also changing rapidly. Boom. However, at this moment, blood clouds suddenly surged in the sky. Streaks of blood-colored lightning flashed crazily in the clouds. This is heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang and Hui were stunned. The carp leaping over the dragon gate actually had to go through a baptism of tribulation? Qin Feiyang, can the black tortoise realm withstand it? Hui came back to his senses and hurriedly asked. This? Qin Feiyang scanned the black tortoise realm, and he really didn't know if it could withstand the golden sea python's heavenly tribulation. It definitely couldn't before it merged with the ancient castle, because the black tortoise realm was too fragile. And now, the black tortoise realm had merged with the ancient castle, and the black tortoise realm had become as tough as the ancient castle. But one had to know that the golden sea python was a half-step indestructible. He had never experienced a half-step indestructible heavenly tribulation, so he didn't know if the black tortoise realm could withstand it. Back then, the fire lotus had undergone a tribulation, but at that time, the fire lotus's cultivation had not recovered to its peak state. So, the fire lotus's heavenly tribulation was far inferior to the golden sea python's heavenly tribulation. Hui said in a deep voice, "If you can't hold on, then hurry up and get out." Qin Feiyang frowned and scanned the sky with blood clouds. A smile gradually appeared on his face, and he said, "I think it should be able to hold on." "What do you mean?" Hui was suspicious. Why did he suddenly become so confident? "If I can't hold on, that little brat will definitely run out first," Qin Feiyang said. "That's good." Hui nodded. "But I definitely can't undergo the tribulation here." Qin Feiyang scanned the medicinal field. If he were to undergo the tribulation here, then this medicinal field, crystal vein, and spirit vein would definitely be destroyed. However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave the devil's land with the golden sea python, a black divine light suddenly rushed out of the ancient castle next to them. Looking at this sudden change, Qin Feiyang and Hui's eyes were filled with a trace of surprise. A blood-red bolt of lightning struck down. The golden sea python also opened its eyes, looking at the lightning power. Its eyes were filled with fear. Shrouded in the aura of the heavenly tribulation, it could feel the power of the heavenly tribulation more clearly than Qin Feiyang and Hui. It had no confidence in surviving this tribulation. Chapter 2495. The heavenly tribulation carried the power to destroy the world as it struck. The golden sea serpent was about to go all out. But at this moment, the divine light that rushed out of the castle quickly spread out above the golden sea serpent's head like a black carpet. The next moment, the heavenly tribulation struck the deep divine light. The sea serpent couldn't believe what happened. The heavenly tribulation seemed to have hit a sponge without any ripples. The heavenly tribulation didn't disappear either. It was imprisoned by the black divine light. That's amazing. Hui was dumbfounded. He nearly cursed out loud. The golden sea serpent was so shocked that it couldn't close its mouth. A half-step imperishable heavenly tribulation had been blocked so easily? Was this the castle's ability? Too terrifying. What a shocking sight. The second heavenly tribulation struck. The result was the same. Just like that, the heavenly tribulation struck the black divine light one after another. So many heavenly tribulations? Qin Feiyang was surprised. 25 heavenly tribulations had struck, but it wasn't over yet. Was it the same as the inner demons and fire lotus's heavenly tribulation, which had 99 heavenly tribulations? Rumble. Blood clouds rolled and thunder and lightning roared. In the end, 99 heavenly tribulations struck. The power of the 99th heavenly tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulation. The light curtain formed by the divine light couldn't block it. But the castle seemed to be prepared. Another vast divine light appeared and imprisoned the heavenly tribulation. And so, the 99 heavenly tribulations were all imprisoned in the void. Although the divine light imprisoned them, they could still feel a destructive aura. Each of the first 98 heavenly tribulations was enough to seriously injure a half-step undying realm expert. The last heavenly tribulation could even seriously injure a beginner undying realm expert like me. Hui swallowed his saliva and said, "The divine might of this ancient castle was truly all-encompassing." So powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course. If it wasn't for the castle, the golden sea serpent wouldn't have succeeded. Hui said. Qin Feiyang's mind suddenly became active. If that was the case, wouldn't these 99 heavenly tribulations be equivalent to 99 trump cards? Then in the future, when facing the half-step undying dragons, he would only need to use the power of heavenly tribulation to defeat them? Rumble. All of a sudden, a beam of golden divine light tore through the blood clouds in the sky and descended. The divine light of the ancient castle immediately retreated to the side with the power of the 99 heavenly tribulations. After the golden divine light landed, it entered the sea python's body. Ding! The sea serpent let out a loud dragon roar, and the last step of its transformation was completed. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared out of nowhere. The dragon's scales all over his body seemed to be made of gold as they emitted a dazzling radiance. However, the symbol of the ancestral dragon did not appear on its forehead. This meant that the ancestral golden dragon was indeed still alive. This was because there could only be one ancestral dragon in the world. If the former didn't die, the future generations would never be able to give birth to a second ancestral dragon. The sea python was extremely excited. Its enormous body was trembling. That was not right. It should be called the 5-clawed golden dragon now. Boom. But in the next moment, the aura in its body surged out uncontrollably. The 5-clawed golden dragon was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Hui were also stunned. This seemed to be a breakthrough. Sure enough, the 5-clawed golden dragon's aura soared all the way. In just a few breaths, its aura broke through the shackles of the half-step undying realm and stepped into the initial undying realm. Hui was stunned. It actually broke through to the initial undying realm? This sea serpent had really obtained a great fortune. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also stunned for a long time. It had never expected that fusing with the divine body of the ancestral dragon would bring it such great benefits. Not only did it transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon, but it also broke through a realm. In the undying realm, the gap between each small realm was comparable to the previous big realm. The difference between the half-step undying realm and the initial undying realm was like heaven and earth. The initial undying realm could even kill the half-step undying realm. Moreover, after reaching the half-step undying realm, it was harder to break through a small realm than to reach the sky. A large number of creatures would be trapped in the half-step undying realm for the rest of their lives until they died of old age. Could be said that, in the imperishable realm, there was an insurmountable chasm between every small realm. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang was also very gratified. First, Hui stepped into the initial undying realm, and now the five-clawed golden dragon broke through to the initial undying realm. The strength of the black tortoise realm had increased by a large margin. One day, when the sunset divine Bao truly received the allegiance of the four heaven-defying divine artifacts, its strength would become even stronger. I can already see hope. The dragons are not so far away. Qin Feiyang murmured. Thank you. The five-clawed golden dragon withdrew its aura and flew in front of Qin Feiyang, its huge eyes full of gratitude. If it hadn't been for the help of the ancient castle, even with such an opportunity, it would not have been able to transform successfully. Because it had no confidence in surviving the 99 heavenly tribulations. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't thank me. It was the ancient castle that helped you, not me. It's all the same. You helped me, and I will do my best to help you. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand with you." The five-clawed golden dragon promised. "At least you have some conscience." Hui smiled. "What does this have to do with you?" The five-clawed golden dragon glanced at Hui with an extremely arrogant expression. What? Hui was stunned. The one who helped this emperor to transcend the tribulation was Qin Feiyang, and the one who controlled this emperor was also Qin Feiyang. "What right do you have to speak?" The five-clawed golden dragon disdained. Hui raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you turning your back on me?" "That's strange. Is this emperor familiar with you?" The five-clawed golden dragon looked at him suspiciously. "You're really ruthless. You're more white-eyed wolf than the white-eyed wolf. If it weren't for me, would you have survived? If it weren't for me speaking up for you, would you have gotten the divine body of the golden dragon ancestral dragon?" Hui said angrily. "That's also because of you. You made this emperor be controlled by Qin Feiyang. As for the divine body of the golden dragon ancestral dragon, this emperor shamelessly asked Qin Feiyang for it. It has nothing to do with you. So, even if this emperor works for you, it will be for Qin Feiyang. It has nothing to do with you." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly. "Say that again?" Hui raised his eyebrows and said angrily. "What? You want to fight? Come. Don't use the heaven-defying divine artifact. See how this emperor will beat you." The five-clawed golden dragon clamored. They were both at the initial level of the immortal realm. As long as they didn't use the heaven-defying divine artifact, who was afraid of who? Hui was furious. After transforming into a five-clawed golden dragon and breaking through to the initial level of the immortal realm, he turned hostile on the spot. Couldn't there be more trust between a human and a dragon? "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You want this emperor to be your mount? No way." The five-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly, turned into a stream of light, and merged into Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked down and saw the golden dragon coiled around his wrist. It looked like an exquisite golden bracelet. "You have no conscience," Hui lamented. If he had known earlier, he would have killed him with a slap in the internal sea. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that in the end, it was him who got a big bargain. "Laugh your ass." Hui glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said loudly, "Fire Lotus, someone is scolding you." Fire Lotus walked over and raised her eyebrows. "Who's scolding me?" "Him." Qin Feiyang pointed at Hui. Hui's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. When did I scold her?" "You're joking. Then my sister is Fire Lotus. If you're not scolding her, then who are you scolding?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Bastard, shameless. No wonder even the five-clawed golden dragon would follow you. You're the same kind of trash." Hui gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, but when he saw Fire Lotus's unkind eyes, he immediately soared into the sky and fled. "That's not right. Why am I running? My current cultivation is stronger than Fire Lotus. I can suppress her with a wave of my hand. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Women were indeed creatures without conscience. How long had she followed Qin Feng, this bastard? She actually sided with him. This guy. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. Looking at the 5-clawed golden dragon on Qin Feiyang's wrist, she said in surprise, "It's actually 5-clawed? What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Generally, golden dragons have 4 claws. 5-clawed golden dragons are very rare. I guess only the patriarch of the Golden Dragon clan and the ancestral dragon are 5-clawed golden dragons. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded his head, looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon on his wrist, and said, "I'm a little worried about a problem." "What problem?" Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "It has fused with the divine body of the ancestral dragon, so it must more or less carry the aura of the ancestral dragon. When it faces the dragons, will it be discovered by the dragons?" "It won't." The 5-clawed golden dragon's voice sounded. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the aura of the ancestral dragon has been completely erased. Now, even if this emperor and the ancestral dragon collide face to face, it won't know that this emperor has fused with its divine body. The 5-clawed golden dragon said. "Really?" Qin Feiyang asked. The 5-clawed golden dragon replied. "That's good." Qin Feiyang smiled. In this way, he could bring the 5-clawed golden dragon out without any scruples. And with the protection of this 5-clawed golden dragon, even if he faced the beginner immortal dragons, he would have the confidence. Naturally, not to mention those half-step immortal dragons. Why did the ancient castle leave the power of the heavenly tribulation? At this time, Fire Lotus looked up at the 99 power of the heavenly tribulation in the sky with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Qin Feiyang looked up and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be? Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. "What is it?" Fire Lotus asked. "I think the ancient castle should want to leave the power of the heavenly tribulation like last time, waiting for an excellent opportunity to forcibly break the seal of the small beast." Qin Feiyang said. "Small beast, how strong is its cultivation? It can even seal the ancient castle that has fused with the Black Tortoise realm and almost surpassed a divine artifact." Fire Lotus whispered. Every time she thought of the small beast, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. "I don't know how strong it is, but I'm sure that its cultivation has definitely surpassed the immortal realm," Qin Feiyang said. Every time he thought of the golden small beast, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. The 5-clawed golden dragon was also extremely surprised when he heard the conversation between the two. The small beast that sealed the ancient castle? Beyond the immortal realm? There was such an existence in the world? Wasn't the strongest under the starry sky the dragon sovereign? It was beyond imagination. Chapter 2496. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and 3 shadows quickly appeared. The 3 of them were Jiang Da, Li Changhe, and Wang Daoyuan. "Greetings, young lord." "Greetings, young master." The 3 of them bowed. "You must have been busy during this period of time." Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Li Changhe said respectfully, "This is what we should do." Qin Feiyang asked, "Then why are you sending me a message now? Is there a problem?" "You've already given us the list, how could there be any problem? We sent you a message to ask you to come over and take a look." Wang Daoyuan smiled. "Look at what?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Wang Daoyuan said, "Didn't you say that you want to control everyone? The people on the list have been gathered by us and are waiting for you." "But?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Daoyuan said, "Outside the Holy Dragon City, Black Tortoise Mountain." After saying that, the 3 of them gave Qin Feiyang a few coordinates. "But I'll be right there." Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal and called Madman out of the cultivation room. Madman's cultivation had already broken through to the lesser stage of the Supreme God realm. It seemed that he had been cultivating in seclusion seriously all these years in the northern region. And a monster like Madman must have entered the purple gold divine pagoda. The purple gold divine pagoda also had a time array. The two of them left the ancient castle and appeared in the cave abode, preparing to open the altar. Brotherly, a warm laughter sounded, and a figure streaked across the sky like lightning and landed in front of the cave abode. It was Hong Yi. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Why did Hong Yi take the initiative to look for him? Hong Yi walked into the cave abode, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you guys preparing to go out? There's something I need to deal with." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hong Yi smiled and said, "Then why didn't you call me along?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "These are all trivial matters. There's no need to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. I'm happy to help." Hong Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, "There's really no need." Now that Madman was here, there was no need to ask Hong Yi for help. This person was very greedy. If this continued, who knew how many benefits he would get from him? Although Qin Feiyang didn't care about these so-called benefits, there was no need to benefit an irrelevant person. "Why has Brotherly become so distant after not seeing you for a while? Who are you talking to?" "Your business is my business," Hong Yi said. Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded with a smile. "All right then." "That's right. You don't have to be polite with me. Even if it's just a small matter, I'm happy to help." Hong Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then let's go. It's still the same old rules." "Same old rules," Hong Yi murmured and didn't immediately send the two of them to the spatial divine item. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Brotherly, there's a question I can't figure out. Why do you hide in the spatial divine item every time you enter the Dragon God Palace?" Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and said with a smile, "I don't want to be seen by others, so as to avoid some trouble." "Is that really the case? Why do I feel that there's something else?" Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and frowned. "What are you trying to say?" "Nothing. Purely curious. Brotherly, I heard that last time you got a lot of divine weapons and divine arts from the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Art Treasury?" Hong Yi continued to ask and didn't have the slightest intention of taking the two of them out of the Dragon God Palace. This is something that everyone knows. There's no need to ask when you already know the answer. Qin Feiyang smiled. "You're really lucky. Brotherly, you can't use all these divine arts and divine weapons by yourself. Why don't you share some with me?" Hong Yi smiled. "Greedy indeed." Qin Feiyang muttered and smiled faintly. "Sorry you're late. I gave them all to the people around me." Hong Yi said, "You didn't give away the Qilin technique and soul-anchoring divine pearl, right?" He didn't believe that this person would be willing to give away supreme divine arts and supreme divine artifacts to the people around him. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I didn't give them away." But Hong Yi said, "Then why don't you give them to me?" "Give them to you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in astonishment, "After all this time, you came to me just to ask for the Qilin technique and soul-anchoring divine pearl. You can't say it so harshly. Look, I've also helped you a lot. Let's talk about this madman. He only managed to enter the Dragon God Temple with my help. Shouldn't you repay me?" Hong Yi said with a smile. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Madman's smile was even more brilliant. He actually dared to have ideas about them? This courage was really quite admirable. Hong Yi was also fearless and said with a smile, "Brotherly, listen to me, harmony brings wealth, this is the right way." Qin Feiyang said, "I'm very curious, what is your confidence?" Since he had already said it out loud, there was naturally no need to be polite. "Confidence? You should know in your heart." Hong said, "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Do I have to point it out?" "Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. During this period, I've been thinking, why do I have to hide in a spatial artifact every time I enter the Dragon God Palace? Then one day, I suddenly thought of a possibility. It's also the only possibility. You can't freely pass through the entrance. And being unable to pass through the entrance is also a kind of explanation. You're not controlled by the stone of fate. Am I right?" Hong Yi smiled. "It seems that I've underestimated you." Qin Feiyang said. Is that really the case? Hong Yi was shocked and said in a deep voice, everyone who enters the Dragon God Palace will be controlled by the Stone of Fate. Why aren't you? Aren't you very smart? Think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Could it be that young man who snatched the Stone of Fate from the Dragon God Palace Master and then helped you remove the fate contract? Hong Yi was surprised. You can even guess this. You're indeed smart. I really shouldn't have underestimated you. Qin Feiyang smiled in surprise. I see. Hong Yi nodded and laughed. It's not that you underestimated me, but you overestimated yourself. Yes. So you're going to use this to threaten me and make me give you the Qilin technique and soul calming pearl? Qin Feiyang said. Then do you think this can threaten you? Hong Yi smiled and asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. You've made a very stupid decision, you know? If you can be honest, then I definitely won't make a move on you. But you chose to threaten me. You even want the Paragon technique and artifact. Are you worthy? Qin Feiyang said. Hong Yi raised his head and laughed. He became more and more fearless and said, I've long known that you killed Wang Darren and the other two, and I also know that you have supreme experts protecting you. Do you think I'll come to you unprepared? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, What preparation? Before coming, I've already told a friend of mine that if I don't go back alive today, I'll go and find Lord Ancestral Dragon. At that time, you should know what the consequences will be, right? Hong Yi said with a smile. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person was quite smart to be able to plan this step in advance. Give it to me. I promise that we'll live in peace in the future. But there's one more condition, you have to give me some divine pills on time every month. Hong Yi said. You want the Qilin technique and soul calming pearl, and divine pills, aren't you afraid that you can't handle it? Qin Feiyang said. Hong Yi said with a smile, Don't worry, I have a big appetite, no matter how much I want, I can handle it. Is that so? Qin Feiyang looked outside the cave, his eyes flashing slightly, and said helplessly, All right, I'll give it to you. Follow me to the space divine object. There's no need for that. Just give it to me here. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I invited you so kindly, but you actually refused. You're not giving me face. Then tell me, why should I give you face? Hong Yi looked at him mockingly. If you don't give me face, then I definitely won't give you face either. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, lowered his head to look at the 5-clawed golden dragon on his wrist, and said, Cripple him. The 5-clawed golden dragon immediately rushed out, and like a golden arrow, it pierced through Hong Yi's qi. With a miserable howl, blood suddenly spurted out. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon waved its claws, and a divine barrier appeared, sealing off the cave. This way, no matter how much noise was made inside the cave, the outside world would not hear it. Hong Yi felt the dragon might of the 5-clawed golden dragon and even forgot to howl. He stared at the golden dragon with a pale face. There was actually a 5-clawed golden dragon beside this person. Let me kindly remind you, not only is it a 5-clawed golden dragon, it is also a beginner-level immortal realm expert. Madman retreated to the side, leaned against the wall, and looked at Hong Yi playfully. What? Beginner-level immortal realm? Hong Yi's body and mind trembled. The 5-clawed golden dragon said contemptuously, This emperor has never seen someone as stupid as you, actually daring to come and threaten us. Hong Yi was terrified and roared, Li Bu, think carefully, if you dare to kill me, my friend will definitely find Lord Ancestral Dragon. Even now, you're still threatening me, calling you an idiot is already praising you. If I'm not wrong, your friend is now in your space divine object. Qin Feiyang laughed. You? Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Do you want to say, how would I know? Actually, this is very simple, because even if your friend went to find the Ancestral Dragon, that's just a one-sided story, would the Ancestral Dragon believe it? Of course not. So, you must get evidence before you can really threaten me in the future. If you want to get evidence, you must get close to me. How can you get close to me? Of course, by hiding in your space divine object. You are outside, deliberately provoking me and making me say the reason. This way, the friend hiding in your space divine object can use the image crystal to record it without anyone knowing. Am I right? Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 2497. When Hong Yi heard these words, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Who the hell is this person? He said all this as if he had seen it with his own eyes. These little tricks of yours are all leftover from us. Call that friend of yours out. Qin Feiyang said lightly. You'd better not mess around. Otherwise, I'll have that friend of mine spread the recording of our conversation. Hong Yi roared. You want to fight to the death? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and looked at the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon understood and forcibly pulled Hong Yi's space divine item out of his body. The five-clawed golden dragon waved its claws and the space divine item shattered. After the space divine item shattered, a middle-aged man in black rolled out in a sorry state. In his hand, he was holding an image crystal. The five-clawed golden dragon stepped forward and smashed the image crystal with its claws. Now, what can you use to threaten me? Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi with a smile. Hong Yi's eyes were filled with despair. The middle-aged man in black also looked miserable. His cultivation was about the same as Hong Yi's. Facing the five-clawed golden dragon, he was like an ant facing an elephant. If you had spread the recorded video at the beginning, it would have been spread in the Dragon God Palace by now. Unfortunately, you were too greedy and wanted to use this video to threaten us. Of course. You definitely didn't expect that I would be able to guess that he was hiding in your space divine item. Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi and smiled. The middle-aged man in black immediately said, Li Buer, this has nothing to do with me. He instigated me. Let me go. What nonsense are you talking about? You were the one who suspected him first, and you even came up with the idea to let me test him. Hong immediately glared at the middle-aged man in black. You're slandering me. Li Buer, you have to believe me. I was really instigated by him. Don't worry, I won't mention this to anyone. Please be magnanimous and let me go. The middle-aged man in black was lying on the ground, crying and begging. Cripple him as well. Qin Feiyang looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said. The five-clawed golden dragon waved its dragon claw, and a streak of divine power instantly entered the black-clothed middle-aged man's chi-si. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream. His face was filled with fear. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them to the castle. He then transmitted his voice to Fire Lotus, Don't let them die too quickly. Understood. Fire Lotus responded. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened an altar. He turned to Madman and said, Senior brother, let's go. The five-clawed golden dragon coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. The madman waved his hand and sent Qin Feiyang into the spatial divine item before stepping onto the altar. Whether it was the madman or Qin Feiyang, this was just a small interlude. In a huge stone room, Qin Feiyang stood in the center and looked around. The stone room was very large, at least a few 100 feet. Not only were there all kinds of furniture, there were also some small green potted plants. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time Qin Feiyang came to the madman's spatial divine item. The ground was also extremely clean. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the four walls. He discovered that there were actually many tightly shut stone doors. Could it be that there was more than one space? Qin Feiyang curiously walked in front of a stone door and pushed it hard, but found that he couldn't open it. He walked to the other stone doors and tried, but he couldn't open them either. Not simple. He already knew that the madman's spatial divine item was definitely not ordinary. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. But what was behind these doors? Shwa. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's vision blurred and in the next moment, he appeared on top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang curiously looked at the madman beside him and asked, Senior brother, what level is your spatial divine item? You want to know? The madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. I won't tell you. The madman laughed in ridicule. Qin Feiyang helplessly sent the madman to the castle, then opened an altar and jumped up. Black Tortoise Mountain. At this moment, in a valley, a group of people gathered together, their eyes filled with anticipation. The valley was huge. There were also many people, estimated to be more than 1,000. But when more than 1,000 people gathered together, there was no noise at all. It was extremely quiet. At the front, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, and Jiang Dafei stood together, all of them silent. Shua. Suddenly, a figure descended in the sky above the valley. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in unison and looked at that figure. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young master. Jiang Dafei and the other two immediately bowed. He is the young lord? The others looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and took a facial restoration pill, restoring his true appearance. It's the young lord. It's exactly the same as what the divine general said. Greetings, young lord. After seeing Qin Feiyang restore his true appearance, the group of people knelt down and kowtowed. Get up. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Everyone got up and looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. They were no stranger to the name Qin Feiyang, but it was the first time they saw him in person. This was a bit different from the young lord they imagined. The young lord in their imagination was the kind of person who was unapproachable, cold, and ruthless. But now, the young lord standing in front of them looked very gentle, without any arrogance or coercion. Young master, this is for you. Li Changhe and the other two flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Wang Daoyuan took out the twin dragon pendant and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang put away the twin dragon pendant. When he gave the twin dragon pendant to Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan, it was to prove that they were his subordinates. Now that they were here, he naturally didn't need the twin dragon pendant anymore. Qin Feiyang asked, how many people are there in total? Except for Fan Yunzhang, everyone is here. A total of 1,198 people? Li Changhe. With 1,198 people, including Fan Yunzhang and Jiang Dafei, there were exactly 1,200 people in total. As expected, there were spies of the Dragon Slayer Palace in the 1,200 cities in the north. But Qin Feiyang knew that this was not all. There must be people of the Dragon Slayer Palace hiding in the major cities. It was just that these people usually hid in the city or in the wilderness, and no one knew about them. How's your cultivation? Qin Feiyang asked. Jiang Dafei said, between the half-step supreme and the perfected ninth heaven state. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the 1,198 people below, and said with a smile, it's been hard on you to hide in the major cities all these years. It's not hard at all. As long as we can destroy the dragons, it's worth sacrificing our lives. The people below immediately roared. I don't agree with that. The dragons must be destroyed, but you have to live. I, Qin Feiyang, will never do a deal that kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800 of my own men. You have to protect yourselves even more if you follow me. I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon Slayer Palace, for me, Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Everyone bowed in response, and their hearts were filled with warmth. No one had ever cared about them so much. How lucky! They had met such a benevolent and righteous young lord. Okay, let's get down to business. I believe Li Changhe and the others have also told you my rules. Qin Feiyang said. We're willing. Everyone bowed. Qin Feiyang smiled and began to make seals with both hands. Slave seals quickly appeared and swept toward the heads of more than 1,000 people. After about a few hundred breaths, the slave seals were finally completed. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, I control you. Do you have any complaints? The group of people didn't hesitate at all and answered very straightforwardly. Since you're willing to follow me, I definitely won't treat you badly. I won't ask for your names. After all, there are too many people. I might not be able to remember all of them. But I promise you here that when I succeed and retire, I will return your freedom. Also, no matter who it is, as long as you reach the perfected paragon or the 9 heaven stage, I will help you open the door of potential. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The door of potential. Everyone was wild with joy when they heard this. This was something they had never expected at all. It was simply a great fortune. Qin Feiyang turned to Jiang Dafei and the other two and said, "Count how many perfected paragon and perfected paragon gods there are now." Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise realm and looked at Fire Lotus. "Immediately prepare the Yin-Yang Chaos Divine pills for me, as well as all kinds of medicinal herbs to open the door of potential. The more the better." Fire Lotus nodded. "Outside the valley. Perfected paragon and perfected paragon gods, step forward." Jiang Dafei looked at the crowd below and said, "Immediately." Figures walked out one after another. There were men and women, old and young. Jiang Dafei said again, "Perfected paragon gods, stand on the right. Perfected paragon gods, stand on the left." The group of people walked to the left and right. It was very orderly. There was no disturbance at all. The people on both sides stood in place. Jiang Dafei and the other two counted. There were 150 perfected paragon gods. There were 300 perfected paragon gods. A total of 450 people. Then, the three of them reported this matter to Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang was in the castle, he could clearly hear the voices outside. Outside. Time passed breath by breath. About 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang appeared in the sky above the valley again. He looked extremely haggard. In his hand, he was holding a Qiankuan bag. "Give them the Yin-Yang Chaos pills and help them open the door of potential." Qin Feiyang threw the Qiankuan bag to Jiang Dafei and the other two. The three of them took the Qiankuan bag and looked down. They were shocked. How could he refine so many pills so quickly? There was a time array in the castle. A day outside was 100 years inside. Although only a few breaths had passed outside, a long time had passed inside the castle. And refining these pills continuously had indeed exhausted Qin Feiyang. "It's actually a divine pill. I didn't expect young lord to be able to refine divine pills." When they saw the pills that Li Changhe and the other two took out, they were all extremely shocked. "Now you know how powerful young lord is." Jiang Dafei smiled and said, "All of you, come up and receive your Yin-Yang Chaos pills." The perfected paragon gods and perfected paragon gods flew up one after another and received a Yin-Yang Chaos pill. These Yin-Yang Chaos pills can raise your cultivation by 1 minor level. If you're lucky, it might even raise your cultivation by 2 minor levels. Qin Feiyang smiled. Raise your cultivation to the paragon god level? There's still a possibility of increasing by 2 minor realms. Thank you, young lord. The 450 people immediately bowed and thanked him. The other hundreds of people naturally looked envious. Don't worry. When you break through to the perfected paragon god level, you'll all have them. As for the people of the Empyrean realm, the young lord said earlier that he would also help you open the door of potential. Li Changhe smiled. When the hundreds of people heard this, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Chapter 2498. Looking at everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyang was also very satisfied. The first step of winning people's hearts had basically been achieved. Qin Feiyang looked down at the 5-clawed golden dragon on his wrist and said with a smile, "Set up a barrier." After all, Black Tortoise Mountain was outside Holy Dragon City. And there were many fierce beasts nearby, as well as some people who were training. When everyone broke through later, it would definitely cause a big commotion. So, he had to set up a barrier to isolate the commotion. Hearing this, the 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky and turned into 100 feet long. Divine power surged out, and a barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire valley. Divine dragon. It's a 5-clawed golden dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Changhe and the other two were shocked. When did the young master subdue a 5-clawed golden dragon? It's a companion that has just followed me not long ago. It has a basic immortal realm cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Basic immortal realm. Everyone's eyes trembled. This young master was indeed a dragon among men. Even a basic immortal realm 5-clawed golden dragon was under his command. Let's begin, Qin Feiyang said, then sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes to rest. The 450 people also took the yin and yang chaos pills one after another. Boom. After a while, waves of aura burst out uncontrollably. A group of people broke through one after another. There was no doubt that the 300 perfected immortals had all broken through the shackles of the nine heavens realm. As long as they opened the door of potential, they could break through to the half-step nine heavens realm. However, only 30 or so of the 150 perfected immortals were lucky enough to soar all the way to the perfected immortals and break through the shackles of the nine heavens realm. As for the remaining 100 or so people, although they were a bit unlucky and didn't break through the shackles of the nine heavens realm, they were all perfected immortals. Of course, it was to help these people open the door of potential. The five-clawed golden dragon released its pressure. The doors of potential of the 450 people were opened one after another. Those who could enter the Dragon Slayer Palace had extraordinary willpower. Halfway through, they only rested for a short while. About half an hour. The 450 people had broken through the ultimate immortal realm. Looking at the potential mark on their chests, they were all incoherent with excitement. Following closely, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, who was recuperating with his eyes closed. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. All of this was given to him by the young lord. In the future, the young supremacy would be their sky. Whatever the young supremacy told them to do, they would do. The remaining few hundred people clenched their fists tightly. In order to unlock the door of potential, they had to work hard in their cultivation from now on. Sir, it's done. Li Changhe walked up to Qin Feiyang and respectfully handed the Qianquan bag to Qin Feiyang. There were still many pills left inside. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and the fatigue between his brows disappeared. He glanced at the Qianquan bag and smiled faintly. Give it to Jiang Daf. In the future, if you need it, go to him. Thank you, young lord. Those who hadn't unlocked their potential bowed and thanked him. It turned out that the young master had already refined the elixirs they needed. Hearing this, Li Changhe handed the Qianquan bag to Jiang Dafei and reminded him, Brother Jiang, the pills inside are priceless. Take good care of them. Don't worry. I'll protect these pills with my life. Jiang Dafei said solemnly. That's too exaggerated. But there's no certainty. If these pills are exposed to the world, it won't be good for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Jiang Dafei was slightly stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. That seemed to be the case. Apart from the yin-yang chaos pill, the rest of the pills were all for unlocking the door of potential. Once exposed, one could imagine what kind of disaster it would bring. Thinking of this Qianquan bag was still a hot potato. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said, Now, tell me, how many city lords have been replaced? The three of them were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang, looking a little nervous. Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't tell me that you haven't taken action after so long. Please forgive me, sir. We really haven't taken action yet, because we've been contacting everyone during this period. Although you gave us the list, the north is too big after all. Moreover, we have to find and confirm one by one. It really took a lot of effort. The three of them lowered their heads. Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiang Dafei said, Young lord, don't worry, we'll start the plan later and complete the task as soon as possible. Then what plan do you have? Qin Feiyang asked. The three of them stiffened and shook their heads. Not yet. Qin Feiyang said, Not yet, or can't you think of the most appropriate plan? Nothing can escape young master's eyes. Indeed, we can't think of the most appropriate plan. Wang Daoyuan smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Then tell me about the plans you originally thought of. The first step of replacing the city lords is to kill the current city lords. The second step is to find a way for those present to take the position of city lord. But compared to the second step, the first step is more difficult. Because there are too many people, if the city lords die one after another, then no matter how careless the dragons are, they will see through it. And if we take it slow and spend hundreds or thousands of years, it will be too much of a waste of time. The three of them said, That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Then we can create all kinds of accidents. If the city lords die one after another, it shouldn't attract too much attention. That won't work. Once or twice can be an accident, but if it happens too many times, it won't be an accident anymore. The problem we are most worried about is that once the dragons notice, it will affect our overall plan. Or even fail. Li Changhe. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "This matter really can't be noticed by the dragons." Li Changhe sighed. "That's why we haven't been able to find the most suitable way." Wang Daoyuan and Jiang Dafei also looked like they couldn't make up their minds. Looking at the three of them, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Jiang Dafei and the other two looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Sir is resourceful. He should be able to think of the safest and most efficient way. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, Hui, Fire Lotus, and Feng Daji appeared. The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and said, "How long will it take for your divine body to recover?" Feng Daji said, "It will take a while." "That doesn't matter. Go to the various city lords' mansions. With the strength of your divine soul, no one can stop you." Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion and asked, "Qin Dage, do you have a plan?" Five-clawed golden dragon, you and Li Changhe go together. Hui Yu and Wang Daoyuan go together. Fire Lotus, you and Jiang Dafei go together. Feng Daji, you come with me. We will split into 4 groups and loot the medicinal fields of the various city lords' mansions as fast as possible. Of course, we will also kill the city lords of the various city lords' mansions. Qin Feiyang said. So blatant? Everyone looked at each other. That's exactly what we need to do. That way, the Dragon Clan will think that our target is the herb field and not those city lords. Qin Feiyang laughed. So that's how it is. On the surface, we are looting the medicinal fields, but in the dark, we are killing the current city lords. At that time, even if the city lords are all dead, the dragons will only think that they were killed by us when they were guarding the medicinal fields. Although it will cause a big sensation, it can cover our true purpose. Sir is indeed sir, to be able to think of such a wonderful plan. This subordinate admires you. Li Changhe cupped his hands and smiled. Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Dafei, and more than 1,000 people below also had a look of admiration. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Changhe and the other two and asked, "The three of you have the coordinates of the various cities, right?" "Yes. You are only responsible for leading the way. Leave the rest to Fire Lotus, Hui, and the 5-clawed golden dragon." Qin Feiyang said. Li Changhe and the other two nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the crowd below and smiled. "I also need someone to lead the way. Who knows the coordinates of all the cities?" "Me too. Young Lord, I also know." Dozens of people below raised their hands and shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at the dozens of people, and finally looked at a black-clothed man and said, "You." This man was at the peak of the 9 heavens realm and could be of help. The man flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. "Subordinate Lei Bing greets young lord." "Which city are you from?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lei Bing said, "Serpent City." "Serpent City?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and muttered, "It sounds familiar." "Young lord, Serpent City is as famous as Holy Dragon City. It is one of the 3 largest cities in the north." Jiang Dafei said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. When the princess and the patriarch of the dragons pretended to be Lin Yi and her disciple and looted the treasure vaults of various cities, they also looted Serpent City. So, he had also heard of this city. "Well, take Feng Daji and me to Serpent City." Qin Feiyang smiled. Lei Bing nodded respectfully. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fire Lotus, Hui, and the 5-clawed golden dragon, and said with a smile, "Then let's get started. After we are done, we will meet here. Remember to kill those messengers. In this way, the people of the City Lord's mansion will not be able to contact the dragons immediately, and we will have plenty of time." Hui laughed. "I haven't encountered such a fun thing in a long time. Wang Daoyuan, let's go." "Then let's go to Snow Dragon City." Wang Daoyuan smiled, changed his appearance slightly, and opened an altar. Snow Dragon City, Serpent City, and Holy Dragon City were the three largest cities in the north. As soon as the two left, Li Changhe looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said with a hoarse smile, "Then let's go to Sun Moon City." "Whatever. Anyway, they are just ants," the five-clawed golden dragon said proudly. Qin Feiyong looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said, "You also have to change your appearance."